Chapter 1 The protagonist dies once after crossing over. Insect martial spirit? Oh, another useless martial spirit. Douluo Continent, Hongshan College Awakening Room. As the spiritual master finished speaking, the little boy in front of him pursed his lips and said nothing. As if noticing the inappropriateness of his remarks, the psychic master quickly said, "Don't be sad, kid. You have soul power to accompany you." I have soul power?" the little boy in front of him asked him in surprise. The spirit master nodded. "I just did a simple test for you. Your innate spirit power is level 1. Although it's not very good, you still have spirit power. As long as you work hard, you can become a spirit master." The little boy in front of him was stunned, but my martial soul is a bug." The spirit master smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the story about the Tang sect? The main martial spirit of the founder of the Tang sect is the blue silver grass. 20,000 years ago, he relied on this martial spirit, which was completely useless in the eyes of ordinary people, to dominate the continent and defeat the evil spirit Hall. But, isn't the martial spirit of the founder of the Tang sect the blue silver emperor?" the little boy in front of him asked seriously. The spirit master was a little embarrassed. This little guy was obviously not so easy to fool. Blue silver emperor also evolved from blue silver grass. If you want to become a spirit master, then work hard. The little boy bit his lip and said, "Thank you, Master Spiritual Master." It was not until he walked out of the gate of Hongshan College that the little boy, also known as Nanfuxian, looked back and saw that the street in front of Hongshan College was already crowded with parents who brought their children to participate in the awakening. "Fortunately, I came early. Dad, what do you think my martial soul will be?" the little boy, who just turned 6, asked his father excitedly. Hearing this voice, Nanfuxian looked over and saw a little boy with short black hair. He was slightly taller than other children of the same age. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes, which were big and black and white, and had long eyelashes that many girls couldn't have. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his outstanding appearance still easily attracted people's attention. Tang Woolen. Seeing the protagonist of this world, Nanfuxian's mouth curled up, then he slowly turned around and stopped listening to the discussion behind him. Nanfuxian's home is in the civilian area of Ala City. When he returned home, he said to himself, "I'm back," and then he slowly shook his head. He really couldn't adapt. "Is this my martial soul?" As Nanfuxian raised his right hand, a bug emerged in his hand. The bug itself was translucent and looked at its own martial spirit. "Hey, how did I travel to the era of the Dragon King legend? But at least in this era, I don't have to worry about the surveillance from the third brother in the god realm. With the help of the cheat, I can at least become a god." Yes, Nanfuxian is a time traveler. At that time, he was watching the TV series Douluo at home while reading the novel Lord of Mysteries. Unexpectedly, the TV series happened to broadcast "The third brothers, you have already seeked your death." Then he traveled through time, but unfortunately the family he traveled through was a broken family. The man abandoned his wife and children, and the woman was a shrew. His existence seemed to be an accident. It seemed that except for a short period of time when he was just born, this family was happy. The young man and woman fell in love and gave birth to a child. After that, because of some daily minor conflicts, they slowly began to insult each other and finally became strangers. He died once when he was about 3 months old. His father ran away from home and his mother was out having fun, as if there was no child at home at all. On the first day, I was so hungry that I started crying. The next day, no one cared, no one cried. On the third day, starved to death, cheats first appeared. Am I going to die, or will I starve to death? Haha. The darkness before his eyes was tinged with the deep red brought by the light, and thoughts in Nanfuxian's mind surged and were difficult to calm down. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the air around him seemed to stop flowing, becoming sticky and strange. Immediately afterwards, whispers that were sometimes soft, sometimes sharp, sometimes unreal, sometimes alluring, sometimes manic, and sometimes crazy rang in his ears. Although he couldn't understand what the whispering was saying, Nanfuxian couldn't help but listen and try to understand. His head hurt again, as if a steel drill had been inserted into it. Nanfuxian felt like his head was about to explode, and his thoughts were tinged with psychedelic colors. He knew something was wrong and tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't complete this simple action. His whole body became increasingly tense and could break at any moment. He could no longer bear it, and when the string in his mind was about to snap, the noisy and overlapping murmurs of countless voices faded away, and the surroundings became very quiet, and the atmosphere was quite erratic. It wasn't just the atmosphere, Nanfuxian felt his body was feeling equally erratic. He tried to open his eyes again, and this time it was very easy. The diffuse grey fog reflected in his eyes, hazy, blurred and boundless. What's going on? Nanfuxian looked around in shock, then lowered his head and found himself floating on the edge of an endless grey fog. Source Castle was a word that suddenly appeared in Nanfuxian's mind. In addition, he found that he seemed to be in a spiritual state. Corresponding paths, fool, error, door. Corresponding to the old days, Lord of Mysteries, King of Time and Space, Beacon of Destiny, Incarnation of Sephiroth Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World, another piece of information emerged in his mind, and then he was kicked out by the grey fog. After waking up, he found that he was not dead and there was still a little strength left in his mind. Relying on this little strength, he barely got through the novice period. After that, through research, I slowly figured out that this should be the Source Castle in the Lord of Mysteries. Life is so unpredictable. We can only accept the consequences. You can travel through time by watching a TV series or reading a novel. If I had known earlier, I would have read Zhe Mao Tian, Do Mao Keng Kaiang, and Wen Mao Shiji. Wouldn't I have been able to take off? No, the culprit is still third brother. Although I know this is not your fault, the last sentence I heard was you are destined to die. Well, third brother, you have already received your death. After thinking about it for a while, Nanfuxian slowly walked to the kitchen, ate a simple meal. And then looked at the time and decided to go out to practice. Well, the practice of a thief, that's right, Nanfuxian is already a thief. 98765432102. Nanfuxian is a sequence 9, thief. It is difficult to distinguish thieves from ordinary thieves and petty thieves. Perhaps their methods are more powerful, and their purpose of stealing property is not for enjoyment or survival, but more like fulfilling a mission. There is a certain improvement in physical fitness. He is a very good dagger and short sword user. This is Nanfuxian's ability of sequence 9, and it is also his understanding of this sequence. Extraordinary abilities. Steal, can easily steal items from the target's pockets without being detected. Agile hands, improve wrist and finger stability and flexibility. The magic potion needs to be digested, and the way to digest it is to act in accordance with the sequence name. As a thief, Nanfuxian can only act as a thief to digest the magic potion, which is also Nanfuxian's source of income. However, he would always stop at the right time and only steal one meal or one day's living expenses. He would not choose those poor or rich families. The poor are miserable and do not necessarily have money, while the rich families may have soul masters, so these are not his target. Most of the people Nanfuxian chose were small-time thugs who had no soul power. Relying on his skills as a thief, he succeeded before those small-time thugs even noticed. However, he would only take enough for one meal at a time. This is one of Nanfuxian's rules as a thief. As a thief, one cannot be too greedy. The digestion of potions in Lord of Mysteries can be understood as potions being a profession, and acting is to do things that correspond to the profession and have one's own understanding. That is to say, a person must be clear about what his or her profession is. Whether it is a lawyer, writer, or animal tamer, one must explore and summarize the basic principles of this profession, and adapt one's body, mind, and actions to and follow these principles to play the role of a qualified professional social member. When your image finally matches the public's perception of these professions, you can digest the potion. But just like in the novel, we must remember that while we are playing these professions, deep in our souls, we are still independent selves. After finishing a day of practice, Fanfiction went to bed. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Everything is going as planned. The next morning, just after daybreak, Fanfiction got up and got dressed. Today was the day of enrollment. He would officially enter Hongshan College, and the Seoul Master class, beginning his study career of at least 9 years in the future. According to the regulations of the Sun Moon Federation, both primary colleges and secondary colleges are free compulsory education, with primary colleges teaching for 3 years and secondary colleges for 6 years. There are several ways to get into a higher education institution. You can either get in with excellent grades or spend a lot of money to get in. Alternatively, you can enter some technical colleges to learn a skill. I didn't expect that after traveling through time, I would have to go through 9 years of compulsory education. However, I have to start playing my own role from now on, otherwise it will be difficult to get familiar with the protagonist. Next door, Tang Xiren had just taken Tang Woolen out when she heard a roar from next door, "Get out of here as soon as possible. Why did I give birth to such a bastard like you?" Following a burst of smashing sounds, a boy slowly walked out. The boy had fair skin, dark circles under his eyes, and a thin body. He seemed to be malnourished. He closed the door and walked out without saying a word, and it seemed that he was going the same direction as them. Tang Xiren frowned when he saw this scene. To be honest, he didn't know much about his neighbor next door. However, he also learned a little from other people. The family next door seemed to consist of only a mother and a son. The man had abandoned his wife and son, and the woman often abused her child. She stayed at home all day, and the child had to bring her food. These were what he heard from people around him. He originally thought they were just rumors, but he didn't expect them to be true. But he didn't say much. After all, this was someone else's family affair. He just quietly followed Fanfiction with his child. Tang Woolen, who was holding the hand of Tang Xiren, also looked at Fanfiction in front of him as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. Fanfiction, who was walking in front, showed a well-planned smile. Yes, all of this was his plan. Although he had the foundation to become the Lord of Mysteries Fuxian Qian Huang Tianzun, he did not have the corresponding deification ceremony. The ceremony could also be seen as a part of the role-playing method. The Lord of Mysteries is a world full of chaos and madness, and most of the high-sequence beyonders have some mental problems. The core function of ritual is to maintain self-cognition and assist in promotion. Although he became a thief for some reasons and has not heard any whispering until now, he has not forgotten the experience of going to Sephora Castle for the first time. The saddest possibility is that he will never become a high-sequence extraordinary person in this lifetime, so he can only do 2 things at the same time and strive to become a powerful spirit master. You ask him why he is so confident? Of course, it was because he was already a thief. Although he was only a low-sequence beyonder now, he possessed some high-sequence abilities. The protagonist Klein in Lord of Mysteries, when he was still a low-sequence Fool Path, he was able to possess this path because of Sephora Castle, and part of the ability of Sequence 2 Miracle Master was Resurrection is a Miracle. Then, as a little celestial master who possesses the Source Castle and 3 uniquenesses at the same time, he has the ability to use some high-sequence abilities in advance, so there should be nothing wrong with that. Uniqueness is the physical symbol of the authority corresponding to the sequence. Only by truly mastering uniqueness and integrating the 3 extraordinary characteristics can one complete the transformation from human to God and hold the authority of the sequence. This was the condition for becoming Sequence 0, but it was not that troublesome for him. He did not need 3 extraordinary characteristics. As long as he became Sequence 1 and completed the fusion of uniqueness, he might need a ritual, then he could become a true god. I've gone off topic. To put it simply, he can use the thief path, the abilities of Sequence 9 to Sequence 5, but the cost is a bit high and there is a price to pay. Sequence 4 is not unusable. The ability of this pathway Sequence 6 is Steal. You can temporarily steal other people's extraordinary abilities for your own use. You have a chance to steal one ability of a target within a 50-meter range. The more you know about the target, the easier it is to steal the one you want. The more ignorant you are, the closer it is to randomness and luck. When the target sequence is higher than 6, there is a possibility of failure. The higher the sequence, the greater the probability of failure. High sequence strong people can also be stolen, but the probability is smaller. Within 10 minutes of the ability taking effect, the stolen person will directly lose the corresponding ability. The fire thief can use it skillfully. After 10 minutes, the ability disappears, and the stolen person has to wait until the next day to recover. If converted into soul masters, the higher the strength, the smaller the chance of stealing. In recent years, he accidentally discovered that when he used this to steal a soul master, he could steal a part of the other party's soul power. Although he would return it later, his body began to slowly possess soul power. The parents of this body were ordinary people. Naturally, he has no soul power, but when he steals soul power, his body is slowly nourished by the soul power. Soul masters need soul power to use their martial souls and activate soul skills, so when he steals soul skills, he can steal a certain amount of soul power from the opponent. To be honest, he hadn't thought of this. He originally thought that he was the target of the theft and couldn't use his soul skills. But when his target was soul power, depending on the difference in strength between the two sides, if the difference was not too big, he could steal most of the target's soul power. When he discovered this ability, he did not use it indiscriminately, but stole it 2 or 3 times until his body had a certain amount of soul power and then stopped using it. This is also the reason why his innate soul power is only level 1. The ability to steal cannot be used indiscriminately. When the target of his stealing is a soul warrior who has just awakened his soul power, it doesn't matter. But when the target is a soul master, the other party cannot use his martial soul and soul skills, then he may be exposed. Although the possibility is very small, he does not want to take this risk. Especially now, every time he uses steal, he has to rest for a short while. After all, this is not an ability he can use now. He can only use it about once a day. If he uses it again, he will have the side effect of dizziness. And the woman's roar that Tang Ziren heard just now was also his masterpiece, the ability of Fortune Teller Sequence 5, Secret Puppet Master. As he possesses the uniqueness of 3 pathways at the same time, he can use the abilities of the other 2 pathways across pathways, but the cost is greater. 2. The ability of the Master of Secrets is simply to gain the vision of the spirit line. By manipulating the target's spirit line, it can directly affect the target's spiritual body, astral body, mental body, and etheric body, and then control the target's body with the help of the etheric body. However, perhaps because the world is different, in Douluo continent it is, through the spiritual thread, the target's spirit and martial soul are eroded step by step, and then the opponent's body is controlled. After initially gaining control of the target's spiritual thread, the target will immediately begin to experience slow thinking, sluggish movements, and stiff body, gradually developing into the direction of a puppet. If the control process is not interrupted, the target will become a puppet after 5 minutes. In a sense, the target is truly dead and the puppetization cannot be reversed. Nan Fuxian's mother, the woman named Lan Yuxi, had made Nan Fuxian into a secret doll when he had just been reborn with the help of Source Castle and still had some residual power. This woman did not return home until noon the next day after Nan Fuxian's resurrection. To be honest, as a time traveler, Nan Fuxian has his own way of thinking. It was difficult for him to truly acknowledge strangers, even the parents of this body, not to mention that they had, in a sense, killed him once. So when Lan Yuxi came home, he turned her into a secret doll because he was still too young. If Lan Yuxi went out for a few days, he might die several times. After that, he asked someone to prepare some baby food through Lan Yuxi's soul communication device. Fortunately, Lan Yuxi had been made into a secret doll and did not need to eat at all, so he barely made it through the novice period. The scene in the morning was also deliberately directed by Nanfuxian. A child without a father and unloved by his mother can easily win the sympathy of others. This is also a move for him to prepare for his subsequent contact with Tang Wulin's family and even the future. However, controlling the spirit thread really consumes too much mental energy. In order to perform this scene in front of Tang Wulin's family, he must pay attention to the timing. At the same time, controlling the secret doll does not consume his spirituality, but his mental energy, causing him to look like he has been staying up all night. But it doesn't matter, everything is going as planned. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. The Soul Master class has a special teacher who picks up students in front of the academy, and the treatment is obviously much better than that of ordinary classes. The ordinary class will only provide normal cultural education, but the Soul Master class will also teach these students who are born with soul power how to become a Soul Master, and the knowledge of Soul Masters will prepare them for their future career. Preparation for secondary college. There are only 16 students in this year's Soul Master class. There are too few children whose martial souls have awakened their companion soul powers, especially in a small city like Ala City. This year's class is still relatively large. At this time, in the Soul Master class where Nanfuxian was. "Hey, what's your martial soul?" A short, chubby boy came up to Nanfuxian and asked. They are all children of the same age, and are full of curiosity about their upcoming career in the Soul Master class. Nanfuxian said lightly, "It's a bug." Then he saw a translucent bug lying quietly on Nanfuxian's hand, wriggling from time to time. "Tisk," the little fat man said with disdain, "it's a bug. Its martial spirit is useless." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Nanfuxian didn't say much, but just watched quietly as the little fat boy asked the children around him what their martial spirits were. Soon the fat guy asked Tang Wulin. The two sides seemed to be arguing about something. Tang Wulin asked unconvincedly, "What about you? What is your martial spirit?" The little fat man snorted, waved his right hand, a cold light flashed, and a short knife appeared in his hand. "See, my martial soul is a knife. If I can cultivate to the title of Douluo in the future, I will be called the God of Knife Douluo. Innate Soul Power Level 5. I can easily chop these blue-silver grass into pieces." Looking at the dagger in the other person's hand, and then looking at the blue-silver grass in his own palm, Tang Wulin suddenly remembered what his father said last night. Is it really difficult to cultivate blue-silver grass into a Soul Master? The other students also showed off their own martial spirits, each with its own characteristics, but no matter what martial spirit it was at least much better than his blue-silver grass. Also because his martial spirit was blue-silver grass, the students who had gathered together in several groups no longer came to pay attention to him. When Nanfuxian saw this, he realized that it was time for him to come on stage. "I believe you can become a powerful Soul Master." The words that came to his ears made Tang Wulin turn around and look in the direction of Nanfuxian. It was him, the man from this morning, Tang Wulin thought. Just when he was about to say something to Nanfuxian, the teacher of the Soul Master class clapped his hands. "Hello everyone, I am your class teacher Lin Zimen. In the next 3 years, I will teach you the basic knowledge about Soul Masters. Now, please introduce yourself first, introduce your name, martial soul, innate soul power level." There were only 16 students, so the introductions went on very quickly. When Lin Zimen heard Tang Wulin and Nan Fuxian introduce their martial spirits as blue silver grass and insects, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. The other students burst into laughter. Nan Fuxian didn't feel anything. After all, his martial soul was not strong no matter how you looked at it. Other people could at least use the blue silver grass. The martial soul of Tang San, the founder of the Tang clan, was the blue silver emperor evolved from the blue silver grass. As long as we work hard, we might be able to do it, and we use this excuse to comfort ourselves. Could he use Huo Yuhao's example? However, he didn't have any million-year-old soul beasts to sacrifice, nor did he have any grandfather descending from the sky to pass on his legacy. He only had a legacy from the Lord of the Mysteries, Nan Fuxian thought to himself with some amusement. Lin Zimen's demeanor quickly returned to normal, and she smiled and said, "Today is your first day of class. The teacher will first tell you about the classification of martial spirits, and then guide you to do preliminary meditation in the afternoon. Meditation is the only way to train and improve your spirit power. If you want to become a true spirit master, you must work hard. As we all know, in this world, everyone has their own martial soul. The martial soul awakens at the age of 6, and it can be anyone. Those with companion soul power can become soul masters through training, which is you. So, what are the categories of martial souls? First of all, martial souls are divided into two categories, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Among them, those that appear in living forms are beast martial souls. Those that appear in non-living forms are weapon martial souls. You can improve your martial soul by cultivating soul power. When your soul power level breaks through level 10, you can officially become a soul master. Soul masters also have two major categories, namely combat soul masters and weapon soul masters. Those who cultivate martial souls for the purpose of fighting are combat soul masters, and those who cultivate martial souls for non-combat purposes are weapon soul masters. Whether it is a martial soul or a soul master, there are many subcategories. Listening to Lin Zimen's explanation of the classification of martial spirits and spirit masters, Tang Wulin's resentment gradually disappeared. He had been curious about the profession of spirit master since he was a child. This knowledge was like a magnificent world that was opening a brand new door to him. Nan Fuxian also listened carefully. Although he knew the setting of Douluo continent in his previous life, there was still a gap between novels and reality, not to mention that someone often went against the settings in the book. After explaining some common sense of soul master cultivation, Lin Zimen also began to teach some texts of Douluo continent. After all, even soul masters are not born with knowledge. Nan Fuxian did not listen to this part so seriously because he had already studied it on his own. Time soon came to noon. The study life in the academy included a lunch, and there was no limit on the quantity. The students in the Soul Master class also had much better food than ordinary students. Although he is a soul warrior, Nan Fuxian's appetite is only slightly larger than that of an average child, but his neighbor Tang Wulin is different. Tang Wulin ate so much that he was nicknamed Glutton. He ate so much that it was almost half of the other dozen students combined. It was more than an adult's appetite, which made Tang Wulin quite depressed. Being able to eat is a blessing. I envy you for being able to eat so carefree. Tang Wulin turned his head and looked to the side. It was him, the man from this morning. Do you really believe that I can become a powerful soul master? Tang Wulin looked at Nan Fuxian, not knowing what to say for a moment, and finally said these words hesitantly. Of course, didn't see God Tang San's teacher, the famous master in history, say, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters. Nan Fuxian said something that he himself did not believe. However, Tang Wulin believed it. He clenched his fists and said, that's right, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters. Thank you. Looking at Tang Wulin who seemed to be Pua, Nan Fuxian also responded to him. After these few words, the distance between Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin was shortened a lot. Chapter 4, The Silver Dragon Appears. When Tang Wulin and Nanfuxian walked out of Hongshan College together, Tang Wulin was unhappy. He had never been as depressed as what he encountered today. He grew up in a very ordinary civilian family, but the family was harmonious. His parents had a good relationship and loved him very much. Even when he made mistakes, they would teach him earnestly. But today in the academy, he felt what difficulty meant for the first time. Because his martial soul was the blue-silver grass, his classmates excluded him except for his good friend Nanfuxian, and even the teacher was not enthusiastic about him. When guiding students to meditate in the afternoon, the teacher spent the least time with him. Why almost? Because Nanfuxian was the same as him. Is my martial soul really that bad? The unhappiness on Tang Wulin's face gradually turned into stubbornness. Even if my martial soul is not good, I must become a great soul master. Nanfuxian is right. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Success is 99% hard work and 1% talent. My martial soul is not good enough, so I will work extra hard. Looking at Tang Wulin, who had been pooed by him for the entire afternoon, Nanfuxian couldn't help but be speechless. This kid was too easy to fool. He just fed Tang Wulin some poisonous chicken soup from his previous life, but he didn't expect that he would really believe it. Nothing is difficult in the world if one sets his mind to it. This saying does not work well in the Douluo continent, where blood and martial spirits determine everything. However, there was one thing he did not lie to Tang Wulin, that is, he will definitely become a powerful spirit master in the future. With the blood of the Golden Dragon King and the son of the God King, and the grandparents of the Lord of the Plains and the core of life above him, and 3 chances of survival from his father the God King, as long as he followed the plan, he would be guaranteed to become a god. Fuxian, if you have nothing to do after school, would you like to come to my house for dinner? My mother's cooking is delicious. On the other hand, Tang Wulin had slowly come out of his depression. He was cheerful by nature, and he had figured things out. With Nanfuxian's encouragement, the day's depression was naturally resolved. But at this moment, his stomach rumbled, making Tang Wulin's face turn red. At the same time, he did not forget to invite Nanfuxian beside him. Okay, Nanfuxian on the side agreed without thinking, as this was one of his purposes. Tang Wulin and Nanfuxian were walking when a small figure on the side of the road suddenly caught his attention. Although the sunshine in the afternoon is not as abundant as at noon, the weather today is very good, so the sunshine still brings some warmth to the body. What attracted Tang Wulin was the touch of silver under the sunlight. There was a little girl squatting on the side of the road. She looked smaller than him, but she had short silver hair. The sun shone on her rare hair color, which naturally reflected light. As if something was pulling them together, the little girl looked up at him. Her face was dirty, and her clothes were a little worn out. She looked like a little beggar. But besides her short silver hair, she also had a pair of unique eyes. Her eyes were large, and their pupils were like 2 clear amethysts. Even from a distance, Tang Wulin seemed to be able to see his own reflection in her pupils. The long eyelashes curl upward naturally. Their eyes met, and the little girl did not avoid his gaze, but there was just a hint of suspicion in her beautiful big eyes. Here comes the Silver Dragon King, Nanfuxian on the side said secretly. This was the first time that Nanfuxian had seen the famous Silver Dragon King. How should he be described? He was indeed very handsome. Even though he looked like a child now, it was not difficult to see that he would become a stunning beauty in the future. Add to that the white hair, it's no wonder that so many fanfictions like to treat her as the heroine. Little girl, where are your parents? At this moment, several ruffian young men were also attracted by the silver hair and came up to the little girl. The little girl didn't look at them and lowered her head again. Several young men looked at each other, and one of them said, "Silver hair is really rare. Maybe she is an alien from the other 2 continents." I guess the underground black market will like her very much. Besides, her eyes are purple. The young man who spoke earlier squatted down and said, "Hey, little sister. Where are your family members?" The little girl lowered her head and shook her head but said nothing. The young man smiled and said, "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious, how about that?" The little girl shook her head again, this time more vigorously. The young man winked at his companions, stretched out his hand, grabbed the little girl's arm and pulled her up from the ground, while the others stood around to block the view from outside. Amidst the little girl's exclamations, the young man had already carried him on his shoulders. "What are you doing?" At this moment, a childish shout rang out, scaring several young men. When they looked back, they couldn't help revealing expressions of shame and anger. The ones who stood up to defend the injustice were actually two little guys. One was a little boy who was not even as tall as their waists but very handsome, and the other was a little boy who had dark circles under his eyes and looked thin. A young man at the back had a sinister look in his eyes and kicked Tang Woolen. "You little brat, you dare to meddle in other people's business." Nan Fuxian, who was standing by, saw this and immediately pulled Tang Woolen back, causing the young man to miss his kick. On the other side, the young man carrying the little girl had a fierce look on his face. The commotion here had attracted the attention of some passers-by. After all, this was on the street. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger flashing with cold light was already in his palm, and he gestured to Tang Woolen, "Get out of here if you don't want to die." Upon seeing this, Nan Fuxian immediately shouted, "We too are Soul Masters, registered with the federal government and the Soul Pagoda. If you hurt us, be careful that you get caught and taken to the police station. Bad luck." Perhaps frightened by Nan Fuxian's words, the leading young man snorted angrily with a look of unwillingness, put down the little girl on his shoulders, and ran away quickly with a few companions in shame. The little girl staggered and fell to the ground. Tang Woolen hurried over and squatted beside her. "Don't be afraid, I am a man and I will protect you." The little girl looked up at him. As they got closer, her big purple eyes looked even more beautiful, and there seemed to be a layer of mist on her pupils. "Don't cry, don't cry. I've chased the bad guys away. My name is Tang Woolen, and that's Nan Fuxian over there. What's your name?" The little girl was stunned for a moment, and finally spoke for the first time, "My name is Naer. Chapter 5, The Evil Soul Master is actually me? Naer? It's a nice name, and your voice is nice, too." Tang Woolen helped her up. Naer lowered her head and remained silent again. "Where are your father and mother? Where is your home?" Tang Woolen asked. Naer shook her head. "Cuckoo." A strange and discordant sound suddenly sounded. Tang Woolen quickly lowered his head and looked at his belly, but he soon realized that the sound was not made by himself. Although there was a lot of dust on Naer's little face with her head lowered, a hint of blush could still be seen vaguely. "Are you hungry? If you can't find your father and mother, I will take you back to my house. The food my mother cooks is delicious," Tang Woolen said as he grabbed Naer's hand and walked towards his home. At this time, Nan Fuxian, who was standing aside, was looking at the two people going away with a blank face. "Old man on the subway JPG. No, although we may become enemies in the future because of our positions, is it really okay for you to be so favorable to women over friends now? Especially the words you said, it seems that you said something similar to me just now." "Mom, I'm back." Tang Woolen had already shouted outside before he even entered the house. Behind him was Nan Fuxian, who had finally remembered, and Naer, whose face was still covered in mud. "Kid, keep your voice down and don't disturb the neighbors." Tang Woolen's mother spoke with a hint of anger, and the door opened. Tang Woolen's mother Lang Yu is not very beautiful, but she is very charming. "How was your school today? Hey, why are you all dirty?" Lang Yu couldn't help but frown as she looked at her son who was covered in dust. Then she noticed Naer, who was holding Tang Wulan's hand, and Nanfuxian, who was standing beside him. "Mom, I met a bad guy." Tang Wulan vividly told what he had just encountered. Naturally, Tang Wulan was pulled into the house by Lang Yu to be taught a lesson, but in the end, under Tang Wulan's coquettishness, Lang Yu had no choice but to forgive him. Lang Yu squatted down and looked at Naer and Nanfuxian, who had never spoken. "Little friends, you call Naer and Nanfuxian, right? Where are your parents?" Just like before, Naer just shook her head and said nothing. Nanfuxian then spoke, "Hello, Auntie, my home is in the house next door, my mother lives next door, and my father." At this point, Nanfuxian remained silent. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Lang Yu also realized that she seemed to have asked about the other person's sore spot, so she immediately changed the subject. 3. "You three are so dirty, let me wash you and change your clothes first." There is naturally no difference between boys and girls for children aged 5 or 6. Lang Yu pulled the 3 little mud monkey-like children to the bathroom and washed their bodies. When Tang Wulan asked his mother why Naer was different from him and Nanfuxian, Lang Yu just smiled and did not answer, but Naer shyly hid behind Lang Yu. "Wow, Naer, you're so beautiful." Children speak without restraint. Sitting at the dining table, Tang Wulan held his chin with both hands and spoke directly to Naer, who was sitting next to him and wearing his clothes. Tang Wulan's clothes seemed a little loose on Naer, but this did not affect Naer's beauty. Her skin was fairer than Tang Wulan's, so pink that it looked as if water could be squeezed out with just a pinch. Because she had just taken a shower, her body exuded a fresh and light fragrance, and her makeup was as polished as a porcelain doll. It was not yet dinner time, and Lang Yu brought 3 plates of biscuits and 3 cups of milk to the 3 hungry children. Although Naer didn't like to talk, she was unambiguous when it came to eating, and she was very fast. In a short time, she ate all the cookies and milk in front of her. Naer hesitated for a moment, but it was obvious that the temptation of the biscuits was quite great for her, so she finally ate it again. Nanfuxian was drinking milk and looking at Lang Yu asking about Naer's information, but in the end he only knew that Naer was only 5.5 years old and didn't know any other information. Mom will take Naer to the administrator later to check and see if she can find her family. Wulan, you and Fuxian can play at home for a while. Lang Yu finally took Naer out and turned around to say to Tang Wulan. Naer still spoke very little and just followed her away. "Auntie, it's not too late now. I should go home, otherwise I'm afraid my mother will worry." Nanfuxian spoke up. "Okay, but remember to come and play more often in the future." Knowing that Nanfuxian's house was next door, Lang Yu was not worried about Nanfuxian. She just turned around, touched Nanfuxian's head, and spoke gently. Nanfuxian's home is not too big, with a living room of more than 10 square meters, a small kitchen and bathroom, and 2 rooms of less than 10 square meters. That's all his home has. After Nanfuxian returned home, he went straight to one of the rooms, which was originally his parents' room. Nanfuxian opened the door directly and walked in, only to see a figure lying on the bed, with a rising and falling chest, indicating that it was a living person, his mother Lan Yuxi. Seeing that Lan Yuxi was safe and sound, Nanfuxian slowly let out a sigh of relief, then raised his right hand, and a translucent bug slowly emerged, which was his martial spirit. Nanfuxian placed his martial spirit on Lan Yuxi's body, only to see the insect martial spirit on Lan Yuxi's body slowly fade and finally disappear. Nanfuxian closed his eyes and sensed the inside of his body. Suddenly, a trace of qi and blood appeared directly in his body and then slowly merged into his body. Sure enough, Nanfuxian opened his eyes and walked out of the room, leaving Lan Yuxi alone lying on the bed. In the living room, Nanfuxian sat on the sofa, thinking about what path he would take in the future. First of all, the protagonists could follow him, which would also make it easier for him to control the development of the plot, which was also one of his advantages now. He didn't think too much about his relationship with Silver Dragon King Naer. It was obvious that Naer's attitude towards him was completely different from that towards Tang Wulin. No, it should be said that Naer's attitude towards Tang Wulin and people other than Tang Wulin was different. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he didn't have the bloodline and divine core of the Golden Dragon King, but that might not be the case in the future. This was also the reason why he became friends with Tang Wulin. After all, it was easier to dodge an open attack than to defend against an arrow from the dark. At the same time, he also discovered the ability of his martial soul, which could slowly absorb the chi and blood of others. Although the effect was not obvious, it was indeed able to absorb it. Of course, this ability also had certain limitations. First of all, he has to stay next to the target and place his martial soul on the target before he can absorb it, and the speed is not fast, which is the disadvantage of this ability. Secondly, it is not clear how effective this ability is in absorbing chi and blood from a living person. After all, Lan Yuxi is his secret doll, and whether she can absorb the soul power of the Soul Master is still an unknown. Finally, this ability can easily be attributed to the category of Evil Soul Master. Although, to some extent, he can also be considered an Evil Soul Master. Chapter 6. Promoted to Sequence Swindler. Sit cross-legged and calm your mind. Meditation first requires quietness, feeling yourself and nature. This is the first step. Nan Fuxian had no distracting thoughts in his mind, and soon he calmed down. His consciousness silently felt his insect martial soul, and felt the soul power that was not strong but existed. For the initial meditation, it was enough to just do this step. First, sense your martial soul and soul power, and keep your mind in close contact with them. Only after this step was done, could you continue the real meditation. In his mind, the insect martial spirit was slowly wriggling, and Nan Fuxian suddenly felt that he seemed to sense something from the insect world. Although it is weak, it may be able to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly as long as the time is right. These weak insects have tenacious vitality. They are the most numerous insects on the continent, and they have existed tenaciously for tens of millions of years. Even powerful soul beasts are on the verge of extinction, but insects still survive on this land as they did tens of thousands of years ago. A faint realization made Nan Fuxian vaguely feel that some tiny existences in the air quietly flowed into his body and merged into his still very weak soul power. This fusion was not fast, and there were not many. But he could feel that his soul power was gradually increasing in this fusion. Even if it was only a little bit of increase, it was very stable and continuous. After an unknown amount of time, Nan Fuxian naturally woke up from his meditation state, feeling refreshed all over. Was this the feeling of soul power training? Not bad. Nan Fuxian sensed that his soul power was almost reaching level 2, and he only needed to practice for another day to achieve a breakthrough. The soul power training from Soul Soldier to Soul Master is not difficult. As long as one has innate soul power, even if it is only half level, as long as one is willing to work hard, one can successfully reach the 10th level. The only difference is the length of time. Although Nan Fuxian only had the first level innate soul power, which he obtained by stealing, his physical fitness was not low. The magic potion system itself was a gradual upgrade from human to god. Now his cultivation speed was roughly equivalent to the 3rd level of innate soul power. At this moment, a loud and excited voice suddenly came from next door. "Great, I have a sister." Hearing this voice, Nan Fuxian already knew that Silver Dragon King Naer had officially moved into Tang Wulin's home, which meant that he had to speed up the process. At the same time, he could also conduct an experiment he had envisioned before. Nan Fuxian slowly closed his eyes and recalled a few words with great concentration. Fuxian Xian Huang Immortal Lord. Fuxian Xian Huang Tianjun. The God of Blessing and Prosperity Xian Huang. Fuxian Xian Huang Tianzun. Nan Fuxian kept repeating these words in his mind, and suddenly he felt that the air around him seemed to stop flowing, becoming sticky and strange. Although his eyes were closed, Nanfuxian felt as if a ray of light exploded in front of him. Nanfuxian opened his eyes, and the diffuse grey fog reflected in his eyes, hazy, blurry and boundless. After the trickster potion entered Sephiroth Castle, Nanfuxian continued to silently recite this sentence, and saw a ball of light interwoven with gold, yellow, and red slowly emerging in front of him. Nanfuxian simply reached out and grabbed the ball of light, opened his mouth, and threw it into his mouth. The whole process was done in one go without any hesitation. He was very sure that he was now like a steamed shrimp, but his spirit was pulled out and turned into thin needles, which merged into drops of magic potion and pierced into each cell. It was a feeling of being able to observe cells without a microscope. Nanfuxian stood there and saw the invader entering the most subtle area of his body. During these few seconds, he felt like a robot, undergoing transformation of parts and circuits. After an unknown amount of time, Nanfuxian saw his own image reflected in his mind, just as he heard his own singing through the earphones. With the help of this strange reflection, Nanfuxian found that he could accurately control facial expressions and body movements. At this time, he clearly knew that he had been promoted successfully and had become a scammer. Nanfuxian immediately left the Source Castle and began to familiarize himself with his own abilities. Charm can enhance charm. Eloquence, make your words persuasive. Mind interference, create illusions to deceive opponents. Swindlers enjoy defrauding others and are good at fooling people. In addition, they are agile and fast. As mentioned before, the magic potion needs to be digested. Normally, it takes 1 to 2 years for a sequence 9 magic potion to digest. The fastest is 1 month. It took Nanfuxian almost 6 years. There was no other way, as no one could become an extraordinary person when they were just babies. Nanfuxian officially played the role when he was 4 to 5 years old. He digested the magic potion just when he was about to awaken his martial soul. And now Nanfuxian is aware of his own situation. His soul power has successfully reached level 2, and his physical fitness has also been further strengthened. His current cultivation speed is roughly equivalent to level 5 of innate soul power. Once the magic potion is digested, he will probably be able to reach a higher level. However, there is another problem, which is money. Becoming a soul master requires money. If it were 10,000 years ago, he could still hunt soul beasts, but now soul beasts are almost extinct. The only way to become a soul master is to buy souls. Unfortunately, souls are still very expensive. Given Nanfuxian's family situation, the most they can buy now is the cheapest randomly drawn soul. 30,000 federal coins. Nanfuxian's family was not wealthy, and poverty was the source of all quarrels. Nanfuxian's father ran away from home 3 months after he was born, and his mother was made into a secret doll by him. Under such circumstances, she had to support him to grow up smoothly, and most of the family's money was consumed. So when Nanfuxian was over 4 years old, he would sometimes do odd jobs, going wherever he was needed. Obviously, most industries do not need a child laborer. After all, the federal government also has laws prohibiting the recruitment of child laborers. Of course, if you are a soul master, there is an exception. There are 2 types of people who would recruit Nanfuxian: those who feel sorry for him and want to help him, and those who are human traffickers. For the former, Nanfuxian would only ask for food as payment. For the latter, he would steal whatever he could without mercy. By doing this, and by occasionally looking for some gangsters for extra meals, and with the family inheritance, he was able to scrape together about 30,000 federal coins. Chapter 7 Introduction to the name of the protagonist's path. Fortune teller, clown, magician, faceless man, puppet master, trickster, ancient scholar, miracle worker, attendant of mysteries, the fool. Wrong path sequence 9 to sequence 0. Thief, con man, cryptographer, fire thief, dream thief, parasite, deceitful mentor, Fate Horse, Time Worm, Error. Gate Pathway Sequence 9 to Sequence 0. Apprentice, Master of Magic, Astrologer, Recorder, Traveler, Mystic, Wanderer, Planeswalker, Star Key, Door. Lord of Mysteries, Old Days. Promotion Conditions, Source Castle. Plus Fool plus Error plus Door 3 uniquenesses. Plus 1 Secret Servant Extraordinary Feature. Plus 1 Time Worm Extraordinary Feature. Plus 1 Star Key Extraordinary Feature. Chapter 8 How to Act as a Scammer. After a night of meditation, he felt closer and closer to the blue-silver grass martial soul, to the point that he had a special sense of familiarity with the blue-silver grass. It was a figure in front that caught his attention. Fusion, this way. When Tang Woolen saw his good friend, he couldn't wait to share his joy of having a younger sister with him. Nan Fusion was listening quietly. At this moment, Tang Woolen suddenly noticed that his friend's face seemed to be a little red and his hands seemed to be a little purple. Upon closer inspection, he saw several scars crisscrossing and there seemed to be a slap mark on his face. Fusion, what's wrong with your injuries? Did someone bully you? Tang Woolen saw that his good friend seemed to be bullied and asked quickly. It's okay. I'm used to it. Nan Fusion looked indifferent. No matter how Tang Woolen pressed him, he got no answer. Even the excitement of getting a sister yesterday was diluted a lot. The atmosphere between the two became somewhat silent, and finally they walked to the school. The Soul Master class does not learn Soul Master knowledge every day, but it has 1 day of Soul Master knowledge and 1 day of cultural classes. Today is the turn of cultural class. Nan Fusion was not enthusiastic about the academic subjects, but Tang Woolen listened attentively and was praised by the teacher in the academic subjects. After school at Red Mountain College. Mom, why did you come to pick me up? Where's Naer? As soon as Tang Woolen walked out of the school gate after school, he saw Lang Yu. A trace of heartache flashed in Lang Yu's eyes, and she quickly walked over and picked up her son. Mom, put me down quickly. I'm already a big kid. It would be so embarrassing if my classmates saw me. Lang Yu chuckled, no matter how old you are still my son. Nan Fusion, who was following beside her, said, Hello, Auntie. It's Xiao Fusion. Did Xiao Woolen cause you any trouble today? Lang Yu said while touching Nan Fusion's head. Xiao Fusion, what's going on with you? At this time, Lang Yu saw the scars on Nan Fusion's body. Although the scars had gradually faded, it could still be seen that they must have been left recently. When Nan Fusion was a guest at their home yesterday, he did not have these scars on his body. If anyone bullies you, you can tell your aunt and she will help you get justice. Lang Yu said. Nan Fusion shook his head, Auntie, thank you for your concern, but it's nothing. I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Nan Fusion rejected Lang Yu's kindness, thanked her, and left directly. Lang Yu frowned. Although she had just met Nan Fusion, she had a good impression of this well-behaved child. However, Nan Fusion was unwilling to explain the reason, and she could not force him. Lang Yu came back to her senses, thinking about what happened at school today. She squatted down and said to Tang Woolen, Mom is sending you to Uncle Mang Qian. Do you really want to learn forging? 4. On the other hand, at Tang Woolen's home, Lang Yu and Tang Xiren had a discussion about Tang Woolen learning forging. In the end, they decided to wait and see. If it doesn't work, they will let Tang Woolen give up. At the dining table, Tang Woolen could only sit there because of sore arms from forging. He chewed hard while looking at Naer beside him with a smile. Naer was feeding him awkwardly, one mouthful at a time. This scene made Tang Xiren and Lang Yu stunned with surprise. The two pretty little people sitting there, under the not-so-strong light, presented a very harmonious picture. After school, I saw some scars on Fusion's body. Woolen, do you know what happened? At the dinner table, Lang Yu recalled what she saw in the afternoon and suddenly asked this question. Lang Yu herself was not a nosy person, but Nan Fuxian and Tang Woolen had a good relationship, and she had a good impression of Nan Fuxian, so she asked this question casually. I don't know either. When I asked Fuxian this morning, he refused to tell me. He just said he was used to it. Tang Woolen said while eating. Tang Woolen also talked about Nan Fuxian's matter with Tang Ziran on the day their family decided to adopt Naer. At that time, Tang Ziran also told Tang Woolen to learn more from Nan Fuxian's passing of federal law to scare off those young people. Tang Ziran frowned, thought about it, and decided to tell his family about some of the things he had learned during this period. I have recently asked people in the neighborhood about Nan Fuxian's family situation. How should I put it? His family situation is not very good. Tang Ziran paused for a moment and continued, Nan Fuxian's father seems to have abandoned him and his mother is also mentally unstable. She is very cold to him and beats and scolds him from time to time. She rarely leaves the house and only orders food and drink through the sole communication device. Other neighbors once wanted to talk to her, but were turned away. As for Nan Fuxian, his situation is a bit complicated. When Tang Ziran said this, his expression became a little complicated. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep us in suspense. When Lang Yu heard this, his curiosity was aroused. Tang Woolen and Naer beside him also stared at him curiously. When Nan Fuxian was about 4 years old, he often ran errands for some small restaurants in exchange for food. There were some kind-hearted people who wanted to report the situation to his mother and ask her to take good care of the child, but she scolded them, even grabbed and beat them. Over time, no one dared to take care of her anymore. How can there be such parents in the world? Xiao Fuxian is so pitiful that he actually met such parents. Women are all emotional, not to mention that Lang Yu is already a parent, so she feels even more sympathetic towards Nan Fuxian's situation. Tang Woolen beside him also nodded. At this time, Nan Fuxian, who was being discussed, also felt that his magic potion was being digested quickly. Sure enough, this method can also be considered a scam. Nan Fuxian's Sequence 8 Swindler potion digestion requires him to play the role of a swindler. Therefore, Nan Fuxian has created a character with a tragic life for himself since he was a child, in order to pave the way for digesting the magic potion in the next sequence. This kind of advance acting is also possible. The protagonist Klein in Lord of Mysteries acted in advance and even made the Sequence 1 potion melt in his mouth in the end. Nan Fuxian could feel that most of his magic potion had been digested, and the rest would only take time to digest, and it wouldn't take too long. Although other people also helped me digest the food, the biggest contributors were Tang Woolen and Naer. Chapter 9 Purpose. However, tonight, most of his magic potion was suddenly digested. The reason he could think of was that he deliberately let Tang Woolen and the others see it this morning. They should be discussing him now. A fraudster is a fraudster. His main purpose is to defraud and deceive others. He doesn't have to go there to defraud others of their money. Frankly speaking, this discovery also made Nan Fuxian feel relieved. After all, if he was going to defraud others, if the amount was small, then the digestion process would definitely not be too fast and it would take too long. If the amount was too large, he was afraid that he would end up in jail. This also gave Nan Fuxian a better understanding of acting. Acting is determined by one's own understanding of this profession and the inner heart of the actor. Whether it is good or evil depends on the actor, and everyone has a different personality. Therefore, the behavior style of each swindler is different. It's like a doctor who can make medicine to save lives or poison to kill people, but whether to use it or how to use it depends on him. The 3 paths of the Lord of Mysteries where Nan Fuxian is located are the Fool, the Door, and the Error. The ritual of the first sequence of the Fool path is: build a secret doll town, design the destiny trajectory for each secret doll, let them interpret a realistic life picture through interaction, and give birth to corresponding areas in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more secret dolls, the more detailed the daily life, the more vivid and real the different destinies, and the longer the ritual effect. However, if you want to build this mysterious doll town by yourself, it will be laborious and time-consuming, especially designing the fate trajectory for each doll, which is equivalent to asking one person to build the life trajectory of everyone in the town and play the role of everyone himself. But if there is another way to succeed quickly, that is to turn all the people in a town into secret dolls, which saves time and effort. However, this is also equivalent to killing everyone in a town. Which of these two methods to choose is a matter of opinion. For Nanfuxian, if he still can't digest the magic potion after so many years of preparation, then he can only try other methods to see if they can be considered fraud. For example, being an auctioneer who uses eloquence to sell items at a price far exceeding their true value is not only a fraud, but also legal. Directly defrauding others is the last and worst method. After all, fools are not that easy to find. At the same time, the digestion progress of the magic potion also told Nanfuxian the peculiarities of Tang Wulin and Naer. That is person, which plays a vital role in Lord of Mysteries, whether it is as a source of power, a channel of energy supply, or a symbol of authority and influence. It is essentially a more advanced form of beyonder attributes that permanently affect the body and soul. For example, some potions may cause permanent changes to the body of the person who takes them, such as increasing height or changing gender. These side effects caused by potions will not disappear even if the beyonder attributes are lost. As for Tang Wulin and Naer, one has the Golden Dragon King's divine core sealed in his body, and the other is the Silver Dragon King himself. Even though they have transformed into humans now, their status will not change. As for Tang Wulin, the Golden Dragon King's divine core also seemed to be counted as a part of him. According to the current progress, my potion will be digested in the next few days. Nanfuxian was not surprised at the speed at which the potion was digested, and even felt that the speed was a bit slow. It may be because Tang Wulin has not yet opened the seal of the Golden Dragon King, or the concepts of the two worlds are a little different. After all, the world of the Lord of Mysteries is more inclined to the style of Douluo. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, Nanfuxian was not too disappointed. However, this also convinced him of the importance of building a good relationship with Tang Wulin. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably have to follow Tang Wulin for a long time. At the same time, this will also pave the way for stealing the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King in the future. There is no emotion in the adult world, only interests. For Nanfuxian, the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King may not be necessary, but he is still used to laying a foreshadowing in case it is needed in the future. However, at this stage, Nanfuxian still focuses on building a good relationship with Tang Wulin. After all, although Tang Hao and Ayan are on guard against the invasion of the Abyss, they can still take action in Douluo continent. Apart from anything else, when Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin first met Naer that day, although it was only for a moment, Nanfuxian suddenly felt palpitations. At first he thought it was an illusion, but in retrospect, it should be a warning from the Source Castle or his own spirituality. The encounter between Tang Wulin and Naer was definitely the work of the two of them or Tang San. After all, the Silver Dragon King had just transformed, and an accident happened, so he was stranded outside, and was almost captured by gangsters when he was met by them. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Dityan and his team went there, and it took them 3 years to find it. At least when Tang Wulin met Naer, Tang Hao and Ayan were definitely paying attention. If he dared to intercept them at that time, the daughter-in-law of the Tang family would have been hit by a soul guide car while walking, or met an evil soul master on the road and was shot to death. In addition, there are also the Titan Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Anyway, he would not attack Tang Wulin for the time being until he reached Sequence 2 or could freely borrow the power of Sequence 2 without paying too much of a price. Sequence 0 of the Thief, Sequence 2 of the Error Path, Fate Trojan, also known as the Fate Thief. It can manipulate the fate of others and make them make certain mistakes within a certain period of time. This is a loophole in fate. In simple terms, it is the ability to steal the fate of others and replace their identities. This makes them unlucky, lose all connection with the real world, and die little by little. This is the true meaning of social death. With this ability, he could try to obtain even some of Tang Wulin's opportunities in the future. Some small opportunities didn't matter, but he couldn't let go of some big ones. For example, when Tang Wulin is given an aphrodisiac in the future, Gu Yuina will use the fate-stealing trick to help him. That scene, tisk tisk. Chapter 10 Dream Stealer and Soul Acquisition. The next morning, Nan Fuxian opened his eyes. He had been practicing for a whole night. Of course, the reason for his breakthrough was the digestion of the magic potion. During the digestion of the magic potion, his soul power was running at a high speed. Nan Fuxian only half understood the principle. During the digestion of the magic potion, Nan Fuxian's physical fitness and foundation would be strengthened. At the same time, during this process, Nan Fuxian's soul power was also driven to cultivate, and the operating speed was dozens of times higher than usual. Of course, this situation will only occur when the magic potion is digested quickly, which is probably equivalent to giving him a temporary accelerated training buff. And what happened next was just as Nan Fuxian had expected. When they were at school, Tang Wulin looked at him from time to time with some sympathy in his eyes, and Tang Wulin's mother Lang Yu also invited him to her home to play with Naer after school. Nan Fuxian verbally agreed to this, but he did not plan to go there often. He just wanted to get familiar with Naer. After all, no matter how much he improved his favor ability, it would never be as good as Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline, which would bring Naer a lot of favor ability. In addition, Yin and his wife were also a problem. After all, the relationship between Tang Wulin and Naer was definitely developed by them. This is probably also one of the guarantees that after Naer recovers her memory and discovers the Golden Dragon King bloodline in Tang Wulin, she will not take action immediately. In this way, Nan Fuxian's daily life is to practice and think about acting every day. Of course, after Naer goes to school, he has to go and beat people with Tang Wulin, because Naer was proved to have no martial spirit on the awakening day. Therefore, she can only study in the ordinary class. At the same time, because Naer is beautiful, the female classmates of the same age are jealous, and it also arouses the curiosity of the male classmates, who harass her from time to time. However, because Naer is in an ordinary class, their opponents are basically ordinary people without soul power, so it is not difficult to beat them. In such circumstances, time passes slowly. 3 years later. Dad, Mom, I've saved enough money. I've saved enough. Tang Wulin rushed into the house, shouting excitedly. Nan Fuxian, who was sitting next to him, also heard the shout and raised his lips. Finally reached level 10? It's worth it that I've waited for over a year. After 3 years, Nan Fuxian is now over 1.4 meters tall, a few points taller than his peers. He has a moderate build, neither fat nor thin, and does not look particularly strong. As he grows older, his face becomes more handsome. A pair of black eyes give people a sense of depth. For Nan Fuxian, he could have obtained the soul a year ago, but he did not do so. Because his innate soul power was only at level 1, it would be impossible for him to cultivate very quickly. Of course, the main reason was that he had to wait for Tang Wulin. If you reach level 10 before graduating from junior college, you will be able to obtain a college recommendation letter, which will make it much easier to enter an intermediate college. But he was not sure whether the college recommendation letter was fixed. If it was not fixed, it would be troublesome. For Nan Fuxian, the difference between becoming a soul master 1 year earlier and 1 year later is something he can tolerate. After all, it is not that he cannot practice, it's just that the soul master's practice speed is not as fast as that of the soul master. But he must go to the intermediate college in Donghai City. the future Shrek 7 Devils, Wu Chong Kong, and of course the half of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yu, are also people he can get in touch with. After 3 years, when his soul power reached level 10, Nan Fuxian focused on acting. Now he is a Sequence 5 dream thief. Now his stealing ability can take away other people's ideals and dreams, can steal other people's memories, can steal other people's ideas that they are about to put into practice and make them temporarily sluggish, but at this stage, they cannot retain the stolen ideas, and they must take corresponding actions on behalf of the stolen objects. The Spirit Transferring Pagoda organization has a history of 10,000 years. Because of their importance to soul masters and their epoch-making research on artificial souls, their status has skyrocketed and spread across 3 continents, becoming one of the most powerful forces. ALA City also has a branch of the Spirit Transmission Tower, located in the city center. It is a 3-story tower-like building. This is the lowest level branch of the Spirit Transmission Tower. The Spirit Transmission Tower in a medium-sized city will be 7 stories high, and the Spirit Transmission Tower in a large city will be 13 stories high. The Spirit Transferring Tower is located at the headquarters of Shrek City. After years of renovation, it has 81 floors and is known as the most magnificent building on Douluo continent. The 3-story Spirit Transmission Tower in front of Nan Fuxian is also the largest building in ALA City. Everyone knows its location, but only a few have actually entered it. When Nan Fuxian arrived, the main entrance of the spiritual pagoda was already wide open, but there were few people inside. It is a place where only soul masters come. In a small place like ALA City, the number of soul masters can be counted on one's fingers. The Spirit Pagoda is an octagonal structure, with 3 floors, 4 sides, and 8 corners. The interior space is very spacious, and the floor is paved with marble with the Spirit Pagoda logo. The hall is wide. There are doors around that lead to unknown places. In front is a place like a counter, and behind it sits a spirit master in a grey robe. Seeing him, the spiritualist stood up and looked at Nan Fuxian. "Hello, little friend, what can I do for you?" Nan Fuxian said, "Hello, Master Spiritual Transmission Master, I am here to buy souls. My soul power has reached level 10. After hearing what he said, the enthusiasm on the spiritual master's face suddenly increased a bit. "Do you have enough money?" asked the psychic. Nan Fuxian, "That's enough." The spiritualist asked, "What level of soul do you want to buy, little friend?" Nan Fuxian, "Master Spiritual Transmission Master, I want to purchase a randomly drawn soul." The enthusiasm on the face of the spirit master suddenly melted away. He frowned and said, "Random souls may be drawn for 10 years or 100 years. But the type is uncertain. It is very likely that the soul drawn is not suitable for your martial soul. Some people choose this method to try their luck and save money. But I don't recommend it. I suggest you do this and directly choose a 10-year white soul that suits you, it will be more helpful to you. When randomly drawing souls, it is possible to draw a 100-year-old soul, but it is also possible to draw a defective soul. Child, you are still too young. You should go home and discuss it with an adult before making a decision." Nan Fuxian shook his head, "I don't have a father, and my mother has some mental problems for some reasons. My family needs to leave some money to take care of her. 30,000 federal coins is already the limit for my family at present. I can only try my luck, maybe God will bless me and give me a good soul." What a sensible child! The spiritual master's expression softened as he listened to Nan Fuxian's words. Chapter 11 Soul Parasite. The spiritualist nodded and said, "You are a very sensible child, much better than my brat. Originally, the mental strength examination before choosing a soul had to be paid for, so I made the decision. The fee for testing your mental strength will be waived for you." Nan Fuxian was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, thank you so much." The spiritualist smiled and patted his head, "Come with me." He brought Nan Fuxian to a room. The room was not as ancient as the one outside, but was full of modern colors, with many instruments placed inside. The spiritualist motioned Fanfiction to sit on a metal chair and asked casually, "Do you know why we are testing your mental strength?" Although Fanfiction understood something, he still chose to shake his head. Next, the spiritual master told Fanfiction the importance of spiritual power and its level division. Spiritual power is divided into 6 levels from low to high: Ling Yuan Realm, Ling Tong Realm, Ling Hai Realm, Ling Yuan Realm, Ling Yu Realm, and the legendary Shen Yuan Realm. 5. A metal helmet-like object fell from above, connected by metal arms, and covered Fanfiction's head. "Don't be nervous, relax your whole body. You may feel a little dizzy later, but that's normal. Just relax," the spiritual master advised. "It is good." A slight buzzing sound was heard, and a soft white light began to appear outside the helmet. At the same time, Fanfiction also felt some slight stimulation transmitted into his brain. Beginning to gather his own spiritual power, the spiritualist looked at a soul guide screen next to him, which opened. Data starts to jump. The value jumps very fast at the beginning, and after a while, the data gradually stabilizes. The spiritual master also showed a bit of surprise on his face. After a while, the data stopped and no longer continued to rise, but remained fluctuating within a range. The instrument is turned off and the helmet is raised. "All right. Very good data." The spirit master smiled and nodded at him. "You are the best spirit master I have tested in recent years. Your spirit power value is 72. Remember this data. I will issue a test report to you, and you can hand it in directly when you go to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy." Seeing Fanfiction's calm eyes, the spiritual master kindly said, "The spiritual power in the Ling Yuan realm has a numerical range of 1 to 100. Below 30 is the initial stage of the Ling Yuan realm, 30 to 60 is the middle stage, 60 to 90 is the high stage, and 90 to 100 is the peak of the Ling Yuan realm. Although you are so young, your mental power has already reached the high level of Ling Yuan realm. Among all the soul masters I have tested, no one has a higher mental power than you. I am already a level 28 Great Soul Master, and my spiritual power value is only 87. Once you reach the high level of the spiritual origin realm, you will have no problem fusing a 100-year-old yellow soul. It all depends on your luck from now on." Coming out of the room where mental power was tested, he took Fanfiction directly to an adjacent room. This room is much larger. Inside the room is a huge instrument that is 3 meters high and 6 meters wide. Inside the instrument, you can see many spherical objects with a diameter of about 1 foot, emitting a faint light. Each one is exactly the same. The psychic pointed to the 2 buttons on the front of the instrument and said, "Press the green button to start, and the red button to stop. After it stops, the soul ball containing the soul you randomly drew will roll out. You can start when you are ready." The quality of the soul will largely determine the strength of the soul master. A powerful soul, after fusion, can even help the soul master improve his soul power level. But at the same time, if the soul is too weak, the soul skills it brings to the soul master will also be very weak. A soul master can only have 9 soul skills at most in his life, and it is too rare to reach the 9th ring. Therefore, for low-level soul masters, every soul skill is extremely important. Even Fanfiction is a little nervous now. After all, a good soul can help him avoid many detours. Fanfiction pressed the green button. Suddenly, a series of lights lit up inside the machine, illuminating the soul balls with a faint halo. There were at least hundreds of soul balls in the machine, which began to slowly orbit along the track. The surface of the soul ball completely isolates the soul inside. Nothing can be seen with the naked eye. Everything is left to fate. Fanfiction closed his eyes and silently said in his heart, "This is the most suitable soul for me." After silently saying it 7 times, a hint of inspiration emerged in his mind, and it was now. His right hand finally pressed down heavily. Bang! The rotation stopped, and a white soul ball fell from the exit of the machine and rolled into the metal box next to Nanfusion. The spiritualist came over, took out the soul ball and handed it to him. "Let's go out and take a look." When they arrived at the hall, the spiritualist brought an oval instrument and handed it to Nanfusion. "Press this button to turn on the light of the instrument. When the sun shines on this soul ball, your soul will break out of its shell. The right to release your soul belongs to you." After pressing the button, a soft yellow light fell and shone on the soul ball. The soul ball itself also emitted a faint light, and the originally sealed sphere gradually became transparent, and the existence inside could be vaguely seen. At this moment, the light emanating from the soul ball turned white, and in the center of the soul ball, a circle of brighter light flashed, and the entire soul ball slowly opened from the center. Seeing the white light appear, the spiritual master beside him said, "10 years of soul." Nanfusion didn't say a word, just looked at this 10-year soul, which, in his spiritual perception, was more suitable for him than the 100-year soul. The white light began to converge, the entire soul ball was fully opened, and the soul inside finally appeared before him. When the spiritual master saw it for the first time, his expression changed slightly. Inside the white soul ball, a little creature was crawling quietly. It looks so tiny, only about 2 or 3 centimeters long, thinner than a child's finger, and its entire body is milky white. Most people are familiar with this tiny creature because it is a common parasite. The spiritualist was also a little dazed when he looked at the little bug. He sighed softly and said bitterly, "When it rains, it pours. Child, your luck is really..." He actually knew the origin of the soul in front of him. Artificial souls also rely on the genes of soul beasts. As soul beasts gradually become extinct, the genes of soul beasts are also constantly lost. Therefore, the soul pagoda. Researchers have made many attempts. One of them is to extract genes from non-soul beasts and try to make souls to see what effect the souls produced can achieve. The experiment was successful, but it turned out that the souls created by animal genes were so weak and pitiful that no one would buy them. There is no doubt that this bug is the defective product he mentioned before. Moreover, it is not just an ordinary defective product. It does not even have any soul beast genes. This soul was originally an accidental product. Among all the souls that could be extracted, it ranked last. Child, you should give up this soul. It is a soul that is close to failure. Frankly speaking, if you hadn't extracted it, it would have dissipated in the next few days. Although it appears in the form of a soul, parasites, alas. Out of compassion, the spiritual master couldn't help but speak out to remind the child in front of him. "Thank you, Master Spiritual Master, but I guess this is fate." The spiritual master looked at the calm-looking child in front of him with complicated eyes. He must be very sad in his heart, but he just didn't want to show it. What a strong child! Chapter 12: The Role of Parasites. The gentle soul power in the body began to operate under the mobilization of thoughts, and a bug with a faint white halo slowly emerged from the palm of the hand. Out of instinct, the parasite immediately sensed the presence of the insect martial spirit, climbed along Nanfusion's fingers, and soon crawled in front of the insect martial spirit. Suddenly, something strange happened. The bug martial spirit turned into a white light and merged directly into the body of the parasitic soul. A faint thought was transmitted into Nanfusion's mind. It was a feeling that was filled with intimacy and fear, yet full of dependence. But then this thought disappeared, and was replaced by another thought, which was Nanfusion's thought. Nanfusion only felt that when his martial soul was integrated into the parasitic soul, his consciousness emerged in its body. He could control the actions of the parasitic soul at will, and even directly replace it. In fact, Nanfusion did replace it. The parasitic soul was too weak to resist at all, so it was easy for Nanfusion to replace it. At the same time, when replacing the parasitic soul, Nanfusion felt that his mental strength had increased slightly. Nanfusion's spiritual power is far beyond his peers due to his advancement to Sequence 5 and his 2 lives as a human. It is roughly at the Lingtong realm. Nanfusion is not sure of the exact number, but it is definitely above 200. This is also the reason why Nanfusion had to hide his mental power when he was in the Soul Pagoda. Otherwise, a 9-year-old civilian child, whose martial soul is still a weak insect, but has the mental power of the Lingtong realm, would probably be regarded as a transformed soul beast, or he would have some big secret. The soul's thoughts were replaced, and fusion became a breeze. Nanfusion's own soul power fluctuations also began to become violent. The bottleneck that had just been reached quietly opened a crack, and the soul power rushed out, breaking through the obstacles while his martial soul evolved. Nanfusion felt his whole body lighten. The soul power condensed in his danshan instantly turned into countless threads and penetrated every corner of his body. It was as if every cell in his body was awakened in an instant. Full of energy. A feeling of lightness and comfort. With the fusion of soul and spirit, Nanfusion's soul power broke through to level 13, and he also began to gradually understand his own soul skills. Insect Martial Spirit. First soul skill, Parasitism. Parasitism, it can create insect clones that can parasitize on other people, absorb their soul power and vitality, etc. It can also affect other people's emotions, erode other people's martial arts and spirits, and then control others. This ability is divided into shallow parasitism and deep parasitism. If it is a shallow parasite, Nanfusion can separate 9 worms, but if it is a deep parasite, he can only separate 3. Nanfusion had a feeling that it would be difficult to improve this ability before he was promoted to Sequence 4. You are becoming more and more like an evil soul master, but this soul skill is indeed very suitable for me. Nanfusion sensed the information of this soul skill and a smile appeared on his face. An ordinary parasitic soul, of course. It is impossible to provide him with such a powerful soul skill. This soul skill was derived from his own insect martial soul and source castle and other factors. His own insect martial spirit, no, it should be called the bug of time, although they don't look alike, their abilities are similar. Sure enough, it wasn't for no reason that he possessed a martial soul like a bug. If he thought about it carefully, the form of the mythical creature of the Go-san family was that of a bug. Next, it's time to get rid of my only flaw and burden. Zhang He. An ordinary gangster, he often acts tyrannically because he has an elder brother who works in the ALA City Guard. The people of ALA City could only tolerate his behavior because of his brother and the soul guiding gun he got from nowhere. Although Zhang He was a little bit domineering, he was able to grasp one point and repeatedly rubbed the bottom line of breaking the law and committing crimes. In addition, his brother helped him clean up the mess, so his life was quite enjoyable. Today, Zhang He was walking on the street, thinking about where to collect protection money, but he somehow ended up in the civilian area of ALA City and walked directly into one of the houses. When Zhang He walked into the house, a woman appeared in front of him. What kind of woman was she? Long black hair, tall figure, a grey shirt that perfectly brings out her S-curve, her plump breasts supporting the clothes, her voluptuous legs wrapped in black stockings that fit her just right, and a charming smile on her beautiful face. The moment he saw this woman, Zhang He felt his blood boiling and his usual rationality was overwhelmed by his boiling animal nature. He wanted to get this woman. During this process, it seemed as if someone tried to stop him, but he didn't care about anything and just wanted to vent his inner impulse. When Zhang He woke up, he was already lying in a pool of blood. He began to try hard to recall what he had done before. But the pain in his chest left him no time to think. He lowered his head and saw that he was naked and his chest was bleeding. It was a sign that his heart had been pierced. Zhang He opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. All he could hear was someone reporting to the guard team and his own life force slipping away. Soon the case became known to the whole city. This was the first time in all those years that such a vicious incident had occurred in ALA City. The federal congressman in charge of ALA City ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. Soon, the whole picture of the matter was clarified. Zhang Erhe went to the civilian area of ALA City to rape a woman. In order to protect his mother, the other party's son was injured by Zhang Erhe's soul guide gun. After seeing this, the residents passing by wanted to stop Zhang Erhe's atrocities, but he ignored them. At this time, the child took the opportunity to touch the soul guide gun and successfully killed Zhang Erhe, but the child's mother could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide with the soul guide gun, leaving only the child and 2 witnesses. Ala Cheng First Central Hospital. Kid, how are you feeling now? A 3-ring healing soul master retracted his soul skill and slowly asked the little boy in front of him. I'm fine, thank you sister, but I want to be alone now. Okay, you should have a good rest. After looking at the little boy in front of him with pity, the healing soul master slowly walked out. The little boy, Nan Fuxian, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we have finished this scene. At the same time, we have also measured the approximate ability of the martial spirit. Yes. That incident that was known to everyone in ALA City was Nan Fuxian's way of experimenting with his own martial arts abilities and getting rid of burdens. Chapter 13 Leaving ALA City. For Nan Fuxian, Lan Yuxi could provide him with a protective umbrella in the early stage. For example, with Lan Yuxi's presence, he would not have to worry about being sent to an orphanage. In some special cases, he could also play double act with Lan Yuxi, but when he was about to leave ALA City, Lan Yuxi became an obstacle. Because the personality he created for himself is that of a filial son. His mother is sick, but the son never abandons her. What a touching thing it is! But if he wants to go to another city to study, Lan Yuxi will be an obstacle, because Lan Yuxi, as a secret doll, has died long ago. If he leaves her in ALA City, it will be easy for something to go wrong, but if he takes her away, it will be too energy-consuming. So, he acted out this scene. The reason why Zhang Erhe did this was because he used his first soul skill, parasitism. It affected his consciousness, and at the same time, the 2 passers-by were also parasitized by him to testify. He also understood the power of the soul skill parasite, but this soul skill also has certain disadvantages, that is, when the target is too far away from the main body, the influence it can have will gradually decrease. Unless he performs deep parasitism, but Nan Fuxian has a hunch that deep parasitism is not something he can use at the moment. The result now is that Lan Yuxi is dead, Zhang Erhe is also dead. The rest can only be washed away by time. Donghai City. The second largest city on the East China Sea coast of the Sun and Moon Federation. An important port, marine transportation, and marine resource development city. The city has a permanent population of more than 3 million and is very wealthy thanks to its utilization of marine resources. Even in the entire Sun-Moon Federation, it can be considered a second-tier city. Donghai City has a long history, and the city still maintains a simple style. In the past few hundred years, the Sun-Moon Federation has paid special attention to the protection of some ancient buildings. Therefore, in this ancient city, you can see many buildings that are thousands of years old. At the East China Sea City Seoul Guide train station, a dark blue Seoul Guide train slowly entered the station and slowed down. Here in the East China Sea, almost all Seoul trains are mainly blue. 6. The train stopped and the doors opened. People filed out of the train, many of them carrying a lot of luggage. Suddenly, the station became lively. The bustling crowd headed towards the exit. Nan Fuxian followed the crowd and walked outside into the big city. He came to study and report to Donghai College in Donghai City. After solving Lan Yuxi's problem, Nan Fuxian left the hospital regardless of the doctor's advice and went to Hongshan College to tell Lin Zimen that he was already a spirit master. He successfully obtained a letter of recommendation from Donghai College. After walking out of the Seoul Guide station, Nan Fuxian walked quickly in one direction. There is a guardhouse in that direction with the words Administrative Law Enforcement written on it. There were 2 uniformed law enforcement officers in the guardhouse. Nan Fuxian approached them and said, "Hello, law enforcement officer. Where is the shuttle bus for Donghai College?" As a famous college in Donghai City, Donghai College would have a shuttle bus to pick people up at the station every year when the school started. As long as he found the shuttle bus, he could get to the college smoothly. A law enforcement officer pointed to a place not far away, over there. "Little boy, where are your parents?" Nan Fuxian shook his head and said, "Uncle, thank you." Then he turned and ran in the direction the law enforcement officer pointed. Sure enough, after walking through the crowd, I saw a sign with blue letters on a white background, with 4 big characters written on it, Donghai College. There were tables and chairs under the sign, and behind the tables and chairs were several young men and women wearing blue sportswear, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The black-haired girl has a pair of phoenix eyes, a moderate figure, a sweet appearance, and is very approachable. "Hello sister, my name is Nan Fuxian, and I'm here to report." Nan Fuxian said politely. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuxin, a freshman at the Senior College of Donghai College. I'm in charge of the reception for the new students. I'm your senior. Come, fill out a form first, and then show me your letter of recommendation from the junior college." Lu Yuxin handed a form to Nan Fuxian. Lu Yuxin watched Nan Fuxian fill out the form and couldn't help but read it out. Nan Fuxian, 9 years old, graduated from Hongshan Junior College in Ala City. Level 12 Animal Type Soul Master, Martial Soul, Time Bug? Hey, Junior, I've never heard of your martial soul. Well, senior sister, due to some reasons, my martial soul mutated when it was fused with the soul. Nan Fuxian nodded. The mutation of the martial soul was a preparation for his soul power to increase rapidly in the future. After all, if he wanted to stay with Tang Wulin, he had to have some talent. Really? Then it seems to be a benign mutation. You are such a lucky little brother. Lu Yuxin has a beautiful appearance and elegant temperament. She is wearing a fitted blue sportswear, with medium-length hair combed into a simple ponytail, fair skin, and a slender neck. In addition, her expression was sincere when she said this, as if she was really happy for Nan Fuxian, which made it easy for people to like her. Even Nan Fuxian almost couldn't help but use the trick of parasitizing the senior sister in front of him, but he soon calmed down. "Thank you, senior sister." Lu Yuxin looked at Nan Fuxian's college recommendation letter, stamped it and returned it to him, then handed him a small metal plate. "Hang this metal plate around your neck. It is your certificate for entering and leaving the academy before you enroll. When you arrive at the academy, you must report in and collect supplies. Get on the Soul Guide bus at the back. We will take you to the academy when more people are around." Nan Fuxian thanked him again, carrying his luggage on his back, and strode towards the bus. The bus of Donghai College is very spacious and can accommodate 50 people. At this time, there are already some people on the bus, including his peers and adults. Apparently it was reported by parents who accompanied their children to the academy. Sitting by the window, looking at the strange city outside the car, this will be his starting point. How far he can go depends on whether he can seize the opportunity next. Nan Fuxian sat in the car for a long time. The bus finally started moving. The scenery outside the window changes, with shops lined up on the streets and endless vehicles passing by. The city seems to be full of the smell of steel and an atmosphere of urgency. Everyone on the street seemed very busy, at least many times busier than in Ala City. Tall buildings slid past the car window. After driving for more than minutes, the car stopped next to a high wall. "We've arrived at the college, everyone please get off the bus." A familiar voice came from the front, and Nan Fuxian then saw that senior sister Lu Yuxin was sitting in the front seat. She stood up and greeted the students and their parents who came to register. Nan Fuxian took his bag and got out of the car in one smooth motion, then followed Lu Yuxin's instructions. Chapter 14 Admission and Roommates. The high wall belongs to Donghai College. Not far ahead is the entrance to the college. The tall gatehouse built with huge stones demonstrates its imposingness. Donghai College is a large college with both intermediate and advanced college qualifications. Therefore, it is also divided into Intermediate College Department and Advanced College Department. Lu Yuxin is a student from the Advanced College Department. Don't ever think that there is only one step between intermediate and advanced. In fact, the difference is huge. Intermediate colleges are compulsory education and do not charge tuition fees. Donghai College is a sole master college. The intermediate college occupies 2/3 of the area, but its essence is the advanced college which occupies 1/3 of the area. As long as you are a sole master and have a recommendation letter from a junior college in Donghai City and its affiliated surrounding towns, you can enter the intermediate college here to receive sole master education. Intermediate colleges last for 6 years, and by the time they graduate from the 6th grade, no more than 1/10 of them can actually be admitted to the senior sole master college. Advanced colleges are no longer compulsory education, but admission is only possible after passing a series of rigorous examinations. Those who can be admitted to advanced colleges are the real elites. If the primary college teaches the basic knowledge of martial spirits and spirit masters, then the intermediate college teaches how to apply this knowledge, how to develop one's own martial spirits, and how to position oneself for the future. Only when you go to the advanced college can you truly study further. Walking into the college, you will see green trees. As soon as you enter the college, there is a wide horizontal road extending to both sides, but the road directly in front is paved with blue stone slabs, which looks a bit quaint. With Lu Yuxin's introduction, Nan Fuxian quickly had a simple understanding of the college. The main teaching building of the intermediate college is located on the east side of the college. It is a 12-story building. The higher the grade, the higher the floor. Nan Fuxian will become a first-year student after admission and will only be assigned to a classroom on the first or second floor. That's the academic affairs office. You guys can go report there. Your middle school dormitory building is right behind the teaching building. After introducing them, Lu Yuxin took them to the academic affairs office and left. Nan Fuxian chose to wait for a while until everyone else had finished their work before going into the academic affairs office. With the medal plate given by Lu Yuxin and the recommendation letter from Hongshan College, he successfully completed the admission procedures. 2 free school uniforms, a dormitory key, and study materials will be distributed only when classes officially start. He was assigned to Class 5, Grade 1. From this moment on, he was a freshman in the middle school department of Donghai College. Nan Fuxian carried his luggage and walked around the teaching building to the dormitory building at the back. The dormitory building was about the same height as the teaching building, also with 12 floors. His dormitory was on the 2nd floor. Dormitory number was 205. The corridor was in chaos. These days were the time for registration for school. There were not only students here, but also parents who came to send their children to school. Everything seemed a little chaotic. Nan Fuxian finally found his dormitory. The door was open and there was someone inside. There are 2 bunk beds in the dormitory, which can accommodate 4 people. There are 2 rectangular tables, 4 chairs, 2 cabinets, and a ceiling light. That's all there is in the dormitory. What surprised him was that his 3 roommates were all in the dormitory. When they saw Nan Fuxian coming in, one of the sturdy students walked up to him and said, "It seems that you are our roommate. We are just cleaning the dormitory. Would you like to help?" "Yes." Nan Fuxian nodded and joined in cleaning the dormitory. The dormitory was not too dirty to begin with, and with the combined efforts of Nan Fuxian and the other 3, it was cleaned up in a short while. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Bie, my martial spirit is the Battle Tiger, and I am an 11th level combat spirit master. Yunfan, his martial spirit is a dagger, and he is an 11th level combat spirit master. Zhao Xiao, his martial spirit is a goat, and he is an 11th level combat spirit master. Nanfuxian, his martial soul is the Worm of Time, and he is a level 13 combat soul master. As the four people introduced themselves to each other, Nanfuxian also learned about the soul power levels of the three. Wang Bie was the burly boy who invited Nanfuxian to clean up at the beginning. Yunfeng was rather thin, and Zhao Xiao was ordinary. However, Nanfuxian's self-introduction surprised them a little. Fuxian, I didn't expect your soul power to be at level 13. It seems that you are the only one who can be the head of this dormitory. Haha, Wang Bie, stop joking. We are all classmates. There is no such thing as dormitory leaders or not. Let's get along well with each other in the future. Nanfuxian heard Wang Ba's teasing and also laughed and responded to him. After the joke, the relationship between the four people became closer. This also made Nanfuxian feel relieved. After all, he didn't want to inherit the tradition of fighting with roommates at the beginning of the school year, which was the tradition of Douluo continent. Nanfuxian chose a lower bunk and started to pack his things. After finishing, he went directly to the cafeteria to eat a meal, and then returned to the dormitory to practice. Wang Bie and the other two who were standing by sighed inwardly after seeing Nanfuxian's daily routine. No wonder his soul power is higher than ours. It turns out he is working so hard. Perhaps influenced by Nanfuxian, the other three also began to restrain their desire to go out and play and their lazy mentality. They also followed Nanfuxian and stepped onto the bed and began to practice. However, what they did not realize was that when they began to practice, an illusory insect was floating above their martial spirits, slowly absorbing their soul power. This is Nanfuxian's first soul skill, parasitism. He can absorb the soul power of others to speed up his cultivation. Nanfuxian used shallow parasitism and used the time worm to affect their senses, so that Wang Bie and the other two could not detect anything unusual. Even if there were outsiders watching now, they would not be able to see anything and would only think that they were practicing hard. However, Nanfuxian did not absorb too much soul power. He only absorbed soul power equivalent to half of their practice speed. At the same time, the absorbed soul power will be filtered by the parasite soul before it can be absorbed by Nanfuxian. The reason why Wang Bie and the others wanted to work hard to cultivate was naturally because Nanfuxian secretly used parasitism to influence them. The parasite soul had a weak breath, and because its consciousness had been replaced by Nanfuxian, when launching soul skills, Nanfuxian could cover its breath to the lowest level. I am doing this for their own good. They have already reached the intermediate college, so how can I not work hard in my training? Nanfuxian said that he did this for their future, and as for the soul power absorbed, just treat it as a reward. In this way, Nanfuxian took Wang Bie and the other two to eat dinner, practice after dinner, and then take a nap. After all, they couldn't be squeezed too hard. Although meditation can replace sleep to a certain extent, Wang Bie and the other two couldn't meditate all the time. After waking up, he had breakfast and continued practicing until Nanfuxian heard a loud noise and a loud shout. Why are you city people so bad? Chapter 15 Class. Nanfuxian did not stop practicing. He did not plan to look for Tang Wulin. After all, they were all in the same class. So he decided to let Tang Wulin communicate with his roommates. Cultivating transition. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight came through the window, Nanfuxian opened his eyes. After nearly a day and a night of meditation, I was full of energy, and with the addition of 3 power banks, my soul power seemed to have improved a little. After entering level 10, the speed of soul power improvement was obviously faster, but the soul power required for advancement was undoubtedly more. This requires accumulation over time. Nanfuxian washed up with 3 power banks and headed straight to the college cafeteria. On the way to the cafeteria, he heard the students passing by discussing, "Have you heard? There is a super big eater in the school, or some legendary glutton or something like that." The canteen of the intermediate department is in a small building next to the main teaching building. The small building has 3 floors. It provides meals for the 6 grades of the intermediate department. Grades 1 and 2 are on the first floor. There were only tables and no chairs in the cafeteria. This was the rule of Donghai College. Students had to stand while eating to enhance their sense of urgency. This also made Nanfuxian unable to help but complain, "What kind of Shrek rule is this?" Nanfuxian arrived not too early, and many students were already eating in the cafeteria. There were 3 windows in the cafeteria, marked with A, B, and C. Meals A were fully paid, and of course, the ingredients of Meals A were also the best. Meals B were partially paid, and Meals C were completely free. He took Wang Ba and the other 2 directly to the window of Restaurant B. The breakfast is rich, including milk, eggs, sausages, bread and vegetables. Nanfuxian and the other 3 took some food, paid, and then found a corner to eat. Part of the ingredients of Meal B came from captive soul beasts. Although the nutritional value was not as high as that of Meal A, it was higher than that of Meal C, which was made entirely of ordinary ingredients. Nanfuxian is not short of money now. Before leaving Ala City, he talked to the law enforcement officers of Ala City about selling his house. Although he was rejected by the law enforcement officers with reasons such as "you are still young," he finally succeeded in convincing the law enforcement officers to sell the house in Ala City. I was happy to receive more than 1.2 million federal coins, plus the 1,000 federal coins per month that the government subsidizes soul masters. This is more than enough for a B meal, and forget about a meal, as it is only necessary to eat it once or twice occasionally. After breakfast, Nanfuxian sat in the cafeteria waiting for the opening ceremony. At noon, the school opens. The ceremony was held in the huge square of Donghai College. Only at this time of year would all the members of the senior and intermediate departments gather together. "Hello, students, today is the annual opening ceremony. Next, we invite Dean Yu to speak." The dean of Donghai College is an old man who looks to be in his 60s, with a medium build and unremarkable appearance. He has grey hair, wears glasses, and has a bookish appearance. "Hello, classmates. Every year at this time, I always feel a little emotional. Because a group of students from the intermediate and advanced departments graduate and leave the college. But at the same time, some students are promoted from the intermediate department to the advanced department, and there are also new students joining. In my opinion, the academy is like the Federation's blood-making institution, constantly supplying qualified talents to the Federation. In the future, I hope you can also." Nanfuxian stood in the line of freshmen, patiently listening to the dean's long speech. The dean was very eloquent and had no manuscript. He spoke with great emotion. He spoke for a full quarter of an hour before gradually coming to an end. After the dean's speech, the most important thing in the opening ceremony comes: class division. Now we will divide the classes. As everyone knows, in our Donghai College, the smaller the class number, the better the students. But it is not absolute. We hope that the classes with lower rankings can also catch up through hard work. This year, there are a total of 108 freshmen, divided into 5 classes. Now, those whose names I read out will step out and enter Class 1. Tang Wulin, Zhou Changzi, Xie Xiat, Yun Xiao, Nanfuxian. When they were assigned to Class 5, Nanfuxian's name was called out. This did not surprise him. After all, although he claimed that his martial soul had mutated, he only changed his name. So far, he did not have any outstanding performance, so it was normal to be assigned to Class 5. Not only was Nanfuxian assigned to Class 5, but Wang Ba and his 2 roommates were also assigned to Class 5. After all, their soul power was only level 11, and their martial spirits were not very strong. However, when Tang Wulin heard Nanfuxian's name, his face was filled with surprise and joy. There are only 20 people in Class 5, which is the smallest among the 5 classes. Most of the students assigned to Class 5 have droopy heads and no energy. Class teachers, please take your students back to class and familiarize them with the academy. 5 teachers came out, and one of them walked towards Class 5. The teacher looked about 27 or 28 years old, over 1.9 meters tall, with thin arms and waist, and a pair of long legs in white pants. He looked a little thin, but his eyes were bright, his nose was high, his lips were thin and moderate, and he looked very tall. His long hair was scattered behind his head, and when the wind blew, you could vaguely see that his lake blue hair was actually long enough to reach his waist. His eyes are dark green, matching his long blue hair, and he has a somewhat strange temperament. His face was expressionless and his eyes were cold. When the students from Class 5 saw him, they were all stunned. Until a female student from Class 5 exclaimed, "Teacher is so handsome. Follow me." The young teacher said these 3 simple words, but all the students felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling. Wu Zhongkong, hey? He is indeed a soul emperor from Shrek Academy. I wonder if I can deeply parasite him now. Nanfuxian thought to himself, but after thinking about it, he gave up this suicidal idea and decided to find other people to experiment with first. Class 5's classroom is on the first floor, and it's on the innermost side, with the farthest way to go. The classroom has 30 sets of desks and chairs, with the podium at the front. Take a seat. The young teacher said coldly. Every time he spoke, it felt the same, so cold. Nanfuxian casually found a seat at the back, and after seeing Nanfuxian's choice, Wang Bie and the other 2 subconsciously chose the seats next to Nanfuxian. Unconsciously, Wang Bie and the other 2 began to follow Nanfuxian. This was also one of the effects of the time worm. Although Nanfuxian only used shallow parasitism on them, they still subconsciously obeyed Nanfuxian. I'm afraid the 3 of them haven't realized this yet. 7. Chapter 16 Self-Introduction. My name is Wu Chongkong, the young teacher said calmly. For the next 6 years, you will all be my students. The first thing I want to emphasize is that you should just pretend you didn't hear what Director Long Hengxiu said just now. Even if you are a bunch of trash, I will make you the strongest among your peers. Unless you drop out of school, this is your goal for the next 6 years. Speaking arrogantly in a calm tone, he instantly attracted the attention of all the students in the class. Now let's introduce myself. Name, Martial Soul, Soul Power Level, and what kind of Soul Master you want to be. Start. Simple and direct, no cutscenes. Hello everyone, my name is Yun Xiao, I have a Martial Soul Star Plate, and my Soul Power is level 12. My goal is to become an intelligent auxiliary combat soul master. Soon the students sitting in the first row began to introduce themselves, but their voices were slightly trembling. Tang Woolen, Spirit Blue Silver Grass, level 11. My goal is... At this point, Tang Woolen paused. I don't have a goal yet. Someone below muttered, useless martial spirit, of course there is no target. Whoosh. A piece of chalk flew out accurately like a guided missile, and just fell into the student's mouth. Ugh! The chalk tip carried a spiral force and actually went straight into his throat, causing the student to dry heave immediately. Wu Zhongkong said coldly, in this world, there are no useless spirits, only useless people. When you call others useless, think about your own character first. If you are not useless, why would you be assigned to Class 5? Wu Chengkong's coldness and dominance immediately silenced the entire class. Continue. Xiet, Martial Soul Light Dragon Dagger, Soul Power Level 18, Agility Attack Type Combat Soul Master. When the words Level 18 came out, the whole class exclaimed. Level 18 at the age of 9, this is a true genius. And he is also a combat soul master. If he improves 2 more levels, he can enter the level of a great soul master. Anyone who can become a great soul master before the age of 12 can be called a genius. Nanfusion, the martial soul is the time bug, the soul power is level 13, the target is the control type combat soul master. Soon it was Nanfusion's turn to introduce himself, but because of Xiexie's self-introduction before him, his soul power cultivation did not cause any surprise. Except for Xiexie and Nanfusion, Yunxiao's 12th level was considered high, and most of the other students were at the 11th level, which was just enough for admission. Their martial spirits were also all kinds of strange. There were almost no strong martial spirits. Of course, Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was still the worst. This seemed to have become a rule. Official classes will begin tomorrow. My teaching methods will be a little different from other teachers. If you are afraid of hardship, tiredness, or pain, transfer to another school as soon as possible or find a way to change classes. For those who stay, be mentally prepared. Get out of class is over. Wu Zhongkong walked away with a pair of long legs and an upright figure, and the class instantly exploded. Most of them were talking about this cold and handsome teacher. At the same time, Nanfusion also noticed that Tang Wulin and Xiexie walked out of the classroom one after another, probably to fight their battle in the park. Nanfusion had no intention of interfering. He just walked out of the classroom and prepared to go back to the dormitory to practice. After all, Wu Chongkong also said that classes would not officially start until tomorrow. The next morning. My soul power has reached level 14. It's really different with a power bank. Should I find a few more? With my current abilities, I can probably only find 6 more if I want to parasitize at a shallow level. Nanfusion finished his training and sighed at the power of parasitism. The only pity was that he could only maintain 9 at a time. If he wanted to do deep parasitism, then for every deep parasitism, the number of shallow parasites would be reduced by 3. Therefore, Nanfusion had to carefully consider the object of deep parasitism. The object of shallow parasitism can be detached at any time, but deep parasitism is not so easy. After washing up, Nanfusion and his 3 roommates went straight to the cafeteria, and they heard it as soon as they entered. You have already insulted my body, I will never let you insult my personality again. I will definitely do what I promised. Young people nowadays are having so much fun. Nanfusion turned his head and took a look. Oh, it turned out to be Tang Wulin and Xiexie. Hey! Wulin, long time no see. Well, long time no see, Fusion. Tang Wulin saw Nanfusion approaching and replied directly. In fact, he had wanted to go to Nanfusion to say hello when he was in class 5 yesterday. After all, Nanfusion was his only acquaintance in this strange city. Unfortunately, as soon as the get out of class was over yesterday, Xiexie insisted on dragging him into a fight. Afterwards, both of them were unconscious for the entire afternoon, and it was almost evening when they returned to the academy. Hello, classmate. My name is Nanfusion. I guess I'm Wulin's fellow countryman, said Nanfusion. Xiexie. Xiexie replied coldly, and then ignored Nanfusion. He was aloof, but his expression was a little ugly. After all, Tang Wulin had already eaten nearly 20 A-class meals, and he was the one who paid for them. Nanfusion ignored Xiexie's attitude and chatted with Tang Wulin for a while, asking about his recent situation. When asked about this, Tang Wulin started to complain, saying that he had a fight with his roommate after entering the academy and was fined. As they chatted, they talked about Naer's departure, which made Tang Wulin even sadder. Then he ate faster and his anger turned into appetite. Wu Chongkong wore a pair of grey, black and white plaid pants and a white shirt today. It looked like a simple outfit, but it perfectly set off his slender figure. He just stood there, and the cold aura exuding from his body silenced all the students in class 5. Classes will officially begin today. I will personally teach most of your courses. Everyone stand up. Wu Zhongkong said coolly. All the students stood up quickly. Follow me. Wu Zhongkong put his hands in his pockets and walked out. The students followed behind him. They were all freshmen and had no concept of queuing. It looked a bit chaotic. However, in front of the powerful aura of the cold and arrogant male god, no one dared to make a loud noise. Wu Zhongkong led them to the playground. 2 people in a row, stand still. Wu Zhongkong said in a deep voice, the first lesson today is to show your strength. We will have a real fight later, and I will be the referee. Single elimination. Let me see your strength. A female student timidly raised her hand and said, Teacher Wu, I'm a weapon spirit master. Do I have to fight as well? Wu Zhongkong said in a cold voice, on the battlefield, if you tell your enemy that you are a weapon spirit master, he won't kill you? The first group should prepare, starting with you. He pointed casually, pointing to Tang Woolen and an unknown classmate. Great, let's compete in strength. I don't believe that you are stronger than me. This classmate named Zhou Changzi is a roommate of Tang Woolen, and it seems that the two have some grudges against each other. Tang Woolen said nothing. Wu Zhongkong directed the students to spread out and form a circle. From the beginning, there are no rules. You can use any means to defeat the opponent. Wu Zhongkong said lightly, and his words were obviously directed to all the students. The result is obvious. In the competition of strength with Tang Woolen, this man named Zhou Changzi was beaten to the point of doubting his life. Tang Woolen didn't even use his martial spirit. Why don't you use your martial spirit? Wu Zhongkong looked at Tang Woolen. Tang Woolen said, he said he wanted to compete with me in strength. Wu Zhongkong's eyes were cold. If he told you to eat shit, would you eat it? Treat every battle as if you were on a battlefield. Defeating your opponent is your only goal. Even if a lion fights a rabbit, you have to go all out. Don't give your opponent the slightest chance. Advance and wait for the next one. If you lose, you are out. If you win, you are scolded. The psychological pressure on the students suddenly increased. In the following competitions, except for the one where Xie defeated his opponent instantly, Wu Zhongkong scolded him harshly in almost every one of them. You, and you, the two of you fight. Until Nanfuxian and his roommate Zhao Xiao came face to face. Chapter 17 Class Battle. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened and he roared. A circle of white soul rings appeared under his feet, and immediately shone brightly, rising along his body. At the same time, his body began to swell, especially his head, which even grew a pair of horns. This was his martial soul, goat. There was a little white goat on his shoulder, which was obviously his soul, the soul of 10 years. The first soul skill, Fearless Charge. Zhao Xiao strode towards Nanfuxian, his feet landing with a dong-dong sound. With his majestic body, his momentum was also aggressive. Nanfuxian slowly summoned his own martial spirit, the Time Bug. A milky white halo appeared over Nanfuxian, and a circle of white spirit rings appeared under his feet. First soul skill, Revised Steel. Zhao Xiao, who was charging towards Nanfuxian, felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. He ran headfirst into Nanfuxian's body, stopped immediately, and then fell to the ground. Zhao Xiao's strange behavior caused exclamations from his classmates, and even Wu Zhongkong looked a little surprised. Just like that, 5 or 6 seconds passed, and Nanfuxian walked directly in front of Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao didn't even stand up, so Wu Zhongkong directly announced that Zhao Xiao was eliminated. When Wu Zhongkong made the announcement, Zhao Xiao stood up in a daze. Nanfuxian pulled him up upon seeing this. It was a wonderful battle. I actually narrowly defeated you this time. After hearing Nanfuxian's words, Zhao Xiao was confused. What the hell, have we already fought? What do you mean he narrowly defeated me? How come I don't know anything? Those who have finished the competition, please go down. The second round will begin. You, and you, go up. Wu Zhongkong would not tolerate Zhao Xiao, who was full of questions, and he started to drive him away. However, he did not blame Zhao Xiao. After all, even he was a little confused about Nan Fuxian's spirit skills. But he would not say it out loud, because there were still a few more games to come, and he believed that he would be able to see it. In the second round, Nan Fuxian's opponent fell to the ground inexplicably when he was about to attack after being possessed by his spirit. Tang Wulin and Xie also defeated their opponents. After this round, there were 5 people left. Nan Fuxian, Hanlin, you two come first. In the third round, Nan Fuxian's opponent was a chubby little girl who looked a little silly. Although Han Lan had only participated in 2 competitions, she left a deep impression on Nan Fuxian, not because of her figure, but because of her martial spirit. Han Lan's martial soul is the earth element, a very excellent martial soul, with a soul power of level 13. According to her ability, she should not be selected to class 5. Moreover, this girl always smiles at everyone and always has a friendly look on her face. Begin. With Wu Changkong's announcement, the third round of competition began. A white halo flickered under Han Lan's feet, and at the same time, a soul like a lump of earth emerged from her shoulders. She did not pause at all, and made a lifting motion with both hands in the direction of Nan Fuxian. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown circular halo appeared under Nan Fuxian's feet. Stone pillars instantly rose up and turned into a solid stone prison that trapped him inside. At the same time, Han Lan's body began to retreat rapidly. The 2 previous battles with Nan Fuxian also left Han Lan with a deep impression of Nan Fuxian. No, it should be said that the entire Class 5 was impressed. After all, even if it was Xie who had the highest soul power, their methods of dealing with the opponent were still understandable. The unknown was frightening. It was too weird that the opponent was defeated halfway through his soul skill. The top of the stone pillar is closed in an arc shape, forming a completely enclosed space blockade. This is how Han Lan won the previous 2 matches. As the controller of the earth element, she chose the control route. Although her first soul skill is only 10 years old, it is very powerful and can directly restrict the opponent. But because it is 10 years old, the restrictions on her are not small. For example, after using this soul skill once, she cannot use it again for at least 20 seconds. If this happened on the battlefield, she would probably only have this one chance to show her ability. Wu Changkong will start counting down after the students are trapped. If they cannot escape from the stone prison within 10 seconds, they will lose. Han Lan won the first game in this way. The second game was even faster. The student tried to rush out of the stone prison at the beginning, but the stone prison was too fast. He stepped on the edge and was pushed high into the air. If Wu Changkong hadn't caught him in time, he would have fallen and become unable to take care of himself. 10. Wu Changkong began to count down expressionlessly. After the first match with Han Lan, he said that if you fight against a control-type soul master and are controlled for 10 seconds, it is no different from being dead, so he only gave 10 seconds. If Han Lan escaped, he would lose, and if he couldn't break out, Han Lan would win. It was that simple and brutal. However, before Wu Changkong could count to 7, he saw Han Lan, who was still retreating, fall headfirst to the ground, and the stone prison that trapped Nan Fuxian began to make dong, dong, dong sounds. Boom! With soul power attached to his fists, Nan Fuxian knocked the stone pillars in front of him to the ground with one punch after another, and then walked out from the rubble. At this time, Han Lan was still struggling, until Nan Fuxian walked in front of her. Wu Changkong directly announced that Han Lan was eliminated. It doesn't seem like a spiritual type of soul skill, but when he was trapped in the stone prison by Han Lan, there was a slight fluctuation of spiritual power. Is he locking onto a target? Wu Changkong thought to himself. Tang Wulin undoubtedly defeated his opponent once again. Xie was given a bye. At this point in the competition, only the last 3 people were left. All the students' eyes were on Wu Changkong. There were only 3 of them left. How should they fight? Wu Changkong hesitated for a moment and said, Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian, you two fight first. The winner will face Xie. A hint of pride suddenly appeared on Xie's face, and he looked at Tang Woolen with some pride, as if to say, "See, the teacher still values me the most." Tang Woolen didn't even look at him and walked back to the center of the venue. "Come to think of it, this is the first time we two have fought each other." Nanfuxian chuckled. "That's right, so I hope you can do your best." Tang Woolen looked at Nanfuxian and said seriously, "Begin." With Wu Changkong's announcement, the only competition in the fourth round began. Chapter 18 Winning. As soon as Wu Changkong finished speaking, Tang Woolen released the blue-silver grass at the first moment, and at the same time, he quickly exerted force with his legs and pounced towards Nanfuxian at a rapid speed. Tang Woolen had carefully observed Nanfuxian's 3 previous rounds of battles. He found that Nanfuxian's opponents in the first 2 rounds fainted directly in the process of releasing their spirit skills. However, when fighting against Han Lan in the 3rd round, Nanfuxian did not knock Han Lan unconscious immediately. The difference between the two is that Han Lan got away from Nanfuxian and trapped him at the first opportunity. Although Nanfuxian won in the end, Tang Woolen still saw a flaw. It seemed that it took a certain amount of time for Nanfuxian to release his soul skills. Otherwise, why didn't he knock his opponent unconscious at the first opportunity, giving his opponent the opportunity to release his soul skills? Although it was just a guess, Tang Woolen had no choice but to gamble on whether his guess was right, so he chose to rush towards Nanfuxian as soon as possible. At the same time, he tried his best to let the blue-silver grass cover his figure and Nanfuxian's sight, hoping to decide the outcome as quickly as possible. What a pity! First soul skill, revised steel. Tang Woolen finally fell down. When he fell to the ground, Nanfuxian slowly walked towards him. He looked relaxed on the outside, but his body was tense, so that if he found something wrong, he could retreat quickly. After all, the person in front of him was the grandson of the plains, so he had to be careful of his sudden explosion. However, Nanfuxian did not get up until he walked in front of Tang Woolen. There was a glimmer of surprise in Wu Changkong's eyes as well. He nodded and said, "Nanfuxian wins." With his keen eyesight, he still couldn't figure out the details of Nanfuxian's soul skills. He could only roughly guess that it was aimed at the spirit, but it didn't seem like the method used by a spirit-type soul master. This also made him a little interested in Nanfuxian. Wu Changkong said to Xie, "Xie, it's your turn." Xie leaped to the center of the venue and looked at Nanfuxian arrogantly. In his heart, he wanted to fight with Tang Woolen more. After all, Tang Woolen had beaten him up twice in a row, and each time he hit him in the face. But it didn't matter. It seemed that the other party was from the same hometown as Tang Woolen. And he had even defeated Tang Woolen. So he would get back at Tang Woolen first. Just as Xie was gathering his feelings and preparing to deal with Nanfuxian, suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the side. "4th round, 2nd match, Xie vs Wu Changkong." "What?" Xie exclaimed and turned to look at the cold and arrogant male god. Wu Changkong glanced at him coldly. "You had a bye in the 3rd match. Do you think that unfairness will happen in my class? Take my attack once, and then fight Nanfuxian." Xie stared at him in amazement. "Teacher Wu, you are not kidding. You are a teacher." Wu Changkong had already walked to Nanfuxian and waved to him, and Nanfuxian left the stage on his own accord. Wu Changkong slapped his right hand on his waist and untied his belt. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Xie took 2 steps back cautiously, but he soon discovered that Wu Changkong's trousers fit him very well, and there was no sign of them falling down even after unbuckling the belt. Wu Changkong shook his wrist, and his belt was stretched straight. He said calmly, "I won't release my martial spirit, you just need to take my sword." As he spoke, he took a step forward with his left foot, and the sword on the belt in his hand stabbed towards Xie. 8. Xie's combat experience can be said to be the most abundant among all the students in the class. His martial spirit was released instantly and his body retreated like lightning. What a joke! If you don't release your martial spirit, you won't be strong? With the support of soul power, there is no difference between the belt and the sword. Run first. Xie was very confident in his speed. As he retreated, he held the light dragon dagger in front of him. However, a shocking scene happened. He retreated quickly, but Wu Changkong's belt sword was always in front of him. It looked like a simple straight stab, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not dodge it. Snapped. Ouch! At the moment before it was about to stab Xie, the belt softened again and hit his shoulder, sending him flying. He rolled twice on the ground before getting up, covering his shoulder and grimacing. What was even more terrifying was that sweat instantly fell from Xie's forehead. In the moment before Wu Changkong hit him, he even felt as if his life was about to end. The strong pressure made him extremely nervous, and after being blown away, he relaxed and became like this. Xie wiped the sweat off his forehead and stood there with a thoughtful look on his face, thinking about the pressure brought by the sword just now. Wu Changkong's sword strike was not aimless. In the face of pressure, he seemed to have grasped something. Wu Changkong seemed to have only one sword strike, but his aura blocked all his escape routes and stuck to him, leaving him no chance to escape. In this situation, if he wanted to rush out, what should he do? A minute later, get ready. Xie raised his head again and looked at Nanfuxian, who was standing beside him. Nanfuxian was also looking at him. Xie had also seen Nanfuxian's previous battle, but like Tang Wulin, he believed that it would take time for Nanfuxian to release his soul skills, and he thought that with his speed, he could definitely take him down before Nanfuxian released his soul skills. However, after having just experienced the brutal beating by Wu Changkong, Xie suppressed his pride and prepared to go all out. Start! With Wu Zhangkong's order, the final showdown between Class 1 and Class 5 kicked off. Xie released his martial spirit, and the light dragon dagger flashed in his palm. His right hand holding the light dragon dagger moved slightly to the side, and his left hand was also raised at the same time, as if there was something invisible. At the same time, the whole person was like an agile cheetah, rushing straight towards Nanfuxian. Nanfuxian also released his martial spirit at the first moment, his eyes flickering as he looked at Xie, who was rushing towards him. Although the previous battle between Wu Changkong and Xie was just a one-sided beating, after experiencing Wu Changkong's sword, Xie not only gained some insights, but his spirit also entered an excited state. In this case, Xie's resistance to mental soul skills was greatly enhanced. What a pity! I'm not a spiritual soul master. First soul skill, revised steel. A familiar posture, a familiar fall, Xie was eliminated before he could even inflict his damage. Nanfuxian wins. Wu Zhangkong looked around at the entire class and said coldly, "The competition is over. Do you know how you made me feel? Rotten wood cannot be carved." This cold and arrogant male god directly asked and answered his own question. No wonder you were assigned to Class 5. You are all useless. However, even if you are just a piece of scrap metal, I will temper you into steel. You all saw the competition just now. Nanfuxian's spirit power is far behind Xie's, but he defeated Xie in the end. At the same time, what is Tang Wulin's martial spirit? It is recognized as a useless martial spirit, blue-silver grass. If he hadn't met Nanfuxian, the outcome of his battle with Xie would still be unknown. Wu Changkong criticized the people in Class 5, told them the importance of physical fitness, and announced that they would conduct physical training tomorrow, then dismissed everyone in Class 5. Nanfuxian, Xie, Tang Wulin, the three of you follow me. After saying these last words, Wu Zhangkong turned and walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 19 Wu Changkong Online Pua. When I called you trash just now, it also included you three. The cold and arrogant male god's first words made the faces of the three people change slightly. Even if you don't give me a reward, at least give me some encouragement. Wu Zhongkong looked at Tang Wulin. You played well today, but you didn't fully utilize your strengths. Your blue-silver grass must have mutated, and it's tougher than an ordinary person. However, your spirit power is too weak, and you can't hold on for too long. In this case, as long as the opponent's spirit power is higher than yours, you don't have much chance. At this stage, the most important thing for you is to improve your cultivation. Tang Wulin said helplessly, but Teacher Wu, I still need to learn forging. Wu Zhangkong's eyebrows moved slightly. Forging? You are a soul master, why should you learn forging? Stupid birds fly into the forest early. You are already a stupid bird, but you are still wasting your time on unnecessary things. Tang Wulin lowered his head and said, but everyone says that my martial spirit is useless, and my soul is not good either. Wu Zhongkong interrupted him directly, so you are planning to become a blacksmith? What nonsense! Remember, you are my student. Before I judge you as a waste, you have to work hard for me to become a soul master. Development in the direction of the division. Xie's mouth twitched. Didn't you just say that the three of us are trash? However, seeing Tang Wulin being criticized, he was still a little happy in his heart. You slapped me in the face twice. Oh. Tang Wulin agreed, but of course he would not give up forging. The sense of accomplishment he gained from forging made him unable to give up. In terms of martial arts, all he gets is frustration. Wu Zhongkong turned to look at Xie. Why are you laughing? Do you think you are better than him? It's fun to hide twin martial souls. The 18th level of soul power depends more on the innate advantages of twin martial souls. Innate full of soul power. Are you very proud of this? Xie raised his head and looked at Wu Zhongkong in surprise. How did he know everything? Wu Zhongkong said coldly, you are still far from it. There are also useless twin martial souls. As a quick attack type combat soul master, you have used both martial souls, but you can't even get close to the opponent. Is it an honor? Xie's face flushed red, and he was speechless for a moment. Teacher, what are twin martial spirits? Tang Wulin asked curiously. Wu Zhongkong frowned. Is your junior college teacher just a slacker? He doesn't even know about twin martial souls? Twin martial souls mean having two martial souls. The benefits of having two martial souls are obvious. Generally, the owners of twin martial souls are born with full soul power. It is much easier to practice, and both martial souls can add soul rings. However, after entering the soul age, the advantage of twin martial souls is not that great due to the constraints of mental power. No one's mental power can withstand a soul with 18 soul rings. Unless, like the first generation of the Spirit Pagoda Master, he has a spiritual attribute martial soul, and each soul is extremely powerful and can be endowed with multiple soul rings. Tang Wulin looked at Xie. They were all human beings, so why was it so unfair? He had a useless martial soul, but he had twin martial souls. The gap was too big. Wu Zhongkong suddenly asked Tang Wulin, do you think his martial spirit is good? Wu Zhongkong curled his lips, not necessarily better than yours. His martial spirit is a dagger, and his second martial spirit should be the same, but it's invisible. The dagger has a short attack range. What can it do in modern mecha warfare? Agility attack type combat spirit masters are most restricted after becoming mecha masters. And the martial spirit of control type combat spirit masters is the most helpful to mecha warfare. Xie stared at Wu Zhongkong with wide eyes. Could it be that Tang Wulin is his biological son? Why should he give him confidence by belittling me? This is so unfair. And Nanfuxian, your performance just now was remarkable, but you also exposed your weakness. You relied too much on your spirit skills. Although your spirit skills are excellent, no spirit skill is perfect. If one day you encounter an opponent who can restrain this soul skill, what will you do? If I am not mistaken about your soul skill, it not only takes a certain amount of time to release, but also requires mental power to lock it. For example, if you encounter a spiritual soul master like Ling Bing Douluo Huo Yu Hao, do you think your attack speed can be as fast as the opponent? Wu Zhongkong said. Yes, Teacher Wu, I understand. After hearing Wu Changkong's words, Nan Fuxian did not refute. He could see that Wu Changkong said these words just to suppress them and grind their arrogance. In simple terms, he was pooing them, although the soul skills he displayed now did have this shortcoming. But Wu Zhongkong was short-sighted after all. After all, Tang Wulin was already able to forge 1,000 times. Even in the forging world, a 9-year-old who could forge 1,000 times should be considered unique. But you actually advised others not to forge. If you let Tang Wulin's teacher know, he will fight you to the death. Nan Fuxian's first soul skill is nothing more than the stealing released through his time worm martial soul. This is also one of Nan Fuxian's discoveries during this period. After all, if his normal first soul skill is exposed, wouldn't he be regarded as an evil soul master by others? Even if he couldn't, he would probably be shunned by others. No one likes the feeling of being parasitized by others at any time, so he directly exposed his stealing ability because he might use this ability frequently in the future. However, it was enough for him to only expose his ability to steal consciousness. His first soul skill, deprivation of time, could deprive others of their consciousness for a period of time, depending on the strength and mental strength of both parties. This was the excuse that Nan Fuxian had thought of. At the same time, Nan Fuxian also discovered that his time worm spirit could cover up some of his stealing shortcomings. For example, as a Sequence 5 dream stealer. You can take away other people's ideals and dreams, steal other people's memories, and steal the ideas that they are about to put into practice, causing them to become temporarily stagnant. However, at this stage, you cannot retain the stolen ideas, and you must take corresponding actions on behalf of the object of the theft. Just like if Nan Fuxian and Xie were standing on the edge of a cliff, and Xie wanted to jump off the cliff and was ready to take action, but Nan Fuxian stole his idea, then Xie would be briefly dazed, but Nan Fuxian would respond by jumping off the cliff. This is a huge hidden danger, but when Nan Fuxian was experimenting with stealing this ability, he also discovered that he could steal this ability through his martial soul, or he could let his martial soul or soul spirit bear the cost on his behalf, just like he stole someone else's idea of jumping off a building, then Nan Fuxian could let his martial soul and soul spirit take corresponding actions, but he himself didn't have to do anything. Chapter 20, Tang Wulin suffers from school bullying. Xie was cheered up. Are rewards going to be given out? Every new school year, the academy will have a competition, both for the intermediate and senior departments. We have 6 grades in the intermediate department, and all of them will participate. The competition is called the promotion competition. Promotional tournament. Tang Wulin's eyes showed confusion. Wu Zhongkong said, the so-called promotion competition starts with the weakest class, and students are selected to participate in the challenge. Class 5 challenges Class 4, and so on. If the challenge is won, the class prefixes are exchanged. In other words, if we beat Class 4, then we will no longer be the bottom class, Class 5 of Grade 1, but Class 4 of Grade 1. The lower-ranked classes confirm the number of challengers, and after winning, they can continue to challenge forward until they lose the game, from Grade 1 to Grade 6. The highest title they can get is Class 1 of the grade. If they continue to challenge higher grade classes and win, there will be rewards for each first victory in the cross-level challenge. Xie asked, that means our class was the first to initiate the challenge. Among all 6 grades, there were 5 classes in the first grade, and Class 5 ranked last. In other words, in the entire intermediate department, their class was at the bottom. Yes. Wu Zhongkong nodded. For the class, this is a battle of honor. At the same time, if you can challenge opponents of higher levels, the rewards will be very generous. Xie said proudly, no problem, Teacher Wu, just leave it to me. I will fight all the way up, maybe I can challenge the 6th grade directly. Wu Zhongkong snorted disdainfully, you were just defeated by Nanfuxian, and now you've forgotten the pain. The minimum number of participants is 2. Besides, do you really think that twin martial spirits are invincible? Do you know who can be selected into the first class? In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses, although many geniuses die. However, in the intermediate department, your talent can only be considered average. After hearing what Wu Chongkong said, Xie was speechless for a moment. There was nothing he could do, since he had indeed lost. And who said that the minimum number of participants is 2, and that only 2 people can participate? When Xie heard Wu Changkong's words, he had a bad guess in his mind. He turned his head in shock and looked at Tang Wulin. Teacher, you don't mean to let us compete with him, do you? Nanfuxian just wanted to say, when did it become just the 2 of us? Are we familiar with each other? Wu Zhongkong leaned back in his chair and suddenly acted very generous. You can have a better choice if you want. Xie wanted to say, I won't go with him. But after thinking about it, he couldn't say anything when he recalled those students who had terrible abilities in the class competition, not to mention Nanfuxian who defeated him. In any case, the guy in front of him had defeated him twice before, and he also had the mysterious power of golden scales. Wu Zhongkong said, the competition will be held in a month. Therefore, starting from tomorrow, in addition to class, I will conduct special training for the 3 of you every night. The task I have set for you is very simple. Let us the name of the class becomes Grade 1, Class 1. Tang Wulin asked subconsciously, then what if we fail to do it? Haha. Wu Zhongkong smiled. He was already very handsome, and this smile made Tang Wulin and Xie dazed. However, while they were dazed, they also felt a chill rising from their tailbone, chilling them to the bone. Walking out of Wu Changkong's office, Nanfuxian had a blank expression on his face, while Tang Wulin had a smile on his face. Although it was because other students were not good enough, at least he was selected to represent the class in the competition. This was the honor of a soul master. Had he finally taken a step in the world of soul masters? In addition to Teacher Mangtian, Teacher Wu also said that he had hope. Hey! Xie called him coldly. Tang Wulin turned his head and looked at him. What are you doing? I will fight you again. I won't eat your A-class meal for nothing. That's not what I want to say. I want to tell you not to hold me back in the competition in a month. Xie said proudly. Tang Wulin sighed softly, does your face still hurt? Nanfuxian also sighed like Tang Wulin, does your face still hurt? When Xie fell to the ground after Nanfuxian stole his consciousness, his face hit the ground first. The pride on Xie's face froze instantly, and his fists clenched tightly. Tang Wulin patted his shoulder and said, I have to go out tonight. I'll play with you tomorrow night. After hearing what Tang Wulin said, Xie pointed his finger at Nanfuxian, I don't accept today's match. If you have the guts, don't use that spirit skill this time. Fight me head on. Hearing this, Nanfuxian was immediately amused. Okay, I cannot use that soul skill, but you have to not use soul power in return. You are a spirit master of the agility attack system, and you want me, a spirit master of the control system, to fight you head on? Have you forgotten what Teacher Wu just said? After hearing this, Xie didn't know how to refute. After all, what others said did make sense. Nanfuxian ignored him and went straight to the cafeteria, while Tang Wulin went to the senior department. After lunch, we continued with the afternoon classes. The meditation technique taught by Wu Chongkong was indeed much more complicated than that taught in the junior college, but the effect was obviously better. It was said to be a simplified version of the super meditation technique derived from the legendary Shrek College on the mainland. Under the pressure of Wu Changkong's cold gaze, the students learned very quickly. In one afternoon, basically everyone had mastered the basic operation methods. The next morning, Nan Fuxian finished his training and walked towards the dormitory building with Wang Ba and the other two. Before they reached the gate, he saw a group of senior students surrounding a man. School bullying? Nan Fuxian was in no mood to meddle in other people's business until he saw a figure rushing out from the group of senior students. It was Tang Wulin. Just as Tang Wulin was about to break out of the encirclement, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him silently, followed by a strong light. Nan Fuxian, who was watching, couldn't help but squint his eyes, and his skin felt a little stinging. Tang Wulin, who was facing the attack head-on, felt as if his body was on fire. His forward speed suddenly slowed down. With a cold snort and a pain in his chest, he was kicked and fell back into the previous encirclement. Seeing this scene, Nan Fuxian knew that the time had come for him to take action. No matter if it was to win Tang Wulin's favor or because they were both classmates in Class 5, he should take action out of both emotion and reason. Otherwise, if Wu Changkong found out later, he would definitely be criticized and might even be put on record. Chapter 21 Solving School Bullying starts with me. The bright light was released by Mu Xi. The yellow 100-year soul ring under her feet rose up, and there were 2 soul rings. Above her head, a golden ball of light like the sun was shining. On her left shoulder, a small orange-red flame was beating slightly, which seemed to be her soul. The heat was receding, but the temperature of the surrounding air was still much higher. At this moment, she looked at a tall senior student who was about to raise his fist to hit Tang Wulin in the face, and immediately shouted, "Stop!" The male student then stopped in disappointment, but still pushed Tang Wulin. The other senior students moved aside on their own, and Mu Xi slowly walked in front of Tang Wulin. Although the temperature of her martial spirit was dropping, her aura was still strong. With 2 rings, she is already a great soul master. I'm Mu Xi from Class 1, Grade 5 of the Intermediate Department. I want to compete with you in forging. If you plan to continue your studies in the academy, don't refuse. Mu Xi said coldly. She has been a competitive girl since childhood. Tang Wulin's eyes narrowed. What he hated most was someone threatening him. The stubborn part of his character quickly took over. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the senior students around him, including Mu Xi, felt their minds go fuzzy and their bodies began to shake. When they stood firm, a cold voice rang out. If you plan to survive, stop talking nonsense and get your lackeys out of here. Mu Xi's expression changed slightly, her slender body tensed instantly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Others didn't know what was happening, but she could clearly feel a hard object pressing against her waist. As the daughter of the 8-star saint craftsman Mu Chen, Mu Xi was considered knowledgeable. How could she not realize that it was a gun, a big and thick gun? 9. Mu Xi didn't think that she, a second-ring spirit master, could withstand the attack of a spirit guide gun at such a close distance. She didn't dare to move, and she didn't even dare to release her spirit again. Let them all get out of here. The sinister voice sounded again. A face popped out from the side of Mu Xi. Wasn't it Nan Fuxian? He was much shorter than Mu Xi. It seemed that one of his arms was hanging on Mu Xi's shoulder, and the other hand was holding a soul guide gun, which was pressed against Mu Xi's waist. Asshole, do you know what you are doing? The tall male student roared, but his voice became weaker and weaker, because at this time a cold breath kept coming from his neck, as if his throat would be cut if he moved the slightest. At the same time, there was a dagger against his waist. We knew exactly what we were doing. A voice came from behind the senior student, and a figure slowly emerged. Wasn't it yes yet? Nan Fuxian said coldly, our patience is limited. If you think we dare not take action in the academy, then you can try. As he spoke, he put a little force on Mu Xi's neck with his other hand, and Mu Xi immediately groaned in pain. All of you go. Mu Xi growled. She could clearly feel the murderous intent coming from behind her. After all, she was only a 13-year-old child, and fear quickly took over. The senior students had to disperse. At this moment, a roar rang out, "Stop!" Xiesiet, who was standing by, felt his whole body go numb, and the light dragon dagger and the invisible shadow dragon dagger in his hands disappeared almost at the same time. The next moment, he was caught in the hands of a tall figure like an eagle catching a chick. After seeing that figure, Nanfuxian pushed Mu Xi forward and let her go. Intermediate Department Teaching Office. Tell me. What's going on? Long Hengxiu, the Dean of Students, looked at the students in front of him with a sinking face. Mu Xi lowered her head and said, "I just went to compete with Tang Woolen in forging." Long Hengxiu glared at him coldly, "Is this why you threatened the senior with a knife? What if they don't stop? Did you really kill him?" Xiexie curled his lips and glanced at the seniors present with disdain. "That's not certain." Long Hengxiu turned to look at Nanfuxian, who was standing beside him. "It is forbidden to bring powerful soul guides into the academy. Where did you get that soul guide gun? And you used it to threaten the senior sister. If you don't explain this matter clearly, then I have the right to expel you from the academy." Unlike Xiesiet, who at least threatened with his own martial spirit, Nanfuxian was illegally carrying a weapon and used it to threaten his senior. This was much more serious. The Federation now had regulations on this kind of soul guide, and the Academy also had a clear ban on carrying this kind of soul guide gun that could directly threaten the lives of others. If Nanfuxian does not explain clearly, Long Hengxiu may not report the case to law enforcement officers for the sake of their teacher-student relationship, but he will not keep Nanfuxian, an unstable element, around. Nanfuxian lowered his head slightly, his eyes slightly reddened. "This is my mother's relic. The day before I came to Donghai College, a thug broke into my house and raped my mother. This soul guide gun belongs to that man. I snatched the gun from that man and shot him dead, but my mother also used the gun to commit suicide afterwards. This matter is also on record in ALA City. Director Long, you can fire me if you want, but I will not hand over this soul guide gun." After hearing Nanfuxian's words, everyone present was moved and couldn't help but look at Nanfuxian. Even Xiesiet, who had a bit of a beef with Nanfuxian, didn't expect that Nanfuxian would encounter such a thing. Among them, Tang Woolen had the biggest reaction. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to start. At this moment, Long Hengxiu just wanted to slap himself. What a guy, others are already so miserable, but he still forced others to talk about sad things. As for the possibility that Nanfuxian was lying, he also ruled it out directly. After all, such things could be found out by going to ALA City. There was no need to lie at all. Long Hengxiu awkwardly changed the subject and turned the conversation to Tang Woolen. "What about you? As the instigator, what do you want to say?" Although Tang Woolen was shocked by Nanfuxian's experience, his eyes were very firm as he said, "When I was a child, my father taught me this truth. When I first entered junior college, my father told me that if he knew that I bullied students younger than me in school, he would teach me a lesson. However, if a student older than me bullied me, then I would fight back without hesitation and he would never blame me." Looking at the children in front of him, Long Hengxiu suddenly felt tired. One was unruly, one had a miserable life, and one spoke with reason and logic. Having been the dean for so many years, he was actually speechless after hearing what he said. "Well said. I don't think my students have done anything wrong." A cold voice sounded. The door of the teaching office opened, and Wu Zhongkong walked in with a gloomy face. Long Hengxiu frowned. "Teacher Wu, have you even forgotten the most basic etiquette of knocking on the door?" Wu Zhongkong said coldly, "Sorry. Long Hengxiu's facial muscles twitched slightly. This apology is not sincere at all. When he was in the senior department, he had already caused headaches for the director of the teaching department there. When he came here, he was already teaching the worst class, but he didn't change at all. You are very capable of bullying the weak. Wu Zhongkong glanced coldly at the students in grade 5 class 1, led by Mu Xi. I won't bully the weak, but if I find out that you dare to mess with my students again, I will beat up your head teacher. Long Hengxiu said angrily, Teacher Wu, please respect yourself. Wu Zhongkong said coldly, if you can beat me, I will respect myself. After that, he took Nan Fuxian with one hand and Tang Wulin with the other, and led the two of them out of the training office. Xie, Sigma, degree. Teacher Wu, have you forgotten that there is another person here? Looking at the red-faced Long Hengxiu, he didn't want to stay here and be affected by Long Hengxiu's anger, so Xie followed Wu Changkong's steps and walked out. You! Long Hengxiu stood up angrily and wanted to stop him, but when he thought of what Wu Changkong had done in the senior department, he didn't muster the courage to stop him. This guy is simply a lunatic. You guys! Each of you will receive a warning and punishment. It's really cool to bully the small ones. The angry dean directly vented his temper on the 5th grade class 1. Chapter 22 Guyu arrives. Looking at his tall and straight figure, Tang Wulin quickly quickened his pace and caught up with him. Thank you, teacher. Wu Zhongkong said calmly, you didn't do anything wrong, there's nothing to thank you for. No one can delay my class. Xie leaned forward with a rare smile on his face, Teacher Wu, you were so handsome just now. I admire you. Even if you train us to death, I will never complain. Remember what you said. Wu Changkong said dimly. Thank you. Tang Wulin held Xie, thank you too. Xie said in annoyance, why do you sound so awkward? You don't have to thank me, I just can't stand them bullying the few with their numbers, and bullying the weak with their strength. Tang Wulin smiled, we are friends. Xie curled his lips and said, it's too easy for you to make friends. I don't think of you as a friend. Tang Wulin said, that's not important. After Tang Wulin thanked Xie, he looked at Nan Fuxian and said, Fuxian, thank you too, you. Okay, Wulin, we are friends. How can we just stand by and watch something like this happen? You don't have to comfort me. You know the situation at my home. Maybe death will be the only relief for my mother. Nan Fuxian interrupted Tang Wulin and showed a bitter smile on his face. Xie, who was standing by, looked at Nan Fuxian in surprise. What did it mean that death was the best relief? However, he was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said to Nan Fuxian, I made a slip of the tongue last time, but I still don't accept it. Let's have a fair duel next time. Wu Zhongkong, who was walking in front, heard some noisy sounds behind him and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but it was fleeting, like an illusion. The cold and arrogant teacher would not comfort people, so he decided to let them solve it themselves. Early morning. Xie soon regretted what he had said to Wu Zhongkong. Wu Zhongkong was definitely a teacher who kept his word. The physical training class we agreed on yesterday would be carried out immediately today. Basic physical training, running. The playground of the intermediate department of Donghai College is 800 meters long. 10 laps is the task Wu Changkong gave them in the morning. And it is said to be a warm-up. When the students heard the number 10 laps, even if they didn't say it out loud, they were filled with resentment in their hearts. That's 8 kilometers. However, when they saw Wu Changkong take out 3 sets of iron armor made of thick chains weighing 20 kilograms and put them on Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin, and Xie, they dared not say anything and were extremely grateful. If it was yesterday, Xie would have definitely fought back with his temper, but today he was helpless. Although he was arrogant, he would definitely try his best to do what he said. Moreover, after what happened yesterday, he really admired Wu Changkong. Xie had always been proud of his cold and arrogant personality, but this teacher Wu was not only colder and more arrogant than him, but also had a strong cold and arrogant strength. The cold and arrogant male god lived up to his reputation. Tang Wulin was even more speechless. Instead, he was very excited about this kind of hard training. Nan Fuxian did not object to this kind of training, after all, it was an old Shrek tradition. Xie was a quick attack spirit master. At the beginning, despite carrying a 20 Jin iron armor, he still ran very fast. Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin were not fast runners, but they were steady and able to keep up with the main group. On the fourth lap, his breathing was rapid, his lungs seemed to be on fire, and the iron clothes on his body seemed to be several times heavier. Now he didn't even have the strength to regret the words he said to Wu Zhongkong. "How are you?" Tang Wulin's voice came from behind. Xie turned to look at him. Although Tang Wulin was also sweating, his situation was much better than him. "I'm fine." Xie gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. Was he almost caught up by this guy? And isn't Nan Fuxian a control type? Why is he acting more relaxed than me? It would be fine if he lost to Tang Wulin in terms of physical fitness. After all, he had seen Tang Wulin's brute strength after 2 competitions with him, but at least he couldn't lose to Nan Fuxian. Tang Wulin breathed evenly. It makes sense for Teacher Wu to ask us to bear weight. After all, we are going to represent the class in the promotion competition. Xie didn't say anything. Talking was also a burden for him now. 5 laps. Xie could no longer control his body, and his legs were as heavy as lead. Tang Wulin and Nan Fuxian could have surpassed him earlier, but they didn't. Tang Wulin's feeling at this moment was completely different from Xie's. The 20 Jin weight on him was like nothing. After running 5 laps, it really felt like just a warm-up. As for Nan Fuxian, although his path is biased towards the survival mage route, after the transformation of the magic potion, his physical fitness will never lose to the general offensive war soul master. Both parties quietly extended a hand to Xie's armpit. Xie felt his whole body lighten, his steps suddenly became brisk, and he looked at the 2 people in surprise. Nan Fuxian looked straight ahead, while Tang Wulin just smiled, quickened his pace, and continued running with Xie. Wu Zhongkong stood in the middle of the playground, looking at the students of Class 5 who had been routed. His face was calm, only frowning occasionally. "Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin, you 2 are very strong, right? Then you can run with him for another 10 laps. Xie turned to look at Tang Wulin, but saw that his face was still calm, and he just murmured, "I have to run 10 more laps, so it's faster. Don't delay your lunch." "I didn't eat in the morning, I'm already hungry." Xie couldn't help but ask, "Are you still human? Don't you feel tired?" Tang Wulin smiled slightly, "It's not bad." Nan Fuxian was much more direct. "Okay, Wulin, run faster so we can finish early and rest early." Xie, at this moment, I deeply realized that I was the rookie. At this moment, a girl walked slowly towards the school gate on the playground of the intermediate school. It was a girl wearing white trousers and a white top. She looked about the same age as the students in grade 1, class 5. She was not particularly pretty, but delicate. She had long black hair and black eyes. Her figure was above average for her age, and she was well proportioned. Her big eyes were bright and sharp. As she walked, her steps seemed to have a special rhythm and a strange aura. Chapter 23 Xie is actually me. Wu Changkong, who was watching the students in class 5 running, noticed this girl. Wu Changkong's gaze paused on her. This girl was not wearing a school uniform, and it was already class time. "Which class are you in?" Wu Zhongkong walked up. The girl's attention seemed to be attracted by other things. She looked at Tang Wulin and Nan Fuxian who were running with Xie, and seemed to be very interested in the 3 people wearing iron armor. I'm here to go to school. But, they said the registration time has passed. She raised her head and looked at Wu Zhongkong and said. Wu Zhongkong frowned, aren't you a student of Donghai College? The girl said, not yet, but I hope to go to school here. Is that okay? Teacher. If she had been replaced by another teacher, she might have been kicked away directly, but was Wu Zhongkong another teacher? No. This is the Soul Master Academy. If you want to go to school, you have to rely on your ability. Wu Zhongkong said coldly. I can take the exam. The girl smiled. Wu Zhongkong asked, what's your name? The girl said, my name is Gu Yu. Wu Zhongkong nodded, okay, I'll give you a chance. After that, he turned to the three people who were running, Xie, give your iron armor to Tang Wulin, and come here. Xie had recovered somewhat from the 2 rounds thanks to the help of Tang Wulin and Nanfuxian. He stopped, took off his iron armor and handed it to Tang Wulin. Can you put on an extra iron armor? Tang Wulin said, it's easier than taking you with me. He took the iron armor and put it on casually. Then Xie saw that this guy accelerated again. Nanfuxian also accelerated with Tang Wulin. The physical strength they have is really not that of a human. Panting, Xie came to Wu Zhongkong in the middle of the playground. Teacher Wu. Wu Zhongkong said, your physical strength is too poor. Xie protested, we agility attack spirit masters only need instantaneous explosive power and flexibility, and don't need too much physical strength. Wu Zhongkong said disdainfully, superficial. Well, I'll give you a chance today. If you defeat her, you don't have to run this morning. Xie then noticed the girl next to Wu Zhongkong and looked her up and down. He took a deep breath and adjusted his soul power, no problem. Wu Zhongkong said, I'll give you 20 minutes to rest. We'll start in 20 minutes. Xie didn't say anything more. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate and rest. The previous run had consumed a lot of his physical strength and soul power. As a quick attack type combat soul master, he was indeed not at an advantage in this regard. Gu Yu didn't even look at him, but glanced around, seeming to be very curious about everything here. Wu Zhongkong glanced at her and said, it is the most unwise thing to do to despise your opponent. Gu Yu said, I don't despise him. Although he said this, the disregard in his eyes seemed to say that this guy is not worthy of my contempt at all. Wu Zhongkong stopped talking and continued to pay attention to the other students who were running. In this kind of physical training, physical strength is undoubtedly the most important. Tang Wulin and Nanfuxian were running in the front. Their speed was not particularly fast, but they were stable. Even though Tang Wulin was wearing 2 iron armors, it did not affect his pace. As for Nanfuxian, to be honest, even Wu Zhongkong didn't expect Nanfuxian's physical fitness to be so good. Is this a characteristic of children in Ala City? While running, Tang Wulin also paid attention to the center of the playground. He was also a little curious about what was going on with this sudden appearance of the girl. Nanfuxian noticed that when Tang Wulin looked at the girl Gu Yu seemed to be looking in Tang Wulin's direction inadvertently. When their eyes met, Gu Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp, but soon calmed down, as if the sharp look just now was an illusion. 20 minutes passed quickly. 10. Xie jumped up, stretched his body, and regained his spirits. Wu Zhongkong nodded, the distance is 30 meters, prepare. The students in class 5 who were running in circles now slowed down even more, and everyone was looking at the 2 people who were preparing to fight in the middle of the playground. Among his peers, Xie was already the second most powerful person they had ever seen. They didn't know who was stronger, him or this strange girl. Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin were also paying attention to this competition, but Nanfuxian knew that Xie would never be a match for Gu Yu. As expected, with ice, fire, earth and wind, Xie was bombarded by Gu Yu and couldn't get close to him at all. In the end, his face was covered with light elements and tears flowed. He refused to accept the defeat even when Wu Chongkong announced it was his defeat. You win. Wu Chongkong said to Guyu. Xie protested, Teacher, I didn't lose. My attacks were so intense just now, her attacks might not be able to break through. Wu Chongkong snorted coldly, If you lose, you lose. Just now when you were waving your dagger around, she was already behind you. She looked at Wu Chongkong, Teacher, can I enroll now? Wu Chongkong nodded, I will definitely do what I promised you. But first, you need to tell me your origins and what your martial spirit is. Guyu took out a letter from her arms and said, This is my junior college recommendation letter. As for my martial spirit is an elementalist. Use element? Wu Zhongkong considered himself knowledgeable, but this was the first time he heard of the existence of this kind of martial spirit. In the battle Guyu just had with Xie, the abilities he displayed were truly astonishing, with 6 elemental abilities: ice, fire, earth, wind, light, and space. You know, among martial spirits, even if you only possess one element, you are already a top-level existence. Possessing 6 elements at the same time is simply unimaginable. Guyu saw the surprise in his eyes and did not hide it. I can control 6 elements, but my spirit ring cannot be attached to any one element. Therefore, I can control the changes of elements, but it is difficult to make them stronger. My first soul skill is called Elemental Tide. It can maintain my soul power for a longer period of time and enhance the power of controlling elements. After hearing what she said, Wu Zhongkong suddenly realized. Sure enough, there is absolutely no way in this world that there can be that kind of existence that can control all attributes and each of them is particularly powerful. She has only one martial spirit, not 6. Controlling 6 elements at the same time means that she cannot specialize in any one, and no element can directly have soul skills. The abilities she had just displayed were all released through her control over the elements. No wonder each of her abilities was not that strong. It was only through her clever use that she was able to restrain Xie. However, even so, this is definitely a top-level martial spirit, not inferior to the twin martial spirits. Apart from other things, just now she used the earth element to turn into a swamp to trap Xie, and then used the ice element to freeze the muddy swamp. This already has the prototype of some composite element applications. If well cultivated, this will definitely be an extremely powerful soul master genius in the future. Wu Zhongkong said, Okay, I understand. You are now a member of our class, Grade 1, Class 5. Thank you, teacher. Guyu agreed with a sweet smile. Wu Zhongkong's face turned cold. Then, let's go running with them. This is a compulsory physical training. Xie, you go too. Xie immediately said with a bitter face, Teacher, don't we have to run away after the fight? Wu Zhongkong snorted coldly, Did you win? I. Xie was angry and a little depressed. Isn't it? If Nanfuxian defeated him at the beginning because of his weird first soul skill, then he had tried his best in the battle with Guyu, but still lost. This girl's martial soul was too weird, even weirder than his own double dragon dagger. Guyu smiled slightly, did not refuse, and ran directly to the edge of the playground and started running with the other students from Class 5. Xie cried out in sorrow, but he had to go. Looking at their figures, a rare smile appeared on Wu Zhongkong's cold face, and he turned and walked towards the main teaching building. Why are you wearing iron chains on your body? Guyu walked briskly and asked curiously when she ran to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin said, Exercise your body. Teacher, please be more strict with me. You are really good. Guyu smiled and said, Actually, it's not that powerful. I'm not strong in any single element, I just control it well. It's the same with any martial spirit. As long as you have soul power, when you truly understand it and can control it every time, it will surprise you. Tang Wulin couldn't help but feel moved after hearing her words. Control? You are talking without any hesitation. Whose martial spirit can control so many aspects like yours? Xiexie's disapproving voice sounded from the other side. Without the iron armor and after a rest, he could run quite easily now. Guyu said, that's because you haven't fully understood your own martial spirit yet. Xiexie said unconvincedly, how do you know I don't understand? Guyu said, how can I know if I am defeated? Xiexie was so angry that he just wanted to bang his head against the wall. Wasn't he a genius? Why did he come to this school, and even to the worst class 5, and was defeated again and again? First, when he entered the dormitory, he had a conflict with Tang Wulin and was slapped in the face. Later, he was unwilling to accept it and used the power of money to force Tang Wulin to compete with him. In the end, he was slapped in the face again. Later, he finally regained a little sense of accomplishment as a genius by beating up weak opponents in the Class 5 competition, but he met Nanfuxian and was defeated before he could deal any damage. In today's long-distance run, he was beaten up by a girl who came from nowhere and was defeated again and again. At this moment, Guyu, who was running in front, turned around and looked at him with a smile. You seem to be thinking about something bad. No, let's hurry up and finish the run. Xiexie felt a chill passing through his heart and quickly shook his head. He felt very sad and angry. He and this girl named Guyu seemed to be at odds with each other, but he couldn't beat her. Chapter 24 Special Training. As for Xiexie, he did try to interject himself into the topic, but every time he talked to Guyu, he would face Guyu's look that said you trash, don't talk to me, which made him angry but he didn't dare to confront her. In short, he was both a novice and a chatty person. When Wu Chongkong came back, the running task he assigned was almost completed. Gather. The students in Class 5 were like the remnants of a defeated army, dragging their exhausted bodies and barely standing in the middle of the playground. That's all for this morning. Disband. Guyu, you stay. It's finally over, I'm so happy. Almost all the students ran to the dormitory as soon as possible so that they could finally rest. Guyu's face looked much rosier than before because of running. My name is Wu Chongkong, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Here are your dormitory keys, school uniform, and textbooks. From now on, you're officially a student in Grade 1, Class 5. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Guyu took the things handed to her by Wu Chongkong. Well, take a rest. We have classes in the afternoon. The afternoon class was still physical training, which was even more painful than the morning class. Where was the theory class? Wu Chongkong's explanation was simple. With your current physical fitness, what's the point of learning theory? When has the cold and arrogant male god ever been reasonable? At least we could keep running, but when running turned into frog jumps, within half an hour, the 5th class students were lying on the ground in the playground. After a full day of physical training, these 9-year-olds felt like crawling back to the dormitory. Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian, Xiexie, Guyu, come find me after dinner. Wu Zhangkong's cold voice rang out before the get-out of class ended. Xiexie relied on Tang Wulin's support to stand steadily, and his legs were still shaking. Guyu was better than him, but he also supported himself with his hands on his knees. Come again in the evening. After fighting side by side with Nanfuxian and the others yesterday, the coldness on Xiexie's face had disappeared a lot, and the whole person became more real. The temper of the young master of a rich family gradually emerged. Fortunately, the class teacher was Wu Chongkong, who could suppress him in all aspects, otherwise, he would not be able to stick to the physical education class. Teacher, this is also for our own good. Tang Wulin supported him. An hour before dinner, most of the students fell asleep. Although Nanfuxian was very tired, he still insisted on meditating. Now his meditation speed was several times faster than before. In the previous class competition, Nanfuxian had already secretly parasitized the students of Class 5 during the battle. Later, When Mu Xi brought senior students to threaten Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian also secretly parasitized them while using steel. Nanfuxian now has 5 shallow parasites that are parasitic on the bodies of senior students. He did not parasitize Mu Xi because her father is a saint craftsman and has a certain connection with the divine craftsman, so he was afraid of being discovered. There are 3 parasites on his roommate. For Nanfuxian, as long as the other party does not run out of Donghai City, he can still absorb soul power through the parasitic soul. Even if he only absorbed half of the soul power to cultivate faster, the senior students were great soul masters, and their cultivation speed was unmatched by soul masters. Moreover, the cultivation level of teachers in Donghai College is generally not very high, so they are also good experimental subjects for Nanfuxian. However, for now, he still uses students to practice. For Nanfuxian now, everything should be done in a surviving manner first. He should follow Tang Wulin in the early stage, and wait until he is promoted to Sequence 4 and has a certain ability to protect himself before he can go out and have fun. After dinner, Nanfuxian was the first to arrive at the playground, Guyu was the second, and Tang Wulin almost dragged Xie to the playground. Xie originally wanted to give up. It was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun left a dazzling fiery red in the sky. Wu Zhongkong still had a stern look on his face, and had changed into a black sportswear. Not far away, many senior female students gathered nearby in 2s and 3s, all with their eyes on him. The 4 of you follow me. Seeing the last 2 people arrive, Wu Zhongkong turned and left. 4 people followed him and walked deeper into the academy. Wu Zhongkong brought them to an indoor training ground behind the academy, which was where he planned to go when he went to look for Long Hengxiu today. After expressing his support for Long Hengxiu's work and not causing trouble for the director of the teaching department, Long Hengxiu was given the green light all the way. As the director of the teaching department, he was in strong competition with the one in the senior department. Wu Zhongkong was demoted to the intermediate department because of a fierce conflict with that person, and even broke his leg. If he could get along well with this teacher Wu, it would naturally give him extra points in front of the dean. Wu Zhongkong doesn't care about Long Hengxiu's selfish motives, as long as his goal is achieved. If it weren't for Guyu, he wouldn't have compromised so easily, and he wouldn't have apologized. However, this time when he came to the intermediate department, he met 2 students who moved him. If they were trained well, they would definitely be qualified to enter that place. As for the other 2 students, one had a benign mutation in his martial spirit, and if he was trained well, he might not be worse than the other 2. The other was a little peculiar, which interested him, but compared to the other 2, he was more of a foil. At least for the time being. The training ground is circular, with the soul shield inside to protect it. This is where some students with higher cultivation levels can train their martial souls. After all, a place like a playground is too easy to destroy as long as the soul power reaches a certain level. Wu Zhongkong led the 4 people to the center of the venue and stood still. Starting from today, you will have to follow me for special training every night in order to work hard for the promotion competition in 3 months. At this point, his eyes first fell on Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin, your martial spirit is blue-silver grass. The reason why you were selected to participate in the class promotion competition was just to use you as a substitute. Now Guyu is here, and you have seen her talent and strength. What I said will not be invalidated, but I hope that through your efforts, you can show me that you are indeed qualified to represent Class 5 in the competition. If you fail to meet my requirements after 3 months, then I will only send 3 people. Teacher Wu. I won't compete on his behalf. At this moment, Guyu suddenly spoke. Chapter 25 Battle against Wu Zhongkong. Hey! Wu Zhongkong looked at her. Guyu said calmly, I am a transfer student, and I don't want to affect other people because of me. So, please take back your decision. I will not participate in the competition. Wu Zhongkong was stunned. Ever since he became a spirit master, He had always been a favored child of heaven, even when he had no choice but to come to Donghai City and enter Donghai College. It was not that no one had threatened him, but the results of those people were very miserable. However, when the little girl in front of him said this, he found that he could not do anything to her. He already valued Xiexie's twin martial souls very much, but compared with Guyu's elementalist, Xiexie was one level lower. Tang Wulin had not expected Guyu to speak up for him, and could not help but look at her with some gratitude. "Thank you, Guyu, but Teacher Wu is right. This is related to the honor of our class. So it is naturally better for the strongest person to participate. But don't worry, I will work hard. There are more than 3 participants. If I can become strong enough within 3 months, I think the teacher will let me participate." Wu Zhongkong looked at Tang Wulin in surprise. "Teacher, what are we going to practice in the special training? It's not going to be physical fitness again, right?" Xiexie's focus was obviously different from theirs. Wu Zhongkong said, "Of course not. No matter what kind of training you do, there is only one purpose. That is to increase your strength. Strength is divided into hard strength and soft strength. In my opinion, all strength comes from actual combat. Therefore, your special training can only be actual combat. Use actual combat to stimulate your own potential and use actual combat to improve your combat experience. I will explain the key points to each of you first, and then start the actual combat. Xiexie, your speed is fast enough for your level. However, your physical fitness is too poor to last. Therefore, when fighting, you must pay attention to controlling your physical fitness. Your second martial spirit, it has unexpected effects, but don't use it lightly. Once you use it, you must achieve good enough results. Guyu, I observed your elemental control today. Although I don't want to say this, I have to admit that with your current cultivation, your control over various elements is already very good. Tomorrow, I will take the 4 of you to test your mental strength." Tang Wulin said, "Teacher, I have tested my spirit before." Wu Zhongkong interrupted him coldly, "I only believe in my own eyes." He continued to say to Guyu, "So, in training, I hope you can try more combinations of different elements. I have carefully thought about your martial spirit today. An elementalist is actually very friendly to all elements, but without the special enhancement of spirit rings, you can't become particularly strong in any element. You seem to be able to use different attribute abilities through different elements, which is very advantageous in the early stage. However, when you reach a certain level of cultivation in the future, you will find that you do not have a strong soul skill as a foundation. The soul skills you will obtain in the future can only enhance your control over the elements and increase the strength of your soul power. In this situation, if you want to become truly strong, there is only one way you can go. That is the combination of multiple elements. This is an unprecedented method, but I discovered it today when I saw you use the combination of earth element and ice element to control Xiexie. If you can combine elements of different attributes and control this power, then you will definitely stand at the top of this world in the future." It was not easy for Wu Zhongkong to say such an evaluation, which showed how much he valued Guyu. "Yes, thank you, teacher." Guyu nodded and said. Wu Zhongkong turned to Tang Wulin and said, "As for you, the first thing you need to do now is to control your martial spirit. Only by controlling it perfectly can you truly master it and develop into a control-type combat spirit master. Also, you have great strength, which is still very useful at your current level. The use of soul guides is prohibited in the class competition, but ordinary weapons are not prohibited. Perhaps you can find an item like a hammer as your weapon." "Yes." Wu Zhongkong finally turned to Nanfuxian and said, "As for you, Nanfuxian, at your current level, you are also one of the best. Your martial soul has undergone a benign mutation and is more inclined towards a spiritual martial soul. If the first soul skill is used well, it can even achieve the situation of killing at first sight, and the physical fitness is far beyond the average strong attack soul master. This is the first time I have seen a situation like yours. My personal advice to you is to develop in the direction of a spiritual soul master. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wu. 11. Fanfiction also responded. Then, the special training will begin immediately. Wu Zhongkong said calmly. When Xie heard that it was not physical training but direct actual combat training, his spirits improved a lot and he said eagerly, Teacher Wu, who of us will come first? Wu Zhongkong said, in no particular order, all four of you come together, your opponent is me. Wu Zhongkong's hand flashed with light, and there was already a wooden sword. I don't use the power and soul skills of the martial spirit. You can do whatever you want. Start. As he spoke, he swung the wooden sword in his hand and stabbed towards Xie. Xie reacted quickly and retreated quickly. However, Wu Changkong's sword was like a maggot on his tarsal bone. Although he retreated quickly, the wooden sword was getting closer and closer. Woo-woo. A deep and powerful sound of breaking through the air was heard. It was Tang Wulin who made the move. He fully implemented Wu Changkong's words, and the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer flew out of his hand and smashed straight towards Wu Changkong. Behind the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer, there was a piece of blue-silver grass. Although Wu Changkong was somewhat surprised by the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer that flew towards him, he did not even look at it. The wooden sword was still pointing forward, and the tungsten steel hammer flew directly out from behind him. Tang Wulin is embarrassed, he hit it crookedly. A breeze blew in from the side, pushing Xie away, causing Wu Changkong's sword to fall into empty space. Then, his feet softened and he quickly sank to the ground. Several ice cones flew out and also pointed directly at the ground. Guyu used the same trick again. Wu Zhongkong smiled calmly, flicked his wrist, and was about to point the wooden sword at a few ice cones, but at this moment he suddenly felt dazed. Fanfiction seized the opportunity and stole his consciousness directly. When he came to his senses, several ice cones were already close at hand. Wu Zhongkong's pupil shrank, and he finally understood the helplessness of his opponent when facing Fanfiction before. The wooden swords were surrounding it, and a strange airflow seemed to be brought out from it. Several ice cones seemed to lose control and flew to the side. At the same time, he pulled his body up, directly broke away from the ground, and jumped out of the mud. Woo-woo! Tang Wulin's 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer arrived again. This time, it was no longer one hammer, but two hammers, and they swept across, covering a larger area. Wu Changkong casually pointed the wooden sword at the tungsten steel hammers. The two tungsten steel hammers paused in the air and fell down immediately. There was a flash of surprise in Wu Changkong's eyes. This little fellow's power was truly extraordinary. A ball of fire reached Wu Changkong, and Guyu's attack appeared at the right time. Wu Changkong's weapon is a wooden sword, and using fire to burn it should have the best effect. Wu Changkong used the same trick again, directing the fireball towards Xie. Xie slashed out with the light dragon dagger, breaking the fireball. After curling up for a while, he rushed to Wu Changkong's side. With a slight movement of his left hand, an invisible blade swept up, and the light dragon dagger stabbed out at the same time. Tang Wulin also swung up his 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer again, bombarding Wu Changkong from below. 3 fireballs flew out at the right time, and the 3 of them finally played a small cooperation. Unfortunately, their opponents were too powerful. The wooden sword turned into layers of sword shadows, and it was not seen how Wu Changkong exerted his strength. The 2000-forged tungsten steel hammers were sent flying. Xie was hit by a sword on the shoulder, and was swept out and hit 3 fireballs. If it weren't for his heroic performance, swinging the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in succession, he would probably be injured. Wu Changkong descended from the sky. This time, his target was Tang Wulin. He thrust his wooden sword straight at Tang Wulin. At this time, Xie was still in a panic and couldn't help him. Guyu was blocked by Xie's fall and was too late to rescue him. Nanfuxian, on the other hand, had just been watching from the sidelines after using his soul skill at the beginning. All of this was deliberately created by Wu Changkong, who wanted to isolate him in an instant and create a one-on-one situation. Wu Changkong has done this in the senior department. When facing great pressure, a student's reaction can fully demonstrate his potential. With the wooden sword in front of his chest, Tang Wulin's eyes became focused. He seemed to have entered a strange state. Two grey lights lit up at the same time. He put his right hammer in front of his chest to block the wooden sword, and swung his left hammer directly to hit Wu Changkong. Ding! The wooden sword pierced the grey right-hand hammer, making a sound like metal clashing. Tang Wulin only felt a huge force coming, and the thousand-forged silver hammer suddenly hit his chest, knocking him backwards. Chapter 26 Wu Changkong is nearly disfigured. After entering a state of concentration, Tang Wulin became particularly clear-headed. He knew very clearly that if he stepped back, his left-hand hammer would not be able to reach his teacher. Therefore, he suddenly let go of the hammer in his left hand, letting it fly out and smash directly towards Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong casually shook the wooden sword in his hand and hit his left hammer horizontally. Wu Changkong's martial soul is originally the sword. What he pursues is the realm of breaking all laws with one sword. Therefore, no matter what the enemy's attack is or who the enemy is, he only relies on the sword. However, this time he suffered a loss. When the hammer and sword collided, Wu Changkong felt a strong force coming from the wooden sword in his hand. Although it was not comparable to his own strength, he did not release his martial spirit and only used a small part of his spirit power. He immediately found that his wooden sword could not bear it. Before he could inject more soul power, two more powers came from the wooden sword. At the same time, a familiar feeling of dizziness came over him again, and Wu Changkong lost consciousness for a while. Crack! The wooden sword broke, and the thousand-forged silver hammer smashed towards his head. Dance teacher! Seeing that the thousand-forged silver hammer was about to blow Wu Changkong's head off, Tang Wulin couldn't help but shout loudly. Perhaps it was the sense of crisis between life and death, or perhaps it was Tang Wulin's roar that woke Wu Changkong up. When the thousand-forged silver hammer was approaching his face, Wu Changkong finally woke up. When he saw the thousand-forged silver hammer that was just about to hit his face, he finally exploded. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 soul rings emerged from Wu Changkong's body. As his soul power exploded, the momentum of the thousand-forged silver hammer stopped. A long sword appeared in his hand at some point, and Wu Changkong used the sword to knock the thousand-forged silver hammer away. The seemingly small forging hammer fell to the ground with a loud roar, which startled Xie and Guyu, who were about to come to support. Not only were they surprised that Tang Wulin had forced Teacher Wu to retreat and broke his wooden sword, they were also shocked that Teacher Wu was a 6-ring soul emperor. Stop! You win this competition! Wu Changkong raised his hand to stop Guyu and Xie, who were about to attack again. When he used his martial spirit, he had actually already lost. Frankly speaking, Wu Changkong was actually sweating a little. When he was hit by Nanfuxian's spirit skill at the beginning, he highly concentrated his mental power. In his opinion, with his 6-ring soul emperor level mental power, even if Nanfuxian's soul skills were a bit weird, as long as he was prepared, a soul master's first soul skill was nothing to worry about. But he almost capsized in the gutter. Nanfuxian actually used his soul skill when Tang Wulin's thousand-forged silver hammer broke his wooden sword and successfully made him fall into a state of unconsciousness. When the thousand-forged silver hammer was close to his face, he also subconsciously used his martial soul. Otherwise, even if the hammer didn't blow my head off, he would have to stay in the hospital for at least a while. He would definitely not be able to save his face. A cold and arrogant male god also had to maintain his dignity. If he was beaten into the hospital by these kids, he didn't know if he would have the face to come back and teach them a lesson. "Oh, we won. We beat Teacher Wu." Xie on the side was shouting excitedly, and the three of them were smiling. After all, Teacher Wu was a six-ringed Soul Emperor. Even if it was a bit tricky, winning was winning. Wu Zhongkong, who was standing aside, looked at the yelling Xie and secretly made a note of him in his heart. He would definitely take good care of Xie in the future. He contributed throughout the competition but not much, and in the end when he attacked Tang Wulin, he held Guyu back and prevented her from providing support. Even after winning, he was still shouting and yelling, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he had won. Xie, who was standing aside, didn't know that he had been noted down in Wu Changkong's notebook, but he instinctively felt a chill. "Nanfuxian, use your soul skill on me again," Wu Changkong said to Nanfuxian. "Okay." Nanfuxian didn't waste any words and directly used steel on Wu Changkong. As the light symbolizing the 10-year soul ring flickered, Wu Changkong held his breath and focused his mind, staring closely at Nanfuxian, and a sense of trance came over him again. "Nanfuxian, do you mind telling me about your own soul skills?" Wu Zhongkong said directly to Nanfuxian. It is a taboo to ask about the soul master's soul skills. Unless they are close friends, they usually don't ask, so Wu Changkong sought Nanfuxian's opinion. "The stronger the opponent is, the shorter the time I can control it. As for the range, as long as the opponent is within my sight or locked with my mental power, I can use it," Nanfuxian said half-truthfully. "A soul skill that can deprive others of their consciousness? A soul skill that can allow a soul master to control a soul emperor like me for a short period of time. It seems that his martial soul may be more powerful than I thought. Time worm? Time." Just as Wu Zhongkong was thinking deeply, he saw the 1,000-forged silver hammer that broke his wooden sword. "There's something strange about your hammer." Wu Zhongkong came back to his senses and looked at Tang Wulin who was retrieving the hammer. Nanfuxian's spirit skill had indeed controlled him before, but it was Tang Wulin's hammer that played the decisive role. Tang Wulin said, "This is a heavy silver hammer, which is heavier than an ordinary forging hammer." "How heavy is it? Let me see." Xie was very interested in this hammer that could break Teacher Wu's wooden sword. He ran over quickly and grabbed the 1,000-forged silver hammer in Tang Wulin's hand. Bang! The heavy silver hammer fell to the ground the moment it left Tang Wulin's hand. The huge inertia caused Xie to fall directly to the ground. "Ouch!" Xie cried out in pain, "What the hell is this thing? Why is it so heavy?" Wu Zhongkong walked over and picked up the 1,000-forged silver hammer. He couldn't help but be moved. No wonder his wooden sword was broken. The weight of this hammer. A single handle weighs about 150 kilograms. Wu Zhongkong said, "Just now it transmitted 3 forces. Is this under your control, or is it something else?" Tang Wulin hesitated for a moment and said, "It's the ability of the hammer itself. After the metal is forged 1,000 times, it will produce some uncertain special effects. My Shinayan hammer also has this ability, called the stacked hammer." Although Wu Changkong didn't know how to forge, he could tell how valuable the pair of 1,000-forged silver hammers were. He nodded slightly and said, "You are very talented in forging? I did some research and found that Mu Xi, who is going to compete with you in forging today, is the daughter of the president of the East Sea City Forgers Association. Well, I'm a blacksmith." Thinking of the courtesy he received in the Blacksmith Association, Tang Wulin suddenly felt much better. Wu Zhongkong's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He raised his hand and said to Tang Wulin, "Come, hold my hand. Pull me with all your strength, let me feel how powerful you are." Wu Changkong said. "Oh." Tang Wulin responded, took a deep breath, and exerted strength with his arms. Wu Changkong was well prepared this time, and he stood there motionless like a nail. Tang Wulin's face gradually turned red as he tried his best. Although Wu Zhongkong did not move, the faint fluctuations of his soul power showed that he was not so relaxed. At least he needed soul power support to avoid being pulled by Tang Wulin. Okay. After a moment, Wu Zhongkong called a halt. Only then did Tang Wulin stop his strength. A strange look flashed across Wu Zhongkong's cold face, and he patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder. The four of you will fight together in the promotion match. Your strength can reach such a level, then our tactics will be interesting. Chapter 27 Promotion Match begins. When Nanfuxian returned to the dormitory, he was exhausted, but he still managed to sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state. The current training speed has reached its limit. If I want to improve it further, I can only think of ways to improve my physical fitness or strengthen my meridians. Earlier, when Class 5 was fighting Wu Zhongkong, Nanfuxian had already. He recovered the time bug, hereinafter referred to as the time bug, on his body, and then when fighting with Wu Zhongkong, he used stealing to secretly parasitize Wu Zhongkong. Wu Zhongkong is indeed a soul emperor. His cultivation speed is equal to that of 8 people I parasitized before. And this speed of soul power circulation, is it the Xiantian Gong? After successfully parasitizing Wu Zhongkong, Nanfuxian couldn't wait to try out how fast the Soul Emperor level cultivation was. In order to avoid being discovered by Wu Zhongkong, Nanfuxian was parasitized by 3 time worms at once, which affected Wu Zhongkong's senses when he was practicing, causing him to ignore the slowdown in his soul power training. It seems that even the 6-ringed Soul Emperor can't detect my parasitism. Wu Zhongkong shouldn't be pretending not to notice it in order to lure the police. Why do I say that? Because those people in the Tang sect value the Tang sect's skills and unique skills more than their own lives. When Nanfuxian was parasitic on Wu Zhongkong, he could clearly feel the operation root of the Tang sect's skills. Given Wu Zhongkong's character, he would not use this as a trap to expose the Tang sect's precious skills to Nanfuxian, at least not before Nanfuxian became a disciple of the Tang sect. After thinking about it, Nanfuxian recovered 2 time bugs from the senior students, otherwise it would be a waste of time to keep them. Nanfuxian can absorb the soul power of others for cultivation, and can also absorb the soul power generated by others during the cultivation process. But absorbing is absorbing, and it is not some kind of star-sucking technique. In addition, Nanfuxian's meridian strength is limited, so he can only maintain his soul power training at an extreme intensity. Unless he chooses to directly absorb the vitality and soul power of others, rather than absorbing the soul power generated by others during their cultivation as he is doing now. Nanfuxian now has 3 time worms parasitic on Wu Zhongkong, 3 from senior students, and 3 of his own, waiting to find a suitable target. Starting from the 2nd day, Tang Wulin was given special permission to not participate in physical training. The reason was very simple. In Wu Zhongkong's opinion, his physical fitness was not as good as Tang Wulin's. Ordinary training was useless for a gifted genius like Tang Wulin. It would be better to spend time on other training, such as how to better control the blue-silver grass. Nanfuxian, who also has excellent physical fitness, was specially approved by Wu Zhongkong to focus on soul power training and researching his own martial soul. The other students in Class 5 of Grade 1 finally couldn't bear it anymore on the 3rd day of the physical training class and fell down. From that day on, the students resumed the physical training in the morning and the theory class in the afternoon. After only half a day of physical fitness class, the students actually felt much more relaxed and no one complained. Nanfuxian, Tang Wulin, Xie and Gu Yu took a mental strength test, and the result was shocking. Xie's mental strength was 29, which was a very good result among his peers, close to the middle level of the spiritual origin realm. Tang Wulin's spiritual power was 44, directly reaching the middle level of the spiritual origin realm, but he did not mention that he was only 38 the last time he was tested. His spiritual power had improved a lot in such a short period of time. The mental power of the 2 of them has already brought some surprises to Wu Zhongkong, but compared with Nanfuxian and Gu Yu, they are really inconspicuous. Among the levels of mental power, the first one is the Ling Yuan realm. When the mental power test value exceeds 100, it will directly enter another level, called the Ling Tong realm. The Ling Tong realm means that the mind and spirit are connected, and the thoughts and ideas can reach the Ling Tong realm. When you reach the Ling Tong realm, you will begin to master the control of mental power and truly control your mental power for your own use. You can carry 2 yellow souls or 1 purple soul. Wu Zhongkong then determined that Guyu's martial soul elementalist was probably actually a rare spiritual martial soul that communicated with the elements through powerful spiritual power and was used by her. 12. Spiritual soul masters are the most scarce and most popular in the world today, because they are most compatible with mechas. This also makes Wu Zhongkong pay more attention to Nanfuxian and Guyu. Of course, there would be no difference in the difficulty of the training. The more valued you were by the cold and arrogant male god, the greater the amount of training would be. The days that followed were very fulfilling. He practiced and meditated hard 6 days a week, and practiced in the dormitory on the remaining day, or went to see the situation in other dormitories to practice his ability as a dream stealer and steal dreams through them. Basically, whenever Nanfuxian took a fancy to a student, he would directly parasitize that student with the time worm, and then at night, he would steal their dreams through the time worm on that student's body. However, the targets of the theft were basically students in the intermediate department. The fulfilling days always pass quickly, and 2 months passed in a flash. Nanfuxian's spirit power also reached level 16, basically 1 level per month, until this day. Wu Zhongkong called him, Tang Wulan, Xie and Guyu to his office and told them that the first game of the promotion tournament would start next week. In more than 2 months, everyone has changed a lot. The most important thing is that now they have a very good understanding under Wu Zhongkong's inhuman special training, and the relationship between the 4 is also very harmonious. Well, except for Xie who is stared at by Guyu from time to time as if he is a burden. Undoubtedly, Guyu is the most powerful among the 4. Even when facing Nanfuxian, she only needs to use the light element to block her sight, use the space element to transfer, and then bombard Nanfuxian with fireballs, ice cones, and wind blades. Nanfuxian can't do anything to her. This kind of operation can only be done by Guyu who masters multiple elements. Even though Xie had tried his best in the special training, he just couldn't catch up with Guyu. However, after more than 2 months, Xie's soul power has reached level 19. If he increases 1 more level, he will be able to absorb the second soul ring of his 100-year soul and advance to the level of a great soul master. Guyu's soul power reached level 17, advancing 2 levels. Although Tang Wulan had a blue-silver grass martial soul, he worked hard to practice martial soul control every day. Coupled with advanced meditation techniques and Wu Zhongkong's guidance, his soul power also increased by 1 level, to level 12. Teacher, who will class 4 send to compete with us? Do you know the information? Xie asked Wu Zhongkong eagerly. Wu Zhongkong said coldly, we are a small class 4. If you still need to obtain information to defeat them, are you still worthy of being my disciples? In next week's competition, you have only 1 task, crush. Listen. Do you understand? Yes, the 4 answered at the same time. Chapter 28 Winning Streak. The first match of the new school year promotion competition, Grade 1 Class 4 versus Grade 1 Class 5, begins. Following Long Hengxiu's loud shout, the 4 students in Class 4 of Grade 1 released their spirit rings almost at the same time. 4 white soul rings rose up under their feet. Garland, who was standing in the front, took a step forward. His body expanded slightly. He growled. His brown eyes turned yellow. His arms became stronger. He took a big step and rushed forward. Lin Zhunyuan muttered something, and a long staff appeared in his hand. A halo flashed under his feet, and a red light shot out from the top of the staff and landed on Garland. A hint of blood appeared in Garland's yellow eyes, and his body swelled again. With an imposing aura, he rushed towards Tang Woolen. On the other side, Moss flashed and hid behind Garland. There was no change in Kato Ying, but his palm suddenly grew larger and rushed towards the four people. From their swift and coordinated actions, it can be seen that they are well trained and are not just a few people randomly selected, as their class teacher Kong Hanwen said before. Garland is a strong attack type soul master, his martial soul should be wolf type. Moss is a quick attack type soul master, and it is not clear what his martial soul is. And that Lin Xunyuan is an auxiliary type soul master, and his first soul skill is an amplification type. Kato Ying is also a strong attack type soul master, and his martial soul is an extremely rare original martial soul. Even Wu Chongkong was surprised when he saw Kato Ying's martial soul. 2 strong attacks, 1 agile attack, and 1 amplification, these 3 types of soul masters are very well matched together. On the other hand, Nan Fuxian and the other 3 in Class 5 did not release their spirit rings at the first moment. Except for Nan Fuxian, Tang Woolen and the other 2 rushed towards the other side almost at the same time. Xie almost dodged and approached Jialong, who was in the front. But he did not attack Jialong. He dodged to the side and rushed to Lin Xunyuan behind him. Moss! Garland yelled. Moss, who was hiding behind him, immediately chased after Xie. Once a agility attack soul master gets close to an auxiliary soul master, the auxiliary soul master will be killed in an instant. As for the other 2, Kanan and Kato Ying are confident that they can stop them and kill them. First soul skill, Kato Eagle's Hand. When Kato Ying's martial spirit awakened, it was just his fingers at first. But later, he merged with a bird spirit called Giant Palm Eagle, which caused his martial spirit to mutate a little. He began to develop in the direction of his palm and named his first soul skill the Hand of Kato Eagle in order to give himself a goal to strive for. Kato Ying used his soul skill, and his palm expanded again, and he was about to grab Guyu with one palm. Kato Ying was confident that with this palm strike, the girl would definitely turn into a whimpering monster, but unfortunately, his confidence did not last long. A ball of light element suddenly appeared and exploded in front of his eyes. Kato Ying was caught off guard and was blinded by it. He couldn't open his eyes and tears kept flowing out. Then he felt his body turn cold and he lost consciousness. From the outside, a human-shaped popsicle was so dazzling under the sunlight. Just when Kato Ying couldn't open his eyes due to the light element, Guyu froze him directly. On the other hand, although Jialong's body had expanded a lot under the blessing of his martial spirit, he was still much shorter than Tang Woolen. As the 2 sides got closer, Jialong was secretly wondering why this guy didn't even release his martial spirit. At this moment, he saw Tang Woolen's fist. As a powerful attack spirit master, Garland was very confident in his own strength. He stretched out his right hand and tried to grab Tang Woolen's fist. Behind Tang Woolen, a figure flashed past lightly. Jialong felt his feet slip and almost fell. His claws deviated from the direction immediately. Tang Woolen's fist hit him directly in the chest. Bang! Tang Woolen's punch directly knocked Garland's body 7 or 8 meters away. A blue vine appeared only at this moment, but it disappeared the next moment. Because the battle on the other side has also ended. After Xie bypassed Garland, his pace instantly accelerated. Although Moss was also a quick attack spirit master, his speed was obviously not on the same level as his. When Xie hit Lin Xunyuan on the head with the light dragon dagger in his hand, Lin Xunyuan was eliminated by Long Hengxiu. Moss's martial spirit was a short sword, somewhat similar to Xie's light dragon dagger, and his spirit power was only level 13. This was a battle without suspense. The weapons of both sides only collided once before Xie went around behind Moss and placed the light dragon dagger directly on his neck. It was not until this moment that the 3 students from Class 5, Grade 1, who were participating in the competition, all released their martial spirits. White, yellow, yellow. 1 10-year soul ring, 200-year soul rings. Kong Hanwen stared at this scene in a daze. The match lasted from the beginning to the end. 10 seconds, was it? And there was still one person on the other side who hadn't made a move yet. He really wanted to ask Long Hengxiu on the stage, was he really facing Class 5 of Grade 1, instead of Class 1 of Grade 1? Xie curled his lips, and returned to Tang Woolen with an unsatisfied look, high-fiving him in celebration. It was not until this moment that cheers suddenly rang out from Class 5, Grade 1. Oh, no, now they are Class 4, Grade 1. Class 5 of Grade 1 wins. Before the promotion match is over, you will still be Class 5. After the promotion match is over, you will be re-ranked. Tomorrow you will continue to challenge Class 3 of Grade 1. This was a match that couldn't even be called a crushing victory, because there was no crushing process at all, everything was so easy and casual. Tang Woolen didn't even use the power of his martial soul, and Nan Fuxian didn't even have a chance to attack, yet they had already defeated the enemy. Wu Chongkong didn't even look at Kong Hanwen, the class teacher of Class 4 in the distance. He raised his head coldly and said, "School is over." Xie and Tang Woolen stood side by side. I suddenly feel that the days of the promotion competition are so happy. Finally, I don't have to practice at night. In order to maintain their physical fitness and condition, no special training is required during the competition, which is why Xie sighed like this. "How about we go out and play?" Xie whispered to Tang Woolen and Nan Fuxian. Tang Woolen shook his head and said, "Don't go. The cafeteria will open soon." Xie was speechless. "You only know how to eat." Tang Woolen said unhappily, "If you don't eat, I'll be hungry." Xie said, "Okay, come with me and I'll treat you to a meal, how about that? I've been feeling suffocated in the academy these days. The management of Donghai College is not particularly strict. Donghai City is a wealthy city with very good public security." "Okay." Upon hearing that he wanted to treat him to a meal, Tang Woolen immediately agreed. "I won't go. I still have to practice." Nan Fuxian said suddenly. "Hey, come on, buddy, you're working too hard. You finally have some time to rest, but you still want to practice." Xie looked at Nan Fuxian in shock. "Is it really okay for you to be so curry? If you do this, won't it make me look like a loser who wants to be lazy? A day's plan begins in the morning, and I have some things I need to do. You, Woolen, and Guyu can go play together." Nan Fuxian shook his head, glanced at Guyu who was walking towards them, and said to Xie, "Ha, why invite her? This is a communication between us boys. You seem to be talking about some interesting topic. Can you take me with you?" Guyu had come to their side without knowing when. Although he seemed to be asking a question, his tone was unquestionable. Nan Fuxian ignored their farce. Now his Dream Stealer potion was almost digested, he had to digest it before the Tianhai Alliance competition. This was his chance to be promoted to half-man, half-god. Chapter 29 Winning Streak. Just like yesterday, after school in the afternoon, the promotion match was held on the intermediate department playground. This is the second day of the competition, but just like yesterday, there are still few spectators. Yesterday's victory of Class 5 of Grade 1 over Class 4 of Grade 1 did not cause much waves in the academy. After all, it was just a battle between the lowest classes of the lowest grades. However, not everyone ignores it. For example, Class 3 of Grade 1, which is going to play Class 5 of Grade 1 this afternoon, takes this game very seriously. Ye Yingrong, the head teacher of Grade 1 Class 3, is not very old, a few years younger than Wu Chongkong. She is a new teacher. Ye Yingrong arrived early. The students of Class 3, Grade 1, were lined up in a very neat line. Standing at the front of the line were three handsome boys. The strange thing was that these three people looked exactly the same. If you were not very familiar with them, you would not be able to tell who was who. Wu Chongkong also came with the first grade Class 5. Tang Woolen, Xies Yat and Gu Yu followed behind him. The other students in Class 5 also looked excited. After yesterday's competition, they were very confident in Tang Woolen and the other two. Ya Yingrong walked over with a smile on her face. "Hello, Teacher Wu." She smiled and nodded to Wu Chongkong. Ya Yingrong is a rare beauty, over 1.7 meters tall, with a very well-proportioned body. She has a pair of big, bright eyes, and her long, very rare light green hair is combed into a neat ponytail. She has fair skin, an oval face, and a cherry mouth. If you just look at her appearance, even if you say she is a student in the advanced department, some people will definitely believe it. At the age of 23, she entered the East Sea College to teach. She was a 4-ring soul master. At her age, she was already quite outstanding. "Hello." Wu Chongkong also nodded to her. "I'm the head teacher of Class 3, Ya Yingrong." Ya Yingrong emphasized her name because she was confident that this cold and arrogant male god definitely didn't know who she was. The male god who was said to only live in his own world probably couldn't remember the names of a few women in the entire college. Yet, after responding, Wu Zhangkong's gaze drifted towards the competition stage. Xies stood by and watched in amazement. What he envied most was Wu Changkong's cold and arrogant look, which was definitely not pretended, but was born that way. Compared with Teacher Wu, he was really far behind. Ya Yingrong didn't care at all. She waved to the students in her class. The students from Class 3 of Year 1 quickly ran over and lined up behind her. Ya Yingrong said to the students in her class, "Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Gu Tianri, Gu Tianyu, Gu Tianming, Ito Makoto, you have to pay attention later. Do you understand?" "Yes, Teacher Yat." 3 identical-looking triplets and an average-looking boy answered in unison. Wu Zhongkong turned his head and glanced, and his eyes paused for a moment when he saw that they looked the same. Obviously, he was more interested in these 3 students who looked exactly the same than Ya Yingrong. At this time, the director of studies, Long Hengxiu, had already arrived at the competition stage. The second match of the promotion match, Grade 1, Class 5, "Are you still sending 4 people to the field?" Wu Zhongkong nodded, and Nan Fuxian, Tang Woolen, Xies Yat, and Gu Yu entered one after another and walked towards the center of the venue. Ya Yingrong smiled slightly, "You guys go too." The 3 Gu brothers and Ito Makoto, who looked identical, also took to the stage. These 3 brothers have a characteristic: they all look thin, but their eyes are very sharp. The tacit understanding between the triplets makes their movements appear to be the same when they walk. As a result, even though Ito Makoto was walking with the 3 of them, his presence seemed a little weak. Wu Chongkong did not give any hints to his disciples, and they might encounter various opponents in the future. The promotion match is a kind of training for them. If they need their own guidance in everything, they will never be able to grow. Nan Fuxian and his other 3 were still arranged in the same formation as yesterday. The 3 Gu brothers stood side by side, with Gu Tianri in the center, Gu Tianyu on the left, and Gu Tianming on the right. Ito Makoto stood behind the 3, but his figure was obscured by them. "Are you ready?" Long Hengxiu asked as usual. After receiving a positive answer from both parties, he waved his hand and announced the start of the second game of the promotion match. It's not surprising that the martial spirits of these 3 brothers are exactly the same, after all, they are triplets. However, when they open their wings at the same time, the visual impact is still very strong. 3 pairs of wings opened at the same time, and a white soul ring appeared under each of their feet. The 3 Gu brothers flew up at the same time and climbed into the air. When the 3 Gu brothers took off into the air, their backs were exposed. Makoto Ito, who had been hiding behind the 3 brothers, actually disappeared? Yes, Ito Makoto disappeared. He was not taken up by the 3 Gu brothers. He just disappeared. The martial spirit of the 3 Gu brothers is called the Skyhawk, which is a bird-like martial spirit with a very fast flying speed. The skyhawk is not a particularly strong eagle that wins by speed. If it is a soul beast, the skyhawk can fly to an altitude of more than 3,000 meters and maintain high speed for a long time. Therefore, the three brothers of the Gu family all took the path of agile attack-type soul masters. The first soul they chose was the same, a bird similar to a falcon. It was called the light-winged falcon. It was fast, had no attack power, and was only the size of a palm. This is just a joke. If the souls can choose to be stronger, their combat effectiveness can be increased exponentially. Can fly? What should we do? Xie looked at the three of them. Tang Wulin smiled slightly, just beat him down. Fusion, it's up to you, Gaiyu, bless me with the wind element. He said to Fusion and Gaiyu, and a blue light flashed on his hand, and several blue-silver grasses wrapped around Xie's waist. 13. Xie screamed, I'm afraid of heights, what should I do? Tang Wulin said unhappily, I'm afraid of pain. How many times did you stab me yesterday? Without waiting for Xie to retort, he pulled him in front of him and hugged his waist from behind. A flash of green light passed by, and Xie felt his whole body lighten, as if his weight was offset a lot. The next moment, he flew up as if riding on clouds. Off stage, Yingrong saw Tang Wulin hug Xie, then quickly spin around on the spot and throw Xie out, throwing him directly into the air. Can someone throw someone so high? Yingrong was really shocked. However, she quickly calmed down. The three Gu brothers had flying spirits and were triplets. After they entered school, she focused on training these three brothers. She trained them in aerial combat and their ability to cooperate with each other. The opponent only had one man in the air, so didn't this give the three brothers a chance to attack together? In mid-air, Gu Tianri calmly made a hand gesture. Facing Xie who was rushing towards him, he did not engage in a fight with him directly, but flapped his wings, curbed his forward momentum, and suddenly paused in the air. Their biggest advantage is flying, and they are not afraid of fighting in the air. Just wait until Xie becomes weak and falls, and then attack him, and it will naturally have a miraculous effect. Gu Tianri was just about to retreat, but suddenly a strange force came into his mind, causing Gu Tianming's brain to go blank. Xie slapped him on the head with the light dragon dagger in his hand, and at the same time, he stomped his right foot on his shoulder, and flew up like a rock spreading its wings, pouncing on Gu Tianyu who was closer. Gu Tianri is on stage. Long Hengxiu saw it clearly from below and announced that Gu Tianri had finished the game. If Xie wanted to kill him just now, his throat would have been cut. What? Gu Tianyu and Gu Tianming couldn't believe that their eldest brother was defeated so easily, but with a feeling of dizziness, the remaining two also fell into a state of unconsciousness, and were hit on the head by Xie with the light dragon dagger, ending the battle. The three people on the ground watched Xie deal with the three people, but they did not let down their guard, because they knew very well that there was another person on the field. Gu Yu stretched out his hand and a gust of wind element surrounded Xie, helping him to ease the momentum of his fall. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the edge of the field. It was Ito Makoto. Just as the three were about to attack and beat him up for justice, they saw Ito Makoto raise his hands and said, "Surrender, I surrender." Ito Makoto's martial soul is called Shadow Wolf, and his first soul skill is called Hidden Shadow. Just when everyone was attracted by the martial souls released by the three Gu brothers, he released his martial spirit and lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, he didn't find any chance until all three Gu brothers were defeated. He could only admit defeat helplessly. He didn't want to be beaten up. Class 5, Grade 1, wins. There was obvious shock in Long Hengxiu's voice when he said these words. Chapter 30, Promotion Tournament postponed. After the game, Wu Zhongkong looked at the four people who were on the stage. He just glanced at them without commenting on the battle process and walked towards the dormitory building. Teacher Wu, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with us? Xie asked Tang Woolen puzzledly. Tang Woolen shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? But I guess we should draw our own conclusions. Guyu nodded. We shouldn't have taken the initiative to attack. When Ito Makoto disappeared just now, our first reaction was to attack the three Gu brothers first, instead of guarding against Ito Makoto's sneak attack. If we keep defending on the ground, the three people in the sky will have to take the initiative to attack, and they will naturally reach our attack range. As long as they come down, there will be no chance at all. If flying spirits like theirs insist on running away, there is nothing we can do, but in this kind of competition, they don't stand a chance at all. But Ito Makoto is different. If he had taken the opportunity to attack, he might have eliminated one of us. We must not be so impulsive next time. Xie said to Tang Woolen beside him. Woolen, she said you were impulsive. I am not the kind of person who picks trouble. I don't know what your temper is like. If she said that to me, I would not be able to stand it. Tang Woolen sincerely said to Guyu, it was the first time we faced a flying spirit master. I was indeed impulsive at that time. I'm sorry. Xie was surprised and said, hey, I think you have such a good temper. She criticized you and you apologized. Guyu chuckled, it's useless to sow discord. To put it mildly, it's called correcting one's mistakes. To put it more broadly, it's called being a gentleman. Do you think everyone is as petty as you? Woolen, I'll treat you to a first-class meal tonight. But, only one serving. Tang Woolen smiled and said, okay. Even flies can be meat. Let's go. I'm hungry. Nan Fuxian quietly watched the three of them playing around. After the game ended yesterday, the three of them went out for a walk and the relationship between them seemed to have become much more harmonious. At least Guyu no longer looked at Xie as if he were a trash fish. Although these two people would still fight with each other, it was more like a fight between friends. After dinner, Xie proposed to go out of the academy to play, but was rejected by Nan Fuxian and Tang Woolen. The reason why Tang Woolen refused was simple. He wanted to practice. Nan Fuxian had just started meditating when he saw Wang Bie and the other two walk in. Oh no, Fuxian, go out and take a look. The entrance to our academy is blocked by a group of people. They seem to be quite powerful. Moreover, they are holding photos of Tang Woolen, Xie and Guyu, and they are shouting for the academy to hand them over. Nan Fuxian raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, don't worry, they will be fine. After that, Nan Fuxian ignored Wang Bie and the others and continued to practice. Early in the morning, Nan Fuxian went directly to the cafeteria to eat, but he noticed that Tang Woolen seemed to be worried. On the contrary, Xie was chatting with Tang Woolen in high spirits. When he saw Nan Fuxian, he winked at him. Fuxian, you must not know what happened yesterday. What's the matter? Are you referring to the incident yesterday when Teacher Wu showed off her power and beat up Guang Baiao, the captain of the East Sea City Mecha Brigade? How did you know? Xie said in shock. Everyone in the entire college knows about this. How did you offend them? Nan Fuxian rolled his eyes and said. Oh, that seems to be true, but we didn't mess with him, we messed with his brother. When talking about this, Xie's expression became indignant. He described how abominable Guang Baiao's brother Guang Long was, bullying men and women, doing all kinds of evil, and how they had to fight hard to defeat him. Finally, he said. But you must not have seen Teacher Wu's battle scene with your own eyes. He defeated Guang Baiao, who was also a six-ringed Soul Emperor, with just 2 sword strikes. Yesterday, during the battle between Wu Chongkong and Guang Baiao, he personally experienced it through the time worm that parasitized Wu Chongkong, but he did not tell Xie about it. Eating, studying, and promotion games, Nan Fuxian's day passed like this. However, Fanfiction discovered that Tang Woolen and the other two were pointed at and criticized many times during this day, naturally because of the door-blocking incident yesterday. What surprised many people was that Tang Woolen and the other two were not punished by the academy. Everything was as usual, as if nothing had happened. More students gathered around Wu Chongkong, and even many teachers joined in. Yesterday's battle raised the reputation of the cold and arrogant male god to a higher level in the academy. Now he was not only the male god of the girls, but the male god of the entire academy. But Wu Chongkong himself had no reaction to all this and remained the same. In the match against Grade 1 Class 2 after school, Fanfiction, Tang Woolen, Gu Yu, and Xie did not have to exert much effort, as the opponent only had one soul master with a yellow 100-year soul ring. Facing the cooperation of Fanfiction and the other three, Xie had no way to deal with them. With Gu Yu's firepower support, he easily defeated the opponent. With 3 wins in 3 games, plus the door-blocking incident that broke out yesterday, Class 5 of Grade 1 has finally become the focus of attention. Tomorrow is a rest day. After the rest day, they will usher in the time to challenge Class 1 of the first grade. Class 1 of each grade is completely different from other classes, because the best geniuses of the year are gathered in Class 1. In at least 20 years, Donghai College has not had a record of a class of the same grade being defeated by a subsequent class in the promotion competition. On their day off, Tang Woolen and the other two invited Fanfiction to go to the East China Sea Museum together, but Fanfiction still said he had something to do and refused them. After the 3 of them left, Fanfiction looked at their backs and asked, "Is Tang Woolen's Golden Dragon King bloodline finally going to break through the first seal?" Donghai Museum. The auction in Donghai City is jointly held with the museum. Although Fanfiction has only been in Donghai City for a short time, he has used the Time Worm's ability to steal dreams to steal a lot of information from some teachers, including the distribution of various forces in Donghai City and the detailed address of the auction house. That's right, Fanfiction finally took action against the teacher. Ever since he discovered that he would not be discovered even if he parasitized the Soul Emperor, Fanfiction began to collect the time bugs from the senior students. He parasitized some of the teachers. The teacher recruitment of Donghai College required that the teacher's cultivation level must be at least 4 Ring Soul Sect, which was no better than those students. However, he just picked 1 or 2 to parasitize at random. After all, he now had Wu Chongkong, a Soul Emperor level power bank. However, they cannot always rely on Wu Chongkong for support. They need to change people occasionally. After all, Wu Chongkong is their backer to some extent. If I remember correctly, there will be a strong typhoon that will last for a week, causing the promotion game to be suspended, giving Tang Woolen time to collect the spiritual objects needed to break through the Golden Dragon King's seal. I don't know if this was done by Yin and his wife. Fanfiction thought a lot, but finally decided to practice first. Only when he was strong enough would he be able to seize opportunities. Sure enough, in the evening, the college radio suddenly sounded. "Attention, teachers and students! Attention, teachers and students! Here is an emergency broadcast. We have received a notice from the meteorological department that a strong tropical storm will hit tonight. This strong typhoon is expected to last for more than a week. Therefore, students, please do not leave the college easily in the next week. All classes are suspended. Please wait in the dormitory. The promotion game is suspended and will resume after the typhoon leaves." Chapter 31. The final battle begins with Wang Billy. Donghai College. The typhoon in Donghai City came very suddenly and had a huge impact on the entire city. Shops were unable to operate and schools were unable to teach. In a short period of time, traffic was paralyzed. Various departments in the General Administration Department are very busy. The typhoon lasted for a whole week. At its strongest, it could even uproot large trees, and many buildings were damaged. Fortunately, it's all over. After the typhoon, the air in Donghai City seems particularly fresh, with a touch of water vapor. The sun shines on the earth, and occasionally you can even see the light of a rainbow in the sky. The sky is cloudless. When Nanfuxian stepped into the classroom, he saw Xie fidgeting in the classroom. When he saw Nanfuxian, his eyes lit up. Fuxian, have you seen Wulin? Wulin? No, what happened? Although Nanfuxian knew Tang Wulin's general situation, he decided to play dumb. After all, Tang Wulin would probably catch up by then. Even without Tang Wulin, 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 would not make much difference to him. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He still hasn't replied to the call. It seems like his communicator is running out of energy and I can't get through. Xie said anxiously. Do you know where his studio is? How about we go to see him at noon? Guyu on the side also frowned, with worry in his eyes. Xie smiled bitterly and said, I have no interest in forging, so how would I know where his studio is? He even called me that day to tell me that he would be in the studio the whole time. If he was there, nothing could possibly happen to him. How come there is still no news until now? Did he forget the time? Guyu's face was gloomy. Do you know something? Let's go to the Blacksmith Association at noon. Maybe we can register the location of his studio there. Xie rarely refuted Guyu's words. He nodded and said, that's a good idea. We'll go there later. Tang Wulin still hadn't shown up until noon when school was over. Xie, Nanfuxian, and Guyu went to Wu Chongkong to ask for leave, then rushed out of the campus and headed straight for the Blacksmith Association. However, half an hour later, when they walked out of the Blacksmith Association, they all looked depressed. The Blacksmith Association's reply was simple: any information about a blacksmith registered with the association was confidential and could not be leaked unless they had a special official certificate. Moreover, the confidentiality level of information about Tang Wulin was higher than that of ordinary blacksmiths. What should we do now? Should we ask Teacher Wu to apply for official permission, and then ask him where he lives? Guyu asked Xie. Xie smiled bitterly and said, it's too late. It's not that easy to get official approval documents. It always takes time. It will definitely not be completed today. I'm afraid that only the three of us can participate in our competition tonight. Wulin is not an unreliable person. He must have encountered something, otherwise he would not miss school. Nanfuxian also frowned. Let's go back first. No matter what, ask Teacher Wu to apply for official permission first. The competition is not as important as Wulin's safety. Ah! Official permission. Wu Zhongkong looked at the three disciples in front of him. His already cold face suddenly became even gloomier. Tang Wulin hasn't come to class yet, and we haven't been able to find him even after looking for him outside. Okay, you guys go back to class first. I understand. Wu Zhongkong said coldly. Teacher, will there be only 3 of us in tonight's match? Xie asked. Wu Zhongkong glanced at him and said, just the 3 of you. Yes. The afternoon classes passed quickly. Perhaps because the typhoon had depressed the junior students for too long, a large number of students, including teachers, gathered on the playground as soon as school was over, waiting to watch the last promotion match for the first grade today. Have you heard? This year's promotion game is so weird. The bottom class, Grade 1 Class 5, has made great progress and won 3 games in a row. Maybe this dark horse can continue to win. Don't dream. Do you know how terrifying this year's freshman class is? It's not just a random statement to be called the strongest freshman class in history. 3 students in their class are already at the level of second ring Great Spirit Masters, and more importantly, their martial spirits are very powerful. The 4 participating students from the first grade Class 5 are only at the first ring level. There is a qualitative difference between them. They are 1 spirit skill short, and their spirit power is also short. They have no chance at all. I would like to see how far this year's freshman class can go in the upcoming promotion games. I heard that all the classes in the second grade are feeling overwhelmed. Hee. The students were talking among themselves, and the teachers who had come to the periphery of the competition venue also gathered together. Surrounded by the students from Class 5 of Grade 1, Wu Chongkong walked in the front, heading towards the competition stage. Behind him were Nanfuxian, Xie and Guyu. Just as Wu Zhongkong led the first grade Class 5 to the outskirts of the venue, there was a commotion on the other side. The students consciously made way for the other party. Following behind her were the first-year students in Class 1, which was hailed as the strongest freshman class in many years. The two sides gathered on both sides of the competition stage, waiting for the promotion match to begin. Dean Long Hengxiu had already walked onto the competition stage. He nodded to the head teachers of the two classes, then said in a deep voice, "Due to the typhoon, the promotion match was postponed. Today is the fourth promotion match, with Class 1, Grade 5 versus Class 1, Grade 1. Class 1, Grade 5, Teacher Wu, how many people will be on the field today? Our class will compete today." Just when Wu Zhongkong was about to name 3 people, suddenly, a voice came from behind Class 5, Grade 1. "Teacher Wu, wait a moment." Hearing this familiar voice, Xie and Guyu, who were standing behind Wu Chongkong, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on their faces. Tang Wulin pushed himself out of the crowd and ran to the front, exhausted. His appearance at this moment was really not very flattering. His hair was disheveled, his face looked a little pale, and his whole aura seemed very unstable. "Where have you been? Why are you here just now?" Xie asked unhappily. Tang Wulin smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to explain. Let's compete first." "Teacher Wu, I can fight." Wu Zhongkong looked at him expressionlessly, nodded, and then said to Long Hengxiu, "4 people from our class will compete." Long Hengxiu said, "Class 1, Grade 1, please send 4 people to fight as well." Ya Yingluo raised her head and said, "Okay." Long Hengxiu said, "The contestants from both sides enter the venue." What surprised Nanfuxian and his 3 companions was that the formation of the first grade Class 1 on the opposite side was the same as theirs, also in the shape of a Chinese character. "My name is Zhang Yangzi." The calm young man standing at the front center said calmly. "Wei Xiaofeng, we have known each other for a long time." The thin young man standing on the left stretched out his right hand, as if he had a conflict with Xie and the others. He raised his thumb, then slowly rotated his wrist with his thumb pointing down, making a provocative gesture. "You!" Xie was furious and was about to rush forward impulsively, but was pulled back by Tang Wulin, who grabbed his shoulder. Xie looked at him in surprise. This guy seemed to have become even stronger. "Wang Jingxi." The skinny student standing on the right said calmly. "Wang Billy." A tall, dark-skinned young man who was protected by 3 people behind him said cheerfully, showing his big white teeth to Nanfuxian and the other 3. 14. Tang Wulin said, "Grade 1, Class 5, Tang Wulin." "Guyu." Xie. Xie's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Wei Xiaofeng. "Nanfuxian." Nanfuxian stared at Wang Billy, who was protected by a group of people, with some curiosity. He looked like a senior student, and some people believed him. Moreover, he was so tall, but he was not a strong attack spirit master. Seeing that the match between the two sides was already full of tension before it even started, Long Hengxiu couldn't help but frowned. "Let me emphasize that this is an internal match of the academy. During the match, it is only a matter of time before it ends and only the winner is decided. You are not allowed to intentionally injure your opponent, otherwise, the academy will impose additional penalties." "Yes," the 8 people answered in unison. "Okay, get ready for the game, both sides retreat." Under the supervision of Long Hengxiu, both sides retreated and kept a certain distance between them. Chapter 32 Fierce Battle. Start. With the dean's loud shout, the ultimate showdown representing the first-year class finally began. Wei Xiaofeng and Xie rushed out almost at the same time from both the first grade Class 1 and the first grade Class 5. They had long disliked each other and could no longer bear it. 2 yellow soul rings instantly appeared under Wei Xiaofeng's feet. At the same time, a green light flashed on his body, and a small green snake appeared on his shoulder. Compared with Tang Wulin's little golden earth snake, this snake was completely different. This little snake was green all over, and had a pair of slightly transparent green wings on its back. Although it looked small, its aura was very strong. What was even more surprising was that Wei Xiaofeng himself seemed to become softer, and his skin also took on a faint blue hue. Being able to be the best in the class and hold the title of the strongest freshman class, Wei Xiaofeng is certainly not an easy person to deal with. There is a reason why he can reach the second environment realm at such a young age. His soul, the 100-year green shadow snake, was found at the cost of countless efforts and money, and it perfectly matched with himself, because his martial soul was the green shadow snake. After fusing with this soul, his cultivation speed skyrocketed, and he jumped from the first ring to the second ring in a very short time. However, the 100-year soul spirit could only attach 2 soul rings, and after exceeding level 20, his improvement speed began to slow down. Despite this, the foundation laid by the green shadow snake soul spirit still made him far superior to his peers. Wei Xiaofeng was also a quick attack spirit master. His body kept shaking left and right while charging forward, giving people an illusory feeling. Although his absolute speed was not as fast as Xie's, he seemed more flexible and changeable. However, what surprised Wei Xiaofeng was that 2 yellow soul rings also lit up under Xie's feet. When the 2 soul rings appeared, Xie's entire aura instantly soared. The light dragon dagger in Xie's hand seemed to have shrunk a bit compared to before, and the light on it became a little dimmer, but the light dragon dagger looked more solid, and the textures on it were clearly visible, emitting a terrifying aura. Second ring? There is actually a second ring student in the first grade Class 5? Long Hengxiu, who had just moved to the side, was stunned. Compared with the 3 second ring Great Spirit Masters in the first year class, the appearance of a second ring Great Spirit Master in the first year class was truly unprecedented in the history of East Sea Academy. Long Hengxiu only felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. Wu Chongkong, Wu Chongkong, you are really capable. Seeing the 2 rings under Xie's feet, the students in Class 5, Grade 1 also cheered. There was a flash of light and shadow, and the 2 approached each other. Xie's face was grim, and his body accelerated again, turning into a golden light, circling in an arc and pressing towards Wei Xiaofeng. Before the person arrived, the sharp aura had already oppressed Wei Xiaofeng so much that he felt as if his whole body was being chopped into pieces. What a strong soul power! He has only just broken through to the second ring at most, but I am already at the 22nd level. Why is the sense of oppression from his soul power so strong? Wei Xiaofeng certainly didn't know that Xie, who possessed twin martial souls, had always been a powerful soul power among those of the same level. While they were about to fight, the other 6 people were not idle either. Tang Wulin did not release his martial spirit directly, but ran as fast as he could, rushing straight towards Zhang Yangzi, who was sitting in the center of the opponent's position. Guyu flashed and hid behind him. She was like Tang Wulin's shadow. Tang Wulin relied on his powerful explosive power. Although his speed was not as fast as Xie's, it was definitely not slow. But she was as light as a ghost, always following behind Tang Wulin and keeping the same distance. Zhang Yangzi stood there motionless, seemingly unconcerned about Tang Wulin's frontal charge, but Wang Jingxi beside him moved. 2 circles of yellow soul rings also appeared under his feet. Wang Jingxi's thin figure swelled a little. What swelled was not his muscles, but his bones. He looked like an oversized skeleton. He raised his arms, and a faint black aura burst out from him. Tang Wulin remained calm, with his arms protecting his body. With a flash of light under his feet, he rushed straight towards Wang Jingxi. A head-on collision is something that only a strong attack-type soul master would do. Bang! With a low muffled sound, the two collided. Tang Wulin's body shook and he stopped, but Wang Jingxi was knocked back 3 steps. Blue vines moved along the ground and wrapped around Wang Jingxi. Tang Wulin now had an iron hammer in each of his hands. Facing a strong enemy, he did not hold back this time and directly used the 1000-forged silver hammer. From the collision just now, he has seen that Wang Jingxi's martial spirit should be related to his own bones. No matter what martial spirit you have, I can even forge rare metals, so can't I smash your bones? Roar! Wang Jingxi was enraged by the collision just now. The first soul ring under his feet lit up, and the 100-year soul ring was released. Some strange changes appeared in his body again. The entire right arm swelled up rapidly, especially the palm. The 5 fingers became 4, but they were extremely thick, with black nails at the front. The huge arm rushed straight towards Tang Wulin with a terrifying momentum. Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was not taken seriously at all. One after another blue vines wrapped around him, but a strange scene appeared. After Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass vines wrapped around the other party's body, they actually fell off by themselves. It seemed that at that moment, Wang Jingxi's body had become illusory. At some point, the second soul ring under Wang Jingxi's feet had lit up, and the 2 soul skills were used one after another. A smile appeared on Zhang Yang's face. It would be very difficult for even him to defeat Wang Jingxi, who released 2 soul skills at the same time. You know, Wang Jingxi's martial soul is the top-level dark martial soul, the Bone Dragon King. In terms of martial soul quality alone, Wei Xiaofeng is far inferior to him. The first soul skill is Bone Dragon Claw, and the second soul skill is Bone Soul Conversion. The Bone Soul transformation can change part of Wang Jingxi's body from a physical body to a spiritual body. Although it can only last for a short time, all physical attacks will be immune during this process. Of course, with Wang Jingxi's current cultivation, he could only transform a quarter of his body into a spirit body at most. Under his deliberate control, the part that was transformed was naturally the part that was just entangled by the blue-silver grass. Although Wang Jingxi was angry, he was very calm. Before the game, Zhang Yangzi told them that they should not underestimate the 5th class of the 1st grade. The students in this class, which was supposed to be a trash class, were able to defeat 3 classes all the way, so they must have a certain strength. So, according to their battle plan, Wei Xiaofeng would deal with one person one-on-one, Wang Jingxi would go all out to deal with the other 3, and Zhang Yangzi and Wang Billy would follow suit. After all, their target is not the opponents of the same grade, but those at a higher level. Therefore, in this competition, they intend to hide Zhang Yangzi's ability. Chapter 33 I Have a Big Banana. The huge bone dragon claw had already arrived in front of Tang Wulin. When it was opened, it was as big as Tang Wulin's entire torso. The bone dragon claw has the effects of darkness and poison, and is extremely powerful. Its own strength is equivalent to 10 times that of Wang Jingxi's own bones, and its strength is 5 times. It will grow with Wang Jingxi's growth. If he can cultivate to the 7th ring in the future and enter the level of martial soul true body, he can even transform himself into the Bone Dragon King and show the Bone Dragon true body. In terms of martial spirit alone, even Zhang Yangzi is inferior to Wang Jingxi. Ye Yingluo once told them that if they could really cultivate to the level of a 7-ringed soul saint in the future, Wang Jingxi would definitely be the strongest. Wang Jingxi, who has 2 rings, can only use 1 bone dragon claw, but in his opinion, it is enough to deal with opponents of the same level, even if the opponent is a 3-ring soul master. Wulin, be careful! Guyu flashed and came out from behind Tang Wulin, with rays of light pouring out from her body. It's okay, I'm here. A strange light suddenly flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes, and then he raised his right arm. Faced with the huge bone dragon claw, he did not try to dodge, nor did he use his blue silver grass to resist. The heavy silver hammer in his right hand suddenly disappeared, and in the depths of his eyes, a faint golden light flashed. He swung his right fist and headed straight for the center of the bone dragon claw. Guyu, who was beside him, suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds of bones coming from Tang Wulin's body. The strange aura that she had felt before suddenly burst out from Tang Wulin like a blowout. The moment this aura appeared, two people on the stage showed reactions. Xie Xie, who was chasing Wei Xiaofeng, suddenly froze. He felt a sense of extreme fear flashing through his heart. Not only did his speed slow down, but his whole body trembled, and the soul power in his body became obviously unstable. The other person who reacted was naturally Wang Jingxi, who was standing opposite Tang Wulin. Xie Xie did react, but Tang Wulin's aura was not directed at him. Wang Jingxi's feelings were much stronger than Xie Xie's. At that moment, Wang Jingxi felt that he was no longer facing a human being, but a terrifying beast. The power from his blood suddenly turned into a restraint, and the powerful force turned into a strong sense of trembling. The original movement of the bone dragon claw became at least twice as slow. Then he watched as Tang Wulin stretched out his right hand and grabbed a finger of his bone dragon claw. A huge force came and threw him out. How can this be? The moment Wang Jingxi was thrown out, both the other students fighting on the stage, as well as the audience and teachers below the stage, were all stunned. Long Hengxue was ready to take action to stop it, but just as he was about to rush over here, the situation suddenly changed. Wang Jingxi's bone dragon claw inexplicably slowed down, and the next moment, it turned into a human cannonball. Only Guyu, who was beside Tang Wulin, saw that Tang Wulin's right hand had turned completely golden at that moment, and her eyes were also dull. That breath, that power, seems to be. Deep in her beautiful eyes, there flashed an indescribable shock and surprise. She had the same thought as everyone else: how could it be possible? But how could hers be different from others? Bang! Wang Jingxi fell far away, dizzy and dazed, but the strong feeling of trembling just now also disappeared. Wei Xiaofeng was the luckiest one. He didn't even have time to use his second soul skill before Xie Xie got close to him. However, Xie Xie's inexplicable delay gave him the opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and quickly meet up with Zhang Yangzi. Tang Wulin clenched his right fist, his eyes flashing with joy and confidence. It really worked. Without pause, he swung the 1,000-forged silver hammer in his left hand towards Zhang Yangzi. A strand of blue-silver grass silently wrapped around the spiral texture of the hammer handle. The silver hammer came in front of Zhang Yangzi with a piercing whistle the next moment. At the same time, a green light appeared beside Zhang Yangzi without warning. He felt his body tighten and he could not move. Wind binding. It comes from Guyu's control over wind energy. Her restraints were perfectly coordinated with Tang Wulin's 1,000-forged silver hammer, just when Zhang Yangzi wanted to dodge but before he could make an evasive move. Seeing that the 1,000-forged silver hammer weighing hundreds of kilograms was unavoidable, Tang Wulin had already grasped the blue-silver grass. If Zhang Yangzi really couldn't resist, he would hold back at the last moment. After all, this was just a competition. There was a flash of surprise in Zhang Yangzi's eyes, but he was not panicked. 2 circles of spirit rings quickly lit up under his feet. Then, a loud eagle cry sounded from his mouth. He shook his body, and the wind elements around his body almost dissipated instantly. He slid and stepped away from Tang Wulin's 1,000-forged silver hammer attack just in time. The martial spirit was released, and a black shadow flew up from behind Zhang Yangzi. At the same time, a group of wings flashing with a faint black halo opened behind him. Flying martial spirit? Zhang Yangzi's wings flapped behind him, and a young eagle with a pitch-black body but a pair of strange purple eyes flew up above his head. The eagle is not big in size, but its sharp eyes are bright and energetic. As soon as he left, Wang Billy, who was protected behind him, was exposed. This is... When seeing that it is a flying-type martial soul, the first thing that comes to mind is a quick attack type combat soul master, but what Zhang Yangzi displayed was a surprising control type soul skill. Could it be that he is a control type combat soul master? At this time, the Bone Dragon King Spirit Master Wang Jingxi also climbed up and left Tang Wulin's body. The trembling fear also disappeared. He and Zhang Yangzi had known each other since childhood. Although he was a little puzzled at this time, he ran towards Wang Billy as soon as possible. Not good. Yes yet. Tang Wulin shouted, tiptoed the ground, and rushed straight to the black area. The 1000-forged silver hammer was retracted, but the blue-silver grass spread out over a large area, covering that area. A green light appeared under his feet, and Tang Wulin's body became lighter, increasing his speed. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared above the black light. With a flash of golden light, the black area became noticeably lighter, and 4 figures could be vaguely seen in it. Light attribute? Ye Yingluo in the audience was shocked again. Even Xie's 2 rings didn't surprise her so much. What kind of martial soul did this girl from Class 5, Grade 1 have? From the beginning of the competition till now, she has already used the wind element control, fire element control and light element control respectively. Can she actually control the 3 elements? This is a bit too incredible. However, this is useless. With 2 people besieging, can't they capture Xie yet? However, surprisingly, even with the combined strength of Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng, they were unable to defeat Xie in such a short period of time. Almost at the same time as the golden light in the sky, a ball of golden light burst out from the inside of the black area. It can be clearly seen that it is a ball of golden light that is spinning rapidly. The black area is constantly smiling during its rotation. And there are a series of collision sounds. Xie's second soul skill, Light Dragon Storm. Yes, this was the powerful soul skill Xie had recently mastered after breaking through the second ring. With his own body as the axis, he drove the light dragon dagger in a rapid rotation, letting the sharp edge of the light dragon dagger swirl around his body like a storm, combining offense and defense. It was precisely because of this powerful soul skill that he did not collapse directly under the siege of Zhang Yangzi and the other man. Tang Wulin had arrived and swung his right hand out again. However, this time he overdosed himself. Xie's light dragon storm obviously paused for a moment, and at the same time, a black shadow directly crashed into Xie's light dragon storm. Surprisingly, this black shadow seemed to have no defense and was directly torn into pieces by the light dragon storm. It turned into black rays of light and dissipated, and Xie only felt a chill invading his body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones, making him shiver. Oh no, I've been tricked. Shadow Clone, Zhang Yangzi's second soul skill. Releases a clone with 50% of his own power. The person hit by the attack will be affected by the erosion of darkness, and his soul power will be continuously melted, and he will be eroded. Xie's light dragon storm was directly broken, and Zhang Yangzi attacked Xie directly, determined to eliminate him first. Tang Wulin and Guyu were too late to support him. Seeing that Xie was about to be eliminated, but at this moment, Zhang Yangzi felt his mind go blank and he almost fell because of the momentum of rushing forward. It was Nanfuxian who made the move. Strands of blue-silver grass swarmed in, heading straight for the 2 of them and entangled them. At the same time, Tang Wulin smashed Wang Jingxi with the 1000-forged silver hammer in his left hand. Zhang Yangzi is agile and is the general of the 4. If they deal with him first, the rest of the game will be much easier. A green light silently wrapped around Zhang Yangzi's waist, and the next moment, the 2 figures retreated together, pulling away from the black light. 15. The one who pulled Zhang Yangzi away was Wei Xiaofeng. His right leg looked like it had no bones and could bend at incredible angles. As the 2 of them retreated, Xie did not pursue them, but instead retreated in the direction of Nanfuxian. Tang Wulin and Guyu did the same, and the 4 of them gathered together. It's still 4 versus 4. Zhang Yangzi, who retreated to his teammate's side, was also sweating. He almost capsized in the ditch. If they lost to the worst Class 5 with a gap of 3 Great Soul Masters and 1 Soul Master, then their Class 1, Grade 1, which was known as the strongest class in history, would really become a joke. Thinking of this, Zhang Yangzi did not hesitate and said to Wang Billy behind him, "Billy, it's your turn." Wang Jingxi and Wei Xiaofeng on the side hesitated to speak, but Wang Billy showed his big white teeth and said, "Okay." I saw a circle of yellow 100-year soul ring surrounding Wang Billy, and he stretched out his hand and made a orchid finger and said, "I have a big banana." Chapter 34 A Philosophical Man. I have a big banana. As Wang Billy spoke, a yellow light condensed in his hand and eventually turned into a banana. When Zhang Yangzi and the other two heard Wang Billy's words, their expressions changed slightly. Although the entire arena was empty, Nanfuxian and the other 4 were also soul masters, so they naturally heard Wang Billy's voice. The 4 people looked at Wang Billy with a bit of subtlety. How to say it? The soul spell of the food-type soul master is indeed a bit strange, but it is different with Wang Billy's actions at this time. A tall, dark-skinned man was pinching his fingers, and something was wrong. At the same time, Wang Billy looked at Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 who had taken his banana. There was a smile on his face. How to put it? At least in Nanfuxian's eyes, that smile was full of philosophy. His big white teeth looked even whiter against his dark skin. Food-type soul masters have always been a special existence in the soul master world. Their martial souls are strange and varied. 20,000 years ago, it was said that a high-level food-type soul master was an existence that no major force could refuse, because they could support the food rations of an army on their own. As the times change, the martial spirits of food-type spirit masters are also changing. It seems that this kind of martial spirit will develop with the times. For example, when candy was first created, a soul master whose martial soul was candy would appear every once in a while. Not long after cigars were first made, a soul master whose martial spirit was cigars appeared. But one thing will not change. Among food-type soul masters, no matter how other things change, there is one iron rule that all food-type soul masters recognize. The more powerful the food-type martial soul, the weirder it is, and the more despicable the soul curse is. Just like Oscar, one of the Shrek 7 devils who became the god of cookery 20,000 years ago. He Caitou, the source of destruction, who was one of the Shrek 7 devils 10,000 years ago, along with Ling Bing Douluo. Although Wang Billy's banana martial soul is not too powerful, it can definitely be called a top grade 1. Wang Billy's innate soul power is only level 6, and his current soul power is only level 14. From the perspective of a combat soul master, this is just an average talent, but for an auxiliary soul master, this can definitely be called a genius. But what is more controversial is Wang Billy. If it was just a bit of a dirty soul curse, it would be fine. For Zhang Yangzi and the other 2, it would at most pollute their ears a little. But the problem is that Wang Billy himself has some issues. If 4 people were not required to participate in this game, and if Wang Billy was not the most cost-effective in terms of role in the class, Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 would definitely not want to be on the same team with him. Wang Billy, a native of Donghai City, is said to have liked to treat others to his martial spirit bananas since he awakened his martial spirit and entered the junior college. There is nothing wrong with this. It is a good thing to share with classmates. However, most of the children in junior colleges do not understand the situation and do not have any impression of Wang Billy's soul curse. But the problem is that every time Wang Billy invites others to eat the bananas produced by his martial soul, he always shows a weird smile. If it weren't for the fact that the food is his martial soul, others would almost think that he has poisoned the bananas. But even so, because of his weird smile and the fact that he often invites others to eat his bananas, coupled with his stature that is much larger than his peers and his dark skin, he has few friends in primary and now intermediate colleges. There are even rumors that since Wang Billy entered the school, his roommates in the same dormitory have wrapped themselves tightly in quilts every night when they go to bed. When asked why, the students said that after seeing Wang Billy's smile, they were afraid that something strange would invade them while they were sleeping. Wang Billy's first soul skill, Energetic Banana. It can effectively restore the soul power of the soul master, and at the same time make the soul master enter an excited state, so that he can fight better and enhance a certain mental resistance. This was the lineup that Yaying Luo specially arranged after she heard that Class 3, led by her sister Yaying Rong, lost to Class 5. In her opinion, a big reason why her sister's Class 3 lost was because of Nanfuxian's soul skills. In fact, she went to watch the match between Class 5 and Class 2. From her perspective, every time Nanfuxian's spirit ring flashed, the opponent would suddenly lose consciousness and stand still, and then be eliminated. She didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of spiritual spirit master. But Nanfuxian is only a first ring soul master after all. How strong is his mental power? Wang Billy's first soul skill can make people enter an excited state. It can strengthen the resistance to spiritual soul skills to a certain extent. With Zhang Yangzi and 3 great soul masters, what can Class 5 do to resist? On the field, Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 slowly recovered their spirit power after eating bananas. Zhang Yangzi said to the 2 people beside him, "It's been dragging on for a while. We are the strongest team. Let's fight quickly and decisively." Zhang Yangzi didn't want to experience being almost eliminated again, so he prepared to eliminate Class 5 in one go to avoid any accidents. At this time, everyone in Class 5 was thinking the same thing as him. Nanfuxian, who was standing behind the 3 of them, said, "We must make a quick decision. The opponent has a food-type soul master, and his soul skills seem to be of the recovery type. If we drag it out any longer, our situation will be bad. Indeed, we will prioritize attacking Wang Jingxi and try to eliminate him first. If that doesn't work, we will eliminate the food-type soul master first." Tang Wulin said. This was a correct judgment. Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng were both very agile, and they might not be able to find an opportunity. But in the previous collision with Wang Jingxi, Tang Wulin found that his claws were very restrained against him, so he naturally had to pick on him first. At this moment, Zhang Yangzi on the opposite side. The wings behind them spread out again, and the black light curtain suddenly strengthened, covering them. Guyu's mouth curved up, dark attribute control. She held Tang Wulin back to stop him from rushing out first, and took 2 steps forward to the front of the 4 of them. A yellow halo shone beneath her feet, and at that moment, Guyu's eyes lit up. A faint silver light flashed from the depths of her eyes. She raised her right hand, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from her palm, as if she was holding a small sun. A strong aura of light burst out from her body. After Xie was hit by Zhang Yangzi's second soul skill, the remaining dark elements in his body disappeared in an instant under the illumination of Guyu's light elements. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable, and even the consumed soul power was slowly recovering. Xie's light dragon dagger has the attribute of light, while the shadow dragon dagger has the attribute of space. It is mainly based on the attribute of light. Bathing in this breath of light will naturally make you feel extremely comfortable. Zhang Yangzi's dark sky was impacted by the light element and immediately began to weaken, with the 3 figures inside looming. Chapter 35 Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Element Combination. Yaying Luo looked at the girl on the stage with only 1 spirit ring in shock. Genius, this is an absolute genius. Although I don't know what her martial spirit and spirit skills are. But she can combine the 2 elements of light and fire. At such a young age, the word genius is far from enough to describe her excellence. As the dark sky approached the golden red flame, it suddenly faded away like melting ice and snow, and could not move forward even 1 step. At this moment, a huge bone dragon claw shot out from the dark sky like lightning and fell straight towards Guyu. Along with the bone dragon claw, there appeared a number of green giant snakes, 6 in total, all with their mouths wide open. They surrounded the bone dragon claw, bypassed Guyu in front, and went straight to bite Tang Woolen and Xie behind. Green Shadow Devouring. Wei Xiaofeng's second soul skill. A blue-gold vine pulled, Guyu's body swept back, and the golden red light attached to the three people at the same time, turning into a layer of light shield. It still blocked the dark sky from approaching. At the same time, Tang Woolen's blue-silver grass came out again close to the ground and coiled towards the opposite side. Xie suddenly accelerated, and at this moment, he looked a little illusory. The light and shadow on the light dragon dagger flickered, and strong light swept past, confronting the green shadow devour head-on, preventing the snake heads from getting close. Tang Woolen pulled Guyu and brought her behind him, then rushed towards the bone dragon claw again. He smashed a snake head with his left hand and his right hand turned golden and grabbed towards the bone dragon claw. The bone dragon claw suddenly retracted, and a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Tang Woolen. The dual attribute light of light and fire collided with the black light on his body, making a sound like water poured into boiling oil. He nimbly dodged Tang Woolen's right hand and punched directly at Tang Woolen's chest. The shadow came so suddenly that Tang Woolen himself was somewhat slow to react. In terms of speed and combat skills, he was much worse than Xie. The shadow also cunningly avoided the blue-silver grass on the ground. There's no way around it. Tang Woolen's eyes flashed, and the 1000-forged silver hammer reappeared in his right hand. Since there's no way around it, then he won't dodge. The sledgehammer smashed directly at the black shadow, attacking the enemy wherever he could. Puff! The black shadow's fist landed lightly on Tang Woolen, and Tang Woolen's heavy silver hammer also swept past him. What made Tang Woolen feel strange was that the black shadow actually fell apart under his hammer, and turned into black rays of light that dissipated. A chill also invaded his body and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, making him shiver. Oh no, I've been tricked. This was Zhang Yang's second soul skill, Shadow Clone. At this moment, Tang Woolen's blue-silver grass finally entered the black fog. Tang Woolen groaned, and endured the discomfort in his body, and suddenly output his soul power. Strands of blue-silver grass suddenly swayed and danced in the dark light curtain. The seemingly soft blue-silver grass suddenly became tough at this moment, covering the entire dark sky and striking towards it. Even the recovered bone dragon claws were pulled aside when they were hit. For a moment, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, and Wei Xiaofeng were all affected to varying degrees and staggered back. Who would have thought that this seemingly weakest blue-silver grass with only a 10-year spirit ring could burst out with such power? Zhang Yangzi was slightly relaxed because of his successful sneak attack on Tang Woolen, and was hit by a blue-silver grass on his body, which was burning with pain. Wei Xiaofeng, who was controlling the green shadow devourer, was also affected and his skills were interrupted. Wang Jingxi was in the best condition due to his strong physique, but the blue-silver grass that was whipping at him still shook his body and he had to retreat. Woolen, how are you? Guyu put one hand on Tang Woolen's back, and the soft light-attributed soul power penetrated into his body. The waves of warmth made Tang Woolen feel much better. It's okay. Tang Woolen said, suppressing his discomfort. You, go to hell! Guyu suddenly shouted. Nan Fuxian wanted to stop her from behind, but failed. With a green light flashing on her body, her speed suddenly increased. She swung both hands at the same time, and fireballs and ice cones suddenly flew towards the four people. At the same time, the green light on Guyu's body began to become stronger and stronger, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. After the first round of fireballs were blasted out, his hands had completely turned into ice blue, and the ice cones shattered in the air and then merged into the green light. The temperature on the competition stage dropped suddenly. In the strong wind, pieces of broken ice cut through the air like sharp blades, releasing piercing sounds. The faces of Zhang Yangzi and the other three changed. Wang Jingxi took the initiative to stand in the front, and the other three also released their own soul power to protect their bodies. Dodge! The airflow on the entire competition stage seemed to be controlled by the wind column, pulling their bodies, and the speed dropped by at least half. There was no way to escape the range of the tornado. Long Hengxiu was stunned on the stage. Is this a soul skill that a one-ring soul master can release? A three-ring soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring can't have this level of skills? Ice Storm. An elemental combination of ice and wind. Among the 4 people in Class 5 of Grade 1, the strongest one has always been Guyu, not Xie, who has the highest soul power cultivation and twin martial souls. In previous matches, Guyu had never really shown her true strength. Today, Tang Wulin was actually injured by the opponent, so she angrily released one of her most powerful attack methods. However, when the ice and snowstorm was released, Guyu's face turned pale and her body was shaking. Fortunately, Nanfuxian held her up and prevented her from falling. The sound of collision continued to sound from the ice and snowstorm, and the powerful storm tore the bodies of the 4 participating students from Class 1, Grade 1. It could be vaguely seen that there were flashes of light flashing among them, indicating that they could still rely on their own martial arts support. The ice and snowstorm lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually dissipating, and even the temperature around the competition stage dropped significantly. The figures of Zhang Yangzi and the other 3 gradually appeared. Wang Jingxi, who was at the front, had his school uniform turned into strips of cloth, covered with tiny scars. Fortunately, he protected his face with his arms to avoid disfigurement. Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng were in better condition, but they were also pale, while the tall Wang Billy fell into a coma. Obviously, as an auxiliary soul master, his ability to withstand blows was not as strong as the other 3. However, in order to resist this soul skill, the other 3 people also consumed a huge amount of soul power. The junior students of all grades watching the game looked at Guyu with different eyes. Is she really a freshman? How powerful will she be in the future? Holding the light dragon dagger, Xie walked towards the other party step by step, admit defeat. Everyone could see that Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 had consumed at least half of their spiritual power, and had all suffered varying degrees of injuries. We haven't lost yet. Zhang Yangzi's eyes were still sharp, and these words almost popped out from between his teeth. Wei Xiaofeng glanced at him and said hesitantly, "Really?" Zhang Yangzi gave him a fierce look and said, "We can't lose. Jin Xi, come here." Wang Jingxi suddenly straightened his back, roared towards the sky, and the black airflow on his body became stronger again. Zhang Yangzi flew behind Wang Jingxi and hugged Wang Jingxi's waist with his arms opened from behind. The low roar of a dragon and the loud cry of an eagle sounded almost at the same time. The bodies of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi turned as black as ink at the same time, and then, they strangely merged together. Zhang Yangzi's body turned into black light and merged silently into Wang Jingxi's body. The original pile of light wings behind him quickly grew larger and turned into Wang Jingxi's wings. Wang Jingxi's body began to swell and grow larger. A huge tail protruded from the back of his hips. His left arm also turned into a bone dragon claw like his right arm, and his breath soared. Chapter 36 The End. All this happened so suddenly that Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass didn't have time to respond immediately. Xie only had time to use his light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger to block in front of him before he was slapped away. The man was still in the air when a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Tang Wulin even heard the crisp sound of his arm breaking. Xie! Tang Wulin flew forward and caught Xie's body that was knocked flying. Xie's eyes were closed and he was unconscious. The light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands disappeared and his breath was weak. Damn it, this is just a competition. Tang Wulin roared and rushed towards the huge bone dragon regardless of everything. As he was running, a layer of golden scales slowly emerged from his right arm starting from his fingers, and his entire arm seemed to have become thicker. The pupils of Tang Wulin's eyes had turned completely golden. He stomped his left foot on the ground suddenly. As he ran, a layer of golden scales slowly emerged from his right arm starting from his fingers, and his entire arm seemed to have become thicker. Tang Wulin's pupils had turned completely golden. He stomped his left foot on the ground suddenly, making a low roar. 16. His men flew towards the mutated Wang Jingxi like a cannonball. Wang Jingxi's body had changed a lot compared to before. He flapped his wings behind him, and his 2-meter-tall body flew up a few feet. He swung his body, and the long tail behind him flew straight towards Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin opened his mouth and a mouthful of black air spewed out of it. His right palm suddenly grew larger, his fingers grew longer, and golden nails quickly emerged, also turning into dragon claws. But unlike Wang Jingxi's bone dragon claws, he has 5 dragon claws. Snap! Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw slammed on the bone dragon's tail that caused the air to distort. Tang Wulin's body was yanked up, but a golden light also flashed on the bone dragon's tail. Tang Wulin curled up in the air and rolled over. Several blue-silver grasses wrapped around Wang Jingxi's bone dragon body. With the help of the pulling force of the blue-silver grass, he pulled himself over again. The golden dragon claws fell and grabbed Wang Jingxi on the head. Wang Jingxi's 2 bone dragon claws closed towards the center and slapped Tang Wulin at the same time. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar suddenly rang out from Tang Wulin's mouth. A faint golden halo was released from his body for a moment, and Wang Jingxi's bone dragon claw suddenly hesitated. The golden dragon claw slapped down on the head. "Hold on!" Long Hengxiu and Ye Yingluo shouted these 2 words almost at the same time. But at this time, Tang Wulin was already overwhelmed by the anger brought about by Xie's serious injury, and he slapped out with all his strength, the golden dragon claw, and could no longer be retracted. At this moment, a slender hand appeared silently on Tang Wulin's right arm, and with a light flick, Tang Wulin's body deflected. The golden dragon claw that was originally aimed at Wang Jingxi's head turned to hit Wang Jingxi's right bone dragon claw. With a smack, Wang Jingxi's body, which was almost twice as big as Tang Wulin's, was slammed directly from the air by this claw and fell to the ground. Tang Wulin himself was driven by a gentle force and fell to the side. Enough! A cold voice rang in his ears, like a morning bell and an evening drum, waking Tang Wulin up. Wu Zhongkong was standing next to him, holding the seriously injured Xie in his arms. Wang Jingxi's bone dragon body fell to the ground, and the tail that was hit first by Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw made a crisp breaking sound, and his right bone dragon claw also broke and hung down. Zhang Yangzi was lying on the ground with both his legs broken, while Wang Jingxi's right arm was broken. The severe pain made them scream in unbearable pain. No one had expected that this promotion match would be so brutal. "Teacher Wu, how could you let your students commit such a crime?" Ye Yingluo had already rushed onto the stage, pointing her finger at Wu Chongkong and roaring. Wu Chongkong said to Tang Wulin, "Let's go." From beginning to end, he never even looked at Ye Yingluo. Ye Yingluo was about to chase after him, but suddenly she felt an extremely sharp and icy breath coming from Wu Chongkong, which made her feel as if her whole body was frozen in an instant, and she was ultimately unable to take this step. Nan Fuxian, Gu Yu, and Tang Wulin, whose arm had recovered, followed Wu Chongkong off the stage. Long Hengxiu stood on the competition stage, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. This time, something big has happened. 3 people were seriously injured in a promotion match. As a referee, I have no choice but to take responsibility. This is a major accident that has not happened in many years. Wu Zhongkong carried Xie directly to the infirmary, where the teacher with a healing spirit examined him. Fortunately, it was just a stress fracture, with both arms and forearms fractured. The injury was not light, but there was nothing wrong with the rest of the body. It was just that his internal organs were shaken, and it would take some time to recuperate. The remaining dark energy in Tang Wulin was also dissolved by the teacher. "Teacher Wu, I..." Tang Wulin looked at Wu Chongkong, who was standing there without saying a word and with a cold face, and wanted to explain something. Needless to say, you did nothing wrong. You three, go back and rest. Wu Zhongkong said lightly. Oh. Then's yes yet? Tang Wulin asked. I'm here. Wu Zhongkong glanced at him. The three of them left the infirmary together. Nan Fuxian saw Tang Wulin looking self-blaming. Don't think too much. We couldn't have anticipated the situation at that time. If I'm not mistaken, what Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi used was a martial soul fusion technique. It is said that martial soul fusion techniques are almost extinct in the Soul Master world, and can only be performed when the martial souls of the two are extremely compatible. After Nan Fuxian finished speaking, he looked at Tang Wulin, who no longer felt so guilty, and Gu Yu, who was looking at Tang Wulin and seemed hesitant to talk, and tactfully said goodbye to them and returned to the dormitory. When Nan Fuxian returned to the dormitory, Wang Bie and the other two had not returned yet. Nan Fuxian sat on the bed and recalled the previous duel. Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw is much stronger than I thought. Although I originally planned to hide my weakness in this match, my current performance is not outstanding at all. I don't know if I can join the yet-to-be-established Zero class based on the performance I've shown in the previous few games. Yes, in this game, Nan Fuxian was basically paddling throughout the whole process. It can even be said that he should take some responsibility for the injuries suffered by Yes Yat. Chapter 37, Stalking the Perverts Yes Yat? For Nan Fuxian, although he can be considered to understand the entire plot of Douluo 3, he has not yet mastered it. When he first read the novel, he just skimmed through it, so he wasn't really clear about some of the details. For example, he only had a rough understanding of how much Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline blessed his body, and how much it suppressed dragon-type martial spirits or spirit beasts. But after all, he had not seen it with his own eyes, and was still confused about this aspect. He only knew that Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline could suppress the dragon bloodlines of Douluo except for the Silver Dragon King. He deliberately let Tang Wulin win today just to see where his strength and limits were. Otherwise, with their ability to steal consciousness, they would have won long ago. For example, when Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng besieged Xiexiet at the beginning, he could easily steal the consciousness of both of them if he wanted to, but in the end he only stole the consciousness of Zhang Yangzi so that Wei Xiaofeng had a chance to rescue him. Later, when Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi used the martial soul fusion technique, he could also directly steal their consciousness. Although it was a bit outrageous to steal the consciousness of two people in the state of martial soul fusion technique, Nan Fuxian's intuition told him that he could do it. However, in order to test Tang Wulin's strength, he chose to let the two attack Xiexiet in order to stimulate Tang Wulin. In the end, he got the result he wanted, but it was a bit unfair to Xiexiet. How can I describe the result? Outrageous. The martial soul fusion skills of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi, two great soul masters, are basically unstoppable at the soul master level. Even soul lords can only touch them. As a result, Tang Wulin, a one-ring soul master, beat up the two men, breaking both legs of one and the right arm of the other. It was so horrifying. At the same time, through these battles, Nan Fuxian also understood his own shortcomings. The first was his own physical fitness. Although at this stage, his physical fitness was far superior to his peers, it was uncertain in the future. After all, the improvement in his physical fitness was basically brought about by the advancement of magic potions, and his martial soul was not a powerful beast martial soul. Although he was a mage by definition, he also had a desire for close combat. The second problem is his lack of attacking ability. Most of the time, he defeats others by stealing their consciousness and making them fall into a state of unconsciousness. But this is just a competition within the academy after all. The real battlefield is ever-changing. If he only relies on this ability, he might fail in the gutter one day. Well, the premise is that he only relies on the ability he has shown on the surface. If Nan Fuxian really uses his full strength, at least killing Wu Zhongkong won't be a problem. as long as he is willing to use Source Castle and the 3 uniquenesses. As for why it was Wu Chongkong? Of course, it was because Wu Chongkong was the strongest soul master he had ever seen at this stage. Of course, even if he could kill a Soul Emperor level opponent, Nanfuxian would not fight so hard unless it was necessary. The casual use of Source Castle and uniqueness would bring a huge burden to Nanfuxian's spirit. As for the attack power, there is no need to rush. The Soul Guide can make up for it. When the magic potion is upgraded in the future, the attack power will naturally be supplemented. However, I am still greedy for Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King Divine Core. Calm down. Nanfuxian patted his cheeks to calm himself down. It would be a foolish choice to attack Tang Wulin now. The consciousness of Tang San in his body alone was enough to make Nanfuxian suffer. Not to mention that he will face a series of problems in the future, and his advantage as a prophet will also disappear. He is still too weak now and needs the support of the plot. As Nanfuxian began to practice, he entered a state of concentration and soon reached the state of meditation where he forgot both himself and the world. My soul power has reached level 17. I wonder what kind of soul skills my second soul will bring me. Nanfuxian stretched out his arms and clenched his fists. His soul was different from others, probably because it was a defective product. Or maybe it was because the soul's consciousness was replaced by him. His soul could increase its age through practice, but it could not, like a normal soul. Providing him with multiple soul rings also means that Nanfuxian will have to absorb about 9 souls. That's fine too. It's just like in ancient times, when a soul master reached a certain level in his cultivation, he would go hunt a soul beast. It's also good that souls don't have their own consciousness. At least it's a little quieter this way. Nanfuxian glanced at Wang Bie and the other 2 who were still sleeping. Ever since he took the time worm back from these 3 people, their enthusiasm for practicing hard had slowly been exhausted. Well, I am indeed a good person. I parasitized them before so that they could practice well. Otherwise, with their personalities, they probably wouldn't even be willing to practice for the first few days. Nanfuxian, who had realized that he was a good person, walked out of the dormitory on his own. However, when he passed by the playground, he saw a pervert following him. Oh no, it should be Xie. At this time, Xie still had bandages on his arms, and was looking ahead with a half-smile. He followed Xie's gaze and saw Tang Wulin and a senior schoolmate he had never seen before running on the playground. She was a slender girl, who looked about 14 or 15 years old. Her figure had already begun to take shape. A pink sportswear set off her attractive figure. Her skin was as white and tender as cream. Her long blue hair was combed into a neat ponytail, and a white towel was hung around her slender white neck. The girl was very beautiful, with delicate features and big watery eyes. Under the rising sun, her whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden glow. Nanfuxian watched Tang Wulin running slowly behind the girl. Even after he finished running and said goodbye, Tang Wulin was still staring at the girl's figure, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Then followed the pervert? Oh no, it was Xie who stepped forward to call Tang Wulin back to his senses and explained to him that the girl just now was none other than the top school beauty of the intermediate department, Ouyang Zixin. Nanfuxian did not talk to the 2 people who were chatting, but went straight to the cafeteria. The most important thing now was to eat. Speaking of which, if Xie's behavior just now can be considered a stalker pervert, then what am I? A stalker of a stalker pervert. Nanfuxian shook his head and straightened out his errant thoughts. The slight sense of guilt he had felt for betraying Xie before was gone, if he really felt guilty at all. Chapter 38, First Grade Class 0 established. Although Xie's arm was injured, his condition has stabilized and he still has to go to class. Wu Zhongkong still had a stern look on his face as he led the students from Class 5, Grade 1, directly to the playground to gather. The current Class 5 of Grade 1 is completely different from what it used to be. When they came to the playground, the eyes of other grade 1 classes all turned to them. Among them, the most important attention fell on Tang Woolen, Xie and Gu Yu. As for Nanfuxian, it can only be said that there was some attention but not much. After all, in the previous battle of the class, Nanfuxian just played an auxiliary role. Soon, students from the 5 first-grade classes had gathered. Nanfuxian noticed that Zhang Yangzi was not among the students in Class 1, Grade 1. His broken leg was obviously more troublesome. Wang Jingxi, like Xie, had bandages on his hands. At the front of the team, not only the Dean of Studies Long Hengxiu came, but also the Dean Yu Zhen came in person. Long Hengxiu signaled to Dean Yu Zhen and said loudly, "Today we are convening a temporary first-year class meeting, mainly because we have 2 things to announce. First, due to the special circumstances of the first grade this year, the winning class of the first grade will no longer participate in the subsequent promotion competition. The ranking of the first grade will be adjusted according to the rules of the promotion competition. That is, the original first grade Class 5 will be adjusted to the first grade Class 1, and the other 4 classes will be adjusted accordingly. No longer allowed to participate in the promotion competition?" Everyone in the first grade Class 1 couldn't help but get excited. Not being allowed to continue to participate in the promotion competition meant that the rewards for challenging the next level would no longer exist. Long Hengxiu continued, "In view of the outstanding performance of the first grade class in this year's promotion competition, we will reward all students in the class with 1 grade A meal every day this semester." As soon as these words came out, the commotion instantly turned into cheers. What is the concept of a meal? It is a great tonic. Let's not talk about the taste first, it will be of great benefit to their cultivation. Most families cannot afford a meal, and a semester of free meals for the whole class is definitely a big deal. Ye Yingluo, who had become the head teacher of Grade 1 Class 2, looked even gloomier. She was obviously not in a good mood. Long Hengxiu shouted, "Be quiet." The cheers gradually died down. Long Hengxiu continued, "Due to the outstanding performance of the first-year students this year, the board of directors of the college has decided after research to establish a pilot class in the first year and select the best students to join. It is tentatively named Grade 1 Class 0, with Wu Chongkong as the class teacher. The students of Grade 1 Class 0 are selected from existing classes, and there are currently 7 students. Grade 1 Class 1, Tang Woolen, Xie, Gu Yu. Nanfuxian. Grade 1 Class 2, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, Wei Xiaofeng. In the future, if there are students with equally outstanding performance in this grade, they may also join Class 0. Grade 1, Class 0? What is this ghost? The students present were all stunned. In the history of Donghai College, there had never been a class like Class 0. And teacher Wu Chongkong was the class teacher. What did this mean? Tang Woolen and his 3 companions were surprised, Nanfuxian was pretending, and Wang Jingxi and Wei Xiaofeng on the other side were equally surprised. They both looked in the direction of Tang Woolen and his 3 companions at the same time. Wei Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, while Wang Jingxi's gaze was only on Tang Woolen. His eyes looked a little complicated. Wu Zhongkong had a blank expression on his face. In fact, he was notified immediately after the Academy's board of directors made the decision last night. In fact, there were only 6 members in the first grade 0 class, and Nanfuxian was not arranged in. After all, Nanfuxian's performance was not outstanding throughout the battle, so it was more convincing to let Wang Billy enter the first grade 0 class than Nanfuxian. It was Wu Chongkong and Dean Yu Zhen who suggested that Nanfuxian should be arranged in as well. The reason was that the 4 people in Class 5, Grade 1 were already a group, and they could either go in together or not. Wu Zhongkong only replied with one sentence, "Even I can control that child's soul skills, and his martial soul still has great potential to be developed." Dean Yu Zhen was also choked by Wu Chongkong's words. How could he not know where Wu Chongkong came from? Since even Wu Chongkong was so optimistic about Nanfusion, what else could he say? Moreover, the first grade class 0 that would be established later would also require Wu Chongkong to lead, so he had no choice but to agree. It was just one more student after all. In fact, even Wu Chongkong didn't expect that he would do this. Did he have such high expectations for Nanfusion? At this time, even Wu Chongkong did not notice that in his spiritual sea and on his martial soul, a total of 3 time worms were emitting a bright white light. It emitted a kind of wave that he couldn't even perceive, slowly affecting his thinking. Long Hengxiu said, in addition to the 2 notices, there is also a penalty decision in yesterday's promotion match. In the contest between Class 1, Grade 1, and Class 1, Grade 1, students on both sides failed to uphold the principle of friendship first and competition second, resulting in 4 of the participating students being seriously injured. Severe criticism was made to the 8 participating students, and deprived them of all possible rewards for the 8-person competition as a warning to others. Deprive of rewards? It seems that even if you win the promotion match in the same grade, there is no reward. It's just a promotion. Long Hengxiu's words were quite harsh, but it didn't seem like a real punishment. Dean, can you say something? Long Hengxiu whispered to Yu Zhen beside him. Yu Zhen nodded and said loudly, "Students, I believe you are all very curious about why the first grade class 0 was established." 17. This is because the students selected around you have far surpassed your level in terms of personal ability. If you continue to train them at the same level, their talents will be buried. This tells you that if you want to shine in the future, you must work harder. I hope that more of you will join Class 0 in the near future and become the best talents of our Donghai College. Okay, dismissed. The class teachers of each class lead the students back to class. The class teacher of Grade 1, Class 1, will be temporarily replaced by Director Long Hengxiu until a new class teacher is selected. Teacher Wu Chongkong and several students from Grade 1, Class 0, please stay for a while. In a state of surprise, envy, jealousy, and hatred, the 5 first-grade classes returned to their classrooms. Only the dean and a few teachers and students from the newly established first-grade Class 0 were left on the playground. Children, come here. Yu Zhen waved to everyone. Chapter 39 Joining Class 0. In front of the dean, even Wei Xiaofeng didn't dare to be presumptuous. But there was obviously some discord between the 2 sides. Yu Zhen looked at the 6 children in front of him, and his eyebrows twitched. He said in a cold voice, "You guys are quite capable. Do you think that you are very capable just because you stand out among your peers? Look at you, what have you become? 2 of the 7 people have broken arms, and there is also a person with a broken leg in the classroom." The 6 people were stunned by the scolding. They didn't expect that Yu Zhen would face them and start scolding them. Yu Zhen continued with a grim expression, "I have just said the purpose of establishing Class 0, which is to prevent you from being delayed. However, you little guys, put away your arrogance and behave yourself, otherwise, don't blame the academy for being rude. I warn you, if you do the same thing as yesterday again, you will be punished. Don't think you are all gifted now. I tell you, you are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. There are many people in the Federation who are better than you. There has never been a shortage of geniuses in this world, nor has there ever been a shortage of geniuses who died young. If a genius wants to become a great talent, he or she must also make efforts far beyond ordinary people. Only in this way can you be worthy of your talent. Do you understand?" "I understand." In front of the dean's powerful aura, the 6 people felt ashamed to raise their heads. "Sign all the agreements." Yu Zhen turned his wrist, and a pile of papers covered with words appeared in his hand, which he handed to the 6 people. The 6 people subconsciously took the paper and pen. Nanfusion took a glance and saw 3 big words written at the top, "Agreement." The following content roughly means that I, XXX, voluntarily sign an agreement with Donghai College and will not transfer before completing studies in the junior high school and high school departments of the intermediate college. This is roughly the content. What does this mean? All 6 of them were stunned. The Academy has established Class 0, and will increase its investment in you. Resources from all aspects will be allocated, so the Academy must ensure that you can continue to study here and not be derailed by some uncertain reasons. Okay, sign it. Xie asked weakly, Dean, should we discuss this with our family members before signing it? Yu Zhen rolled his eyes and said, sure. You can go back and communicate, but you don't have to participate in Class 0. I'm very busy and don't have time to wait for you to do these things. While they were talking, Nanfuxian had already signed the agreement in his hand. For him, the agreement had no effect. He originally came for Class 0, and now he might not be able to get the same benefits as Class 0 if he went to other colleges. Tang Wulin also signed the contract. He didn't know where else to study except at East Sea College. The college's willingness to allocate resources to a loser like him was like pie in the sky. There was no reason not to sign the contract. Gu Yu signed almost right after Tang Wulin, and seeing that all 3 had signed, Xie didn't know what to say. It didn't seem to matter as long as they didn't leave East Sea College. On the other side, Wang Jingxi also signed, only Wei Xiaofeng was a little hesitant. Dean, it's not a good idea not to discuss this with my family. I think we should still discuss it. After all, our family may allow me to study in a better college in the future when I am in the senior department. Yu Zhen nodded, everyone has their own aspirations. You can go back to Class 2. The number of students in Grade 1 Class 0 will be changed to 6. As he spoke, he had already taken back the agreement from Wei Xiaofeng and waved to him. There was a somewhat complicated look in Wei Xiaofeng's eyes, but he still didn't get the agreement back after all. He bowed to the dean and then turned around and headed towards the teaching building. This magical face-changing skill made Tang Wulin and the other 3 people stunned. Okay, you signed this agreement, which means that from now on, you will become the core elite of the Academy. We respect Wei Xiaofeng's choice, but I believe that he will regret his choice today in the future. Although our East Sea Academy is not ranked high in the mainland, it is the only intermediate Soul Master Academy in a big city after all. When the resources of the Academy are completely tilted towards you, even the legendary Shrek Academy may not be much stronger than us. After hearing the Dean's confident words, the 4 people who had just signed the agreement were obviously in a better mood. Only Nanfuxian and Wu Chongkong, who was not far away, twitched their lips after hearing this. How to say it? The Dean is a little too confident. If the resources of Donghai College are tilted towards a few students when their soul power is still low, then if these students are not inferior to Shrek College, then Nanfuxian believes it. But when it comes to the Soul Master level, the gap will begin to become obvious. Although the treatment of students in the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy is basically the same as that of some high-level Soul Master academies. However, Shrek Academy is located in the center of the continent, where you can find all kinds of materials and rare treasures, and it also adheres to the principle of strength first in education. If you are not strong enough, you will be eliminated in a minute. Nanfuxian cannot judge whether this education system is right or wrong, but in terms of results, Shrek Academy has indeed cultivated many strong people. With the reputation of being the #1 academy on the continent, a steady stream of geniuses aim to join Shrek Academy, and then they have to pass various tests before they can join. A large number of geniuses are fighting and involuntarily competing with each other. This kind of atmosphere alone makes Shrek Academy surpass many senior academies at the starting point. In addition, there are all kinds of messy tasks, which are very stressful for students. If you complete them, it means you are capable. If you fail to complete them, you will be expelled. With these experiences, the students of Shrek Academy are far superior to those of senior academies in terms of combat. There is also a golden ancient tree, a group of powerful people, and that inexplicable brainwashing ability in the inner courtyard, which makes Shrek Academy firmly maintain its reputation as the #1 academy in the continent. However, the current Shrek Academy is too far away from Nanfusion. Now he just wants to use the resources of Class 0 to improve himself. After that, he successfully advanced to Sequence 4 through the Tianhai competition and decided what to do next. With the establishment of Class 0 of the first grade at Donghai College, the college indeed gave them treatment that was far different from that of ordinary students. The classroom was moved to a separate large open room, and their dormitories were also adjusted. Instead of 4 people in one room, each person had a room, which was the same as the dormitory where ordinary teachers lived. In other words, they directly enjoyed the living treatment of teachers. The 6 people lived next to each other. When Zhang Yangzi heard that Wang Jingxi had signed the agreement, he signed it without hesitation. The first grade Class 0 was officially established, with a total of 7 people including the head teacher. Wu Chongkong was also assigned a new teacher's dormitory, which was right next to their dormitory, and his residence was also changed from the original dormitory to a suite. Chapter 40, Fighting Armor. Of course, even if they started the class now, it would not be complete. After all, 3 of the 6 people were injured, and they all had fractures. Therefore, they could only take the theory class first. The classroom of Grade 1 Class 0 seemed a little empty. The entire classroom was no different from an ordinary class, but with only Nanfusion and 6 other students in it, it seemed very spacious. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi sat on one side, Nanfusion and 4 others sat on the other side, a total of 6 people, clearly separated. Zhang Yangzi had his legs crossed on a chair with a gloomy face, while Wang Jingxi remained silent, though occasionally his eyes would inadvertently fall on Tang Wulin. Wu Zhongkong walked into the classroom with a stern face, stood in the middle, and swept his eyes over the faces of the 6 people. Starting today, there will be some changes to your classes. His words immediately attracted the attention of the 6 people. Even Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi admired this powerful and arrogant male god. They also watched the battle between Wu Chongkong and Guang Biao. Wu Zhongkong, due to your current physical condition, the training will be postponed. Let's start with the theory class. Today we will talk about mechas. Mecha? Hearing these 2 words, the 6 people couldn't help but look at each other. The darkness on Zhang Yangzi's face seemed to have faded a bit, and he couldn't help asking, "Teacher Wu, aren't mechas taught in the senior department? We are only in the first grade. Isn't it too early?" According to the traditional teaching method, the junior department of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is a 6-year foundation. The advanced department begins to dabble in mecha knowledge. After graduating from the advanced department, according to different learning directions, they were admitted to different senior colleges for further study. All those who could graduate from senior colleges were elite students at the top of society. The junior college is 6 years old, and they are only in the first year. They are already learning about mechas? Isn't this forcing the issue? Wu Chongkong said, "Your mecha class only teaches you the knowledge about mechas, so that you can have a general understanding of mechas, but it does not teach you any specific details. So there won't be many courses. Who among you doesn't want to become a mecha master in the future?" The 6 people fell silent at the same time. Mecha masters were already synonymous with strong people and were now the mainstream. Wu Chongkong said, "In that case, then listen to the class carefully." He glanced at Zhang Yangzi, and suddenly Zhang Yangzi felt a chill from head to toe, and dared not say a word. The development of modern mechas originated from 10,000 years ago. At that time, soul guides had been developed for thousands of years and were increasingly widely used. All technologies were initially developed for the purpose of war. Soul guides are no exception. After they were widely used in war, they were gradually transformed into civilian use. At that time, soul masters thought about whether they could use soul guides to fully enhance soul masters, thereby making soul masters more powerful. They began to try various methods to study mechas. In the ancient times, tens of thousands of years ago, soul masters were the most mainstream profession. However, soul masters were not only rare in number, but most of them were limited to a very low level and could not become strong. The emergence of soul guides gradually changed this situation. They allowed some low-level soul masters, especially auxiliary soul masters, to have combat effectiveness by relying on their own soul power and soul guides. The emergence of soul guide mechas made this change even more obvious. The soul-guided mecha is injected with soul power through the soul power storage device, allowing the user to exert strength far beyond his own. The initial soul-guided mecha was developed in the direction of large scale. Because the larger the size, the more soul power storage devices and various weapons and equipment it could carry, in the eyes of the soul masters at that time. With the advancement of technology, even ordinary people can fly soul-guiding mechas as long as they are strong enough. This has made soul-guiding mechas the mainstream of the modern army. The development history of soul-guided mechas has also evolved from small-sized to large-sized, and then gradually to medium-sized, and gradually became the mechas you see today. This is a brief account of the development of mechas. The whole process has been constantly verified and changed, including the improvement of the soul guide array, various innovations, and technological leaps. The importance of mechas continues to increase in war. Nan Fuxian listened very carefully. It was the first time for him to learn about mecha systematically. As he was a little weak in attack, mecha was a good choice. It's just a bit expensive. Although Nan Fuxian doesn't know how much it costs to build a mecha, it is definitely not something that a poor guy like him with only more than 1 million federal coins can make. Nan Fuxian couldn't help but shed tears of poverty as he thought about it. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely become a high-level blacksmith, soul engineer, or other professions that could easily make him rich. At this time, Wu Chongkong on the stage said, "A truly strong person will not make his body bigger. The existence of mecha is to increase power, not to become a bigger target. Therefore, mechas above purple are developing in the direction of miniaturization. Because they are as small as armor, they are called battle armors." When Nan Fuxian heard Wu Chongkong on the stage talking about battle armor, his originally wandering mind suddenly came back to his senses. Battle armor is an alternative soul guide that can directly increase the strength of a soul master. The other 5 people were also attracted by the new word Wu Chongkong said, battle armor. The new concept easily attracted their attention. Mechas that are like armor are the most advanced existence. As we all know, in addition to the mecha masters who operate mechas, there is also the mecha maker, a profession that occupies an important position in the human world. Mecha manufacturers are divided into 3 categories: mecha designers, mecha manufacturers, and mecha repairers. Today I will start to tell you about mechas, and one of the important points is that you can choose your second career direction in the future. I suggest that you choose one of these 3 as your second career. This is the only way to become a strong person. Guyu was surprised and asked, "Teacher Wu, shouldn't we focus on training, and at most learn how to operate mechas? Why do we have to choose a second profession?" Wu Zhongkong said, "If you want your battle armor to become powerful, then the battle armor must be suitable for you. Therefore, a truly top-level battle armor master must be extremely close to his own mecha. Either design it yourself, make it yourself, or repair it yourself. Only in this way can you gradually become one with your battle armor. If you don't learn a second profession, you will never be able to create the battle armor that best suits you, and you will never be able to ascend to the altar of gods." Class 0 was established with only one goal, which is to push you towards the altar. This process is difficult and long, and perhaps you will work towards this direction for your entire life. What I have to do is to help you avoid detours in the initial stage and help you identify the direction. There is no rush to choose a second career. You still have a lot of time to think about it. But you will have to make your choice in the 3rd year at the latest. With your talent, you should be ahead of ordinary people in this regard. The earlier you start, the sooner you will reap the rewards. Therefore, give me your answer within 3 years. Of course, the 3 choices I gave are just the ones I think are the best. They are not absolute. There are also some other mecha-related professions that can be your second career. In fact, some of you have already chosen your second career. Having said this, he looked towards Tang Woolen. Second career? Tang Woolen immediately realized that Teacher Wu was talking about his forging. Woolen chose forging. He chose his second profession very early, and I believe he must have a special talent in this area. Forging is also a second profession that I recommend you to consider. Because all mechas above purple level cannot do without forging. No matter which second profession you have, if you can reach 5 stars or above, you will be given enough resources for training. Tang Woolen is the most stable one. He has already made his choice and will definitely not consider changing it. He is now a 3-star forging master and is highly valued by the Forging Master Association. Moreover, the more he studies forging, the more he will learn. The more he felt the breadth and depth of this industry. His father taught him since he was a child that no matter what he does, he must concentrate on doing it and not be distracted. The other 5 people remained silent. Obviously, choosing a second career was not easy. They are still young and cannot decide what they really like. Fortunately, they still have more than 2 years to think about it, which is finally enough time. Chapter 41 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Wu Zhongkong said calmly, "Okay, that's all I have to say about mechas today. You only need to remember 2 key points. First, truly powerful mechas are called battle armors. Truly powerful soul masters rely on weapons that are in the form of battle armors. Second, you need to decide on a second career for yourself that is related to mecha within 3 years. It is easy to remember and these are the things that Nanfuxian and his classmates are most interested in. This class is very simple." At this time, Tang Woolen suddenly said, "Teacher Wu, when can we see the real battle armor?" He had been listening very carefully before, and only now did he say what he wanted to know most in his heart. Wu Zhongkong glanced at him and said, "When you finish the first stage of practical training, I will let you see the battle armor. Whoever finishes first will get to see it first. You are not qualified yet." Actual combat training? Actual combat training between soul masters? Before the students could ask, Wu Zhongkong continued, "Today's next lesson is a practical exercise. It will be right here. Nanfuxian and Tang Woolen, the 2 of you help them push the desks to a far distance and clear the center of the classroom. Here? If the Soul Master's ability is used, wouldn't it be easy to destroy it?" Nanfuxian and the other 6 people all had the same doubts in their minds, but they still did as Wu Zhongkong said. "Tang Woolen, come to me." Wu Zhongkong nodded to Tang Woolen. "Yes." Tang Woolen stepped forward quickly. "What do you think of your match yesterday?" Wu Zhongkong asked coldly. After thinking for a moment, Tang Woolen said, "We are all too eager for quick success. After all, we are classmates and should not hurt each other. We should stop at the right time." 18. Wu Zhongkong waved his hand, "I'm not asking you these questions. I'm asking you how you felt during the battle. How do you think you performed during the game?" Tang Woolen said, "The process was a bit chaotic. It was the first time for us to see each other's abilities. During the response, there was a bit of confusion and lack of coordination. I mean the 4 of us. They coordinated at the time, but it didn't seem like they had a particularly good rapport." Wu Zhongkong said coldly, "Chaos? It's more than just chaos, it's simply a mess." As soon as these words came out, except for Nanfuxian, the other 5 were all stunned. As the best of the first-year freshmen, students of the special class 0 specially approved by the academy, except for Tang Woolen, everyone else was very confident in their abilities. How could this word chaos come from? Wu Zhongkong stared into Tang Woolen's eyes and said, "To be honest, I'm very disappointed. The four of you have been learning from me for 3 months. Your coordination with each other can barely be considered proficient. However, from the beginning of the game, you gave up your advantage. Xiexie's arm deserved to be broken. Xiexie's expression froze. He hadn't expected that the teacher would comment on him in this way. Next, Wu Zhongkong attacked the 6 people, pointing out all their shortcomings in the promotion match and belittling them to nothing, but they were unable to refute. Wu Changkong's criticisms were very incisive. Finally, Wu Zhongkong said coldly, "The 6 of you have a common problem, which is what you will solve in the next practical class. That is, you are seriously lacking in actual combat experience and skills. What I am talking about is not your combat experience using martial spirits and spirit skills. You are also lacking in that aspect, but not too much. What you lack more is the basic combat ability when not using martial spirits." Basic combat ability? Do soul masters need this? Don't soul masters only need to release soul skills to achieve combat goals? Do you think that the basic combat ability I mentioned is meaningless? Guyu said, "Yes, Teacher Wu. My ability is element control. During the battle, I only need to constantly suppress the opponent through elements. Whether it's a single enemy or a group of enemies, as long as the elements I control are strong enough, the battle can be ended." Wu Zhongkong nodded. "If you think so, then let's do a test. Guyu, you come out too. You and Tang Wulin, attack me together. I will not use any soul skills, but will suppress my soul power to the same level as yours, about level 13. Let's see if you can defeat me. Well, activate your martial soul as well." As he spoke, Wu Zhongkong turned around and picked up a teaching stick from the podium. Then he returned to the center. Guyu had already stepped forward and came to Tang Wulin's side. At the same level, he didn't use spirit skills? He didn't even use martial spirits? Wasn't he looking down on people? After 3 months of training, Guyu and Tang Wulin had already established a certain tacit understanding. The two of them joined forces, one focusing on close combat and the other on long-range attacks. Unfortunately, no matter how well they understood each other, they could not cause any trouble in the face of Wu Changkong. Instead, they were taught a lesson by Wu Changkong's exquisite swordsmanship and Tang Sek's unique skills. When the battle was over, the other 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. This. So strong. The classroom suddenly became quiet. Wu Zhongkong reappeared in front of Tang Wulin, but his eyes were fixed on the gradually fading golden scales on Tang Wulin's right arm, with a thoughtful look on his face. "Teacher, were the skills you just used basic?" Xiexie stared at Wu Zhongkong with his eyes wide open. Wu Zhongkong nodded. "Do you still think that basic skills are useless? Basic skills are the root of everything. Martial spirits and spirit skills can certainly make spirit masters powerful, but how to use them is the fundamental factor that determines how powerful you are. Basic skills are the way to apply them, and they also exist in battle armor or ordinary mechas. Therefore, starting from today, for a long time to come, practicing basic combat skills will be an important subject for you." Of course, Wu Changkong did this more to kill the chicken to scare the monkey and to dispel the arrogance of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi who were watching the battle on the sidelines. After all, these 2 people were geniuses in their original class and had basically no rivals. If the 2 are not punished first, they may become troublemakers in subsequent training. As for why Tang Wulin was chosen? Of course, it was because he beat Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi the hardest in the promotion match, and both of them had some psychological trauma. Guyu was also there because she stood up to refute his point of view. In order to better lead Class 0 in the future and also let Guyu realize her own shortcomings, Wu Changkong let her go with him. After all, in the previous promotion match, Guyu relied on his own strength to force Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi to use their martial soul fusion skills to defeat the 2 together, which would also make others more convinced of his words. However, he did not choose Nanfuxian. The reason was very simple. If the scene where he almost disfigured himself happened again, it would not be conducive to him establishing the dignity of a teacher. What he wanted was an absolutely overwhelming victory. Moreover, because Nanfuxian had been slacking off before, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi did not have a deep impression of him. In fact, regarding this matter, he also privately consulted with Nanfuxian, under the influence of the time worm, asking him if there was any problem. But later the other parties seemed to explain it to him, and he accepted the other party's explanation. But what did Nanfuxian explain? Why didn't he remember it now? Never mind. If there were no questions, he shouldn't ask any more. This would damage his dignity as a teacher. And the result was very successful. Now Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi were sitting there upright, listening carefully to Wu Changkong's words. Chapter 42 Testing Mental Strength. Next, Tang Wulin was in trouble. I don't know if it was in retaliation for Tang Wulin's lateness yesterday. As one of the 3 uninjured students and a male, he became Wu Changkong's teaching case. Wu Changkong constantly used actual combat to explain the skills and precautions in actual combat to other students, while Tang Wulin was knocked to the ground again and again, and endured the attack of the teaching whip again and again. As for why Nanfuxian was not chosen, it can only be said that Tang Wulin is too tough. In the previous contest with Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong found that Tang Wulin's defense is amazing, and he has strong enough defense against attacks of the same level. Although Nanfuxian also has a good physique, Tang Wulin is obviously better at taking a beating. And in terms of killing a chicken to scare the monkey, it is more cost-effective to beat Tang Wulin. The news of the establishment of Class 0 quickly spread throughout the entire college, and Nanfuxian and the other 6 naturally became celebrities. But they were all asked not to spread the teaching method of Class 0 to others, so after a few days of curiosity, the academy returned to peace. Wu Changkong is just one of their teaching teachers, and more instructors are beginning to appear. Unlike ordinary classes that focus more on theoretical teaching, Class 0 is more inclined to practical teaching. Just as President Yu Zhen said, the college has given the greatest support to Class 0, whether it is teaching methods or nutritious food, teacher configuration, or hardware facilities, all are the best. On the second day, Tang Wulin finally didn't have to endure Wu Changkong's teaching alone, because Wu Changkong also added Nanfuxian to the group. When Nanfuxian saw Tang Wulin being beaten by Wu Changkong, he had some amused thoughts. However, when the teaching stick really hit him, he understood what it meant to be heartbroken. However, through this kind of teaching, his growth is also obvious. It can be said that he is both painful and happy. 10 days later, Nanfuxian got 3 new teammates. Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jingxi recovered from their injuries and began to join the actual combat. Then, the 0 class began to scream miserably. Wu Changkong never knew what it meant to show mercy. When the whip came down, it really hurt to the bone. But it didn't really hurt anyone. In Wu Changkong's words, only pain can deepen people's memory. The only lucky one was Guyu. Perhaps because she was a girl, Wu Changkong always showed some mercy when teaching her, and occasionally when the teaching stick fell on her, it only made her feel numb. We will conduct a series of physical tests on you today. The practical training will be suspended for 1 class. Wu Changkong walked into the classroom early in the morning and brought very good news for Class 0. Now everyone is a little afraid of practical classes, because the pain is really too deep. Wu Changkong brought the 6 people to a room full of technology. The entire interior of the room was covered with a layer of silver metal plates. When they walked in here, the first feeling they had was that they had entered a silver world. A number of unprecedented instruments are placed in this space. Let's do the mental strength test first. Xie, you're the first one. Wu Changkong held a form in his hand, ready to record. Xie's mental strength grew normally. Compared to the last test, it grew by 2 points, reaching 31. Then there was Wang Jingxi. Wang Jingxi's mental strength was a bit weak, only 18 points. Wang Jingxi, you must work hard to improve your mental strength, otherwise you will not be able to integrate more souls in the future. Wu Chongkong said lightly. Wang Jingxi is usually very taciturn, and after hearing what he said, he just nodded in agreement. It's Zhang Yang's turn. Spiritual strength is 41, not bad. I will work hard to break through to the high level of the spiritual realm within 1 or 2 years. Zhang Yang's eyes were fixed on him. In his eyes, among the 3 people including Tang Wulin, the one he hated the most was the one who broke his legs, and he always had a comparison in his heart. After spending the past few days together, he also realized that Tang Wulin's abilities mainly lie in his innate strength, and then there is his peculiar mutated right arm. As for his martial spirit, it was just blue-silver grass, not worth mentioning. Therefore, he felt more and more that he had lost unfairly that day. How much mental power can a person who is as good at strong attacks as Wang Jingxi have? It must not be too high. Tang Wulin walked to the instrument and sat down. The mental tester slowly descended and covered his head. The test begins. This mental tester is the most advanced in the academy. The scale that displays the mental strength is colorful and can change color according to different levels of mental strength. The spiritual power of the Ling Yuan realm is white. Tang Wulin's spiritual power scale continued to rise and soon exceeded Wang Jingxi's 18 points. It continued to rise, 20, 25, 30. Zhang Yangzi looked at the scale in surprise. No way, he was a strong attack-type combat soul master with only 1 level of cultivation, but he actually had 30 points of spiritual power? In this aspect, Jin Xi was much worse than him. 35, 40, 42, 43, surpassing Zhang Yangzi. Moreover, his mental strength is still improving. In the end, Tang Wulin's mental strength stopped at 66. Xie beside him was also stunned. It had only been a few months since the last test. Tang Wulin's spiritual power actually soared by 22 points. 66 points of spiritual power, but it has reached the high level of the spiritual realm. The next person to sit on the instrument was Nanfuxian. Zhang Yangzi suddenly thought of a question: is there any special meaning in the ranking of the Wu teachers? Except for Xie at the beginning, the 3 people behind them are ranked from low to high. Spiritual soul masters like Nanfuxian and Gu Yu's ability to control elements should require more spiritual power. Could it be that their spiritual power is higher than Tang Wulin's? His doubt did not last long. The instrument started up and the scale told him the answer almost instantly. Nanfuxian's mental power quickly crossed the white line and entered the yellow world directly. When Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi saw the scale break through 100 and continue to rise, they both opened their mouths wide. The Ling Yuan realm is the beginning of 1 yuan, and everything is renewed. From the moment of birth, everyone has the spiritual power of the Ling Yuan realm, which is also the most basic spiritual power. The spiritual power of the Ling Yuan realm can carry yellow souls, including souls below yellow. In the psychic realm, one can communicate with one's mind and thoughts, reach the psychic realm, and begin to control mental power. One can truly control one's own mental power for one's own use, and can carry 2 yellow souls or 1 purple soul. The span of a great realm, this is a qualitative leap. No wonder the 2 were so surprised. Reaching the spiritual realm means that Nanfuxian can already fuse the purple soul. The 2 stared at Nanfuxian in amazement. This guy didn't perform very well in the promotion match, but his mental strength was really outstanding. He had never heard of anyone who could break through the first major realm of mental strength in the first year of the intermediate college. Even if a graduate from the intermediate department of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy can break through this realm, he is considered a very outstanding talent. You know, one of the biggest obstacles to graduating from the advanced department of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is that the spiritual power must reach the spiritual realm. This has prevented many soul masters from graduating successfully. Nanfuxian was only in the first grade, but he had already made this breakthrough. This was simply incredible. When the mental power exceeds 100, it means entering another level, and the mental power has entered the Ling Tong realm from the Ling Yuan realm. 125. This was Nanfuxian's final test result, which was only 6 points higher than Guyu's last result. Even Wu Chongkong, who was standing by, looked sideways when he saw this result. Chapter 43 Abnormal Data. Although his behavior is not very low-key now, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, his performance in the previous promotion match and now in Class 0, where resources are concentrated, is a bit mediocre. If he didn't show his uniqueness, he might be kicked out. This was something Nanfuxian couldn't accept. Moreover, with the example of Tang Wulan's sudden increase in mental power in the past and Guyu's subsequent mental power test in the future, his value was demonstrated without being too conspicuous. Although he hasn't seen it yet, Nanfuxian believes that the mental power that Guyu will display will definitely surpass his. This can be considered his spiritual intuition. The last person to sit on the instrument was naturally Guyu. Sure enough, Guyu's mental power quickly crossed the white line and directly entered the yellow world. 153. This is the final result of Guyu's test. This is going against the will of heaven? Not to mention in the East Sea Academy, I'm afraid there is no soul master in the entire continent who can reach this level of spiritual power at this age. Human mental power will improve as the body grows. It will increase steadily every year until the age of 40. This is caused by physical development. After the age of 40, ordinary people begin to decline. And soul masters can even extend the period of continuous improvement of this mental power to 60 years old. Guyu is just 9 years old like them. A 9-year-old little soul master, whose spiritual power has reached more than 150 levels of the Ling Tong realm. If she graduates from the intermediate department, will she be able to break through to the Ling Hai realm, which is the measure of the strong soul masters and ordinary soul masters? In the spiritual sea realm, the mind is like the sea, vast and boundless. The mental power has truly reached a high level, becoming the foundation of a strong person, whether it is a top mecha master or a top soul master. It is necessary for the mental power to reach this level. It can carry up to 5 yellow souls, or 3 purple souls and 1 black soul. The spiritual power of the spiritual sea realm can even support a soul master to continue to practice to the 6th ring, or even the 7th ring. It is the only way for a soul master to be strong. Xie was in a state of panic at the moment. After 3 months of training, why did others' mental strength increase by dozens of points? I was the only one who gained only 2 points. Are we really learning the same things? Asterisk. Wu Zhongkong seemed not to notice the expressions on everyone's faces and said, "Next, we will test the strength." The order of testing strength is also very particular. The first one is Guyu. Compared with the powerful mental force, Guyu's strength once again blinded people's eyes. The strength test only tests the direct attack force of the fists, not the bearing capacity or stress. Because only attack power is meaningful to soul masters. Bang! Left fist, 115 kilograms. 19. Oh, my god! Zhang Yangzi almost fell to the ground. Isn't she an elemental master? Isn't she only 9 years old? More than 100 kilograms of strength, how could this be possible? Xie had a similar reaction and even shuddered a bit. Guyu turned around and glanced at Xie coldly, raising his eyebrows slightly. Xie swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look to the side. It was also the first time he knew that Guyu's power was so terrifying. Bang! Right fist, 143 kilograms. Zhang Yangzi and Xie burst into tears almost at the same time. Can you give her a chance to live? Is this a girl? She is a female Tyrannosaurus. Wu Zhongkong also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Next, Zhang Yangzi. Bang! Left hand, 61 kilograms. Bang. Right hand, 69 kilograms. As a two-ring soul master, his physical fitness is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. Coupled with the bonus of speed, achieving such data is considered to be average. Yet. Bang. Left hand, 153 kilograms. Bang. Right hand, 164 kilograms. Touching the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Xie breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally a little taller than Guyu. Although he was a quick attack spirit master, don't forget that he had twin spirits. Twin spirits naturally increase the body's power more than a single spirit, so his strength was quite strong. Nanfusion. Bang. Left hand, 950 kilograms. Bang. Right hand, 955 kilograms. The roar echoed, and Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, Guyu, Xie, and Tang Wulin were all stunned. Fuck, is this guy Nanfusion so fierce? Xie couldn't help but swear, and Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi beside him felt the same way. You are such a powerful spiritual power spirit master, how can we, the agile attack spirit masters and strong attack spirit masters, make a living? Wang Jingxi. Bang. Left hand, 423 kilograms. Bang. Right hand, 468 kilograms. Terrifying data, this is a powerful force that exceeds the normal data of a two-ring strong attack type battle spirit master. It is enough to be compared with a pure power type battle spirit master. The combined strength of both arms is close to 1000 kilograms. But Wang Jingxi, who had such excellent data, was a little skeptical about his life. His strength was only about half of that of a one-ring soul master, and that soul master was a spiritual master. Although there is the factor of not being able to use martial spirits, this is still too heartbreaking. Xie on the side looked at him with some sympathy. He and Zhang Yangzi were both agile attack type soul masters, and their strength was almost there, but Wang Jingxi was a strong attack type soul master, so the blow he received was not a small one. Tang Wulin. Wu Zhongkong looked at Tang Wulin. He had a scale in his mind, and the test sequence was based on the psychological valuation from low to high. The strength of Guyu and Nanfusion was beyond his expectation. Guyu was fine, his strength of over 100 kilograms was surprising, but that was all. But what about Nanfusion? Over 900 kilograms of strength, this was something that most of the strong attacking soul masters might not be able to produce. During the previous training, he found that Nanfusion had a very strong physique, but he only thought that he was about the same as Tang Wulin. After all, during the battle, Nanfusion was in the back controlling the game most of the time and basically had no chance to attack directly. I didn't expect to give him such a big surprise this time. Chapter 44 Evil Thoughts. At this moment, Wu Zhongkong was thinking whether he should ask Nanfusion to be equipped with a weapon like a hammer. After all, with such great strength, it would be a shame if he just stayed in the back row as a support. Moreover, equipping a weapon can also allow his teammates to not be too worried about being cut off from the back row when fighting in the front. Think about it, when the enemy thinks you are a support spirit master. When someone bypasses your teammates and comes straight towards you, you can just take out a sledgehammer and hit him with it, which might turn the battle situation around in an instant. No, why did I think of a hammer first? Wu Zhongkong didn't think about it and called the next one directly. Tang Wulin. Boom. Left hand, 1156 kilograms. Boom. Right hand, 1348 kilograms. Because Nanfusion had laid the groundwork, and everyone had previously seen how strong Tang Wulin was, they were not too surprised by this data. Wu Zhongkong did not let Tang Wulin go back, but said to him, "Add scales to your right hand and do it again." Oh! Tang Wulin raised his right arm, a faint golden light shone, and a layer of diamond-shaped light golden scales covered it. Wang Jingxi subconsciously took a step back. The strong aura of the Golden Dragon King caused his martial soul to begin to tremble slightly, and even to feel a sense of submission. Boom! 2,700 kilograms. Try the Dragon Claw. Wu Zhongkong said expressionlessly. Oh! Tang Wulin also wanted to try, but just as he raised his right hand, he put it down again and said to Wu Zhongkong, "Teacher, if I break it, do I need to pay for it?" Wu Zhongkong frowned slightly. "No need. This device can withstand a force of 10,000 pounds. If it breaks down, you don't need to pay for it. It is good." An even more powerful aura of the Golden Dragon King gushed out, and Wang Jingxi on the other side felt a little suffocated. Nan Fuxian saw that Tang Wulin's palms began to grow wider, his joints became thicker, and dragon claws appeared. The golden dragon claw was covered with even finer scales, and only the tip of the claw was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! Click! A piece of data flashed by, and then, metal fragments flew everywhere where the instrument was hit, and a hole was blasted out. Golden Dragon Claw, crushing effect. The 4 students were all shocked by Tang Wulin's smashing of the strength tester, and they did not see clearly the data that just flashed by. Only Nan Fuxian and Wu Zhongkong caught it. Wu Zhongkong silently wrote down the number 3,998 kilograms in his record book. To everyone's surprise, in the next reaction test, Nan Fuxian took the top spot. The second place went to Xie, and the third place went to Tang Wulin, followed by Gu Yu, and then Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi. Zhang Yangzi was so shocked that he became introverted. Who was the agility attack spirit master? The following tests made Zhang Yangzi question his own evaluation of his genius. In addition to reaction and speed, all physical ability tests, the first and second place were alternated between Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin. And Gu Yu, who should have been at the bottom, also had good results. Are they human? Are they human? Are they human? Is it an animal that grows up eating grass? Xie on the side burst into tears. We all went through Teacher Wu's training. Why am I, a great spirit master of the agility attack department, only ranked first in speed? In the rest of the tests, his physical test was actually almost the same as Gu Yu's, but Gu Yu didn't have to fight in close combat, and she was a girl. How could his self-esteem accept this? I hope Teacher Wu doesn't secretly give them special treatment behind my back. _____. The test is completed. Today's test mainly focuses on physical ability. It does not represent everything. Martial spirit is equally important to spirit masters. Therefore, some students do not need to be discouraged. Dismissed. Tang Wulin, follow me. Wu Zhongkong left handsomely, and Tang Wulin followed him. Xie and Zhang Yangzi stood there, feeling as if a gust of cold wind was blowing across their foreheads. Some classmates, who are you talking about? On the way back to the dormitory, Nan Fuxian walked and thought, exposing his physical strength was naturally within his expectations. To be honest, when he was receiving training from Wu Zhongkong before, he had been thinking about how to inadvertently expose his physical fitness, and today's test just happened to be what he wanted. Unlike mental strength, it is very difficult to hide physical fitness. Not to mention during normal sparring, it is easy to be exposed when going to the hospital to check blood circulation or when meeting some strong people. Moreover, Nan Fuxian had never thought of hiding his physical fitness, but Tang Wulin's situation still surprised him a little. Just by unlocking a seal, there was such a huge improvement. Isn't this a crime? In the early morning, after Nan Fuxian finished his practice, he looked at the empty dormitory and said, "It feels really good to practice alone without being disturbed." After washing up, Nan Fuxian walked out of the dormitory and went straight to the playground. As expected, he saw 2 familiar figures, one was Tang Wulin, and the other was Ouyang Zixin, the school beauty of the intermediate department. Looking at Ouyang Zixin's energetic figure running in front, while Tang Wulin was behind, watching her while running. Nan Fuxian understood that Tang Wulin was in love, but Ouyang Zixin probably only regarded Tang Wulin as a younger brother. At the same time, a malicious idea suddenly emerged in Nan Fuxian's heart. If he deeply parasitized Ouyang Zixin and made her his clone, and then let Ouyang Zixin attack Tang Wulin, what would happen to Guyu and Naer? Ouyang Zixin can be regarded as Tang Wulin's first love, and she has the special bonus of being called senior sister. For a man, unless he is a scumbag, first love is always unforgettable. Especially for a pure boy like Tang Wulin, if he really turned Ouyang Zixin into his clone, then with the bloody dramas he had watched in his previous life and those green tea tricks, it's not difficult to control Tang Wulin. Then, ask him a difficult question: Wulin, if your sister and I fall into the water at the same time, who will you save first? And see how he answers. Pa, why do I have such a weird idea? Nan Fuxian shook his head and threw away the evil thoughts that emerged in his heart. Not to mention whether there was any sensory connection between the clone and the original body, just the idea of conquering Tang Wulin by himself was outrageous in itself. Isn't this asking for trouble? To parasitize such a beautiful woman, turn her into one's own clone, and then send oneself into the arms of someone else. What kind of NTR behavior is this? If you have this kind of time, why don't you enjoy it yourself first? As the saying goes, good things should be kept in the family. Chapter 45 Ascension Platform. After suppressing the evil thoughts deep in his heart, Nan Fuxian went straight to the cafeteria. Class 0 students are provided with A-grade meals free of charge, which has saved him a lot of money in recent times. Eat and go to class. Go to the Spirit Transferring Pagoda today. Except during lectures. Wu Zhangkong's words are always so concise. Go to the Spirit Pagoda? What for? They don't need souls yet? Except for Nan Fuxian, who understood it, the other 5 people were confused, but Wu Changkong did not intend to explain, he just made an announcement. Leaving the academy during class time is a strange and superior feeling for students. All 6 students in class 0 feel this way to some extent. As they walked, Wu Zhangkong said, "From today on, you will have 1 day a week to enter the spiritual ascension platform of the spiritual transmission tower to practice. You must cherish this opportunity. This is something the academy has specially allocated for you." Guyu and Tang Wulin were puzzled, and Nan Fuxian explained, "Among the spirit pagodas on our Douluo continent, only large cities have the possibility of having a spirit ascension platform. There are a total of 18 soul-raising platforms on the continent, and they are the best places for us soul masters to practice. The Soul Ascension platform was built by the Soul Transmission Tower. It is a place for soul masters to train and improve their personal strength. It is also a place where they can experience the charm of the soul master world in ancient times. I don't know much about the principle of the Soul Ascension platform, but I heard that when it was first built, more than 10 titled Douluo participated. A large number of top scientific researchers were mobilized, and the Soul Transmission Tower paid a considerable price for this. In the end, the construction of the Soul Ascension platform was completed. When the Soul Ascension platform was first built, its main purpose was to allow the Soul Transmission Tower to further study artificial souls, hoping to use the Soul Ascension platform to improve the level of artificial souls, thereby having the ability to create more powerful souls. But later, the experiment was only partially successful. Although the Soul Ascension platform was helpful in improving the soul level, the help was not so obvious and there was a lot of uncertainty. We invested so much in the spiritual tower, so of course we can't let it go to waste. After a series of developments, the spiritual tower has become a unique place. Simply put, it is the place where the most advanced soul guides, soul masters and researchers in the entire continent are concentrated. When a soul master enters the Soul Ascension platform, it is like entering another dimension. However, he will be protected by the Soul Ascension platform itself, so the danger level is not high. However, he can fight soul beasts inside and improve his actual combat experience. Some soul masters who are particularly lucky can even perfect their souls in the soul ascension platform and achieve the effect of soul ascension. I don't know the specific situation. These are all what I heard, and I have never actually been in it. How do you improve your soul? Tang Woolen asked. Nanfuxian said, it's very simple. Whether it's our souls or the soul rings we directly absorbed from soul beasts in the past, their power and evaluation are all determined by the soul beast's years of cultivation. To improve the soul is to improve the soul's cultivation years. Speaking of which, our souls are only at the 10-year level, so the chance of improvement is not small. If we can practice in the soul-raising platform for a long time, the chance of improvement is still not small. However, I heard that the higher the level of a soul, the less likely it is to be able to ascend in the soul ascension platform. Nanfuxian was a little excited when he said this. After all, to enter the spirit ascension platform, not only did he need 500,000 federal coins, but he also had to have a certain status. Among them, federal currency is not the most important. There are only 1,000 places for admission to the primary spirit-raising platform every month. Many of them are reserved by large families or major forces. Without a certain amount of energy, you cannot grab these places. Xie said, so, the academy is really generous this time. I guess if Wei Xiaofeng knew that we could enter the spirit ascension platform to practice, he would regret it so much that his intestines would turn green. The Donghai City Spirit Pagoda is far from being comparable to the Ala city where Nanfuxian was originally located. As one of the 18 branch towers of the Spirit Pagoda organization, these 18 large spirit pagodas are also known as the 18 heavenly pillars. The spirit transferring tower can be seen from far away. It has hundreds of floors and is over 400 meters high. Even in the Donghai city where high-rise buildings are everywhere, it is a landmark building. Just by looking at the exterior, you can feel its magnificent momentum. The college had obviously made arrangements in advance. When they walked up the steps to the main gate, the Dean of Studies, Long Hengxiu, was already waiting there. 20. Seeing Wu Chongkong leading them here, Long Hengxiu quickly stepped forward and said, Teacher Wu. Director Long. Wu Chongkong simply greeted her with a blank expression on his face. Long Hengxiu said, come with me. When you walk into the first floor of the spiritual transmission tower, you will be shocked by the magnificent interior decoration. The ground is paved with dark golden stone with gorgeous natural textures. Huge stone pillars support the dome that is tens of meters high. What is even more amazing is the magnificent colorful murals on these stone pillars and the dome. These murals are magnificent, with scenery and characters on them, as if recording a story. Wu Zhongkong said, the mural records the story of how the first master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, a legendary soul master and inventor of souls, Lingbing Douluo, led human soul masters to fight against the tide of soul beasts. The murals here are only a part of it. The 18 branch towers of the Spirit Pagoda are concentrated to complete the story. The paintings of the Spirit Pagoda headquarters record the scene of the battle between Lingbing Douluo and the strongest soul beast, Beast God Ditian. It was after that battle that Lingbing Douluo disappeared and never appeared again. However, according to legend, Lingbing Douluo was the winner in the end, because since then, the Beast God Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King Ditian has also not appeared again. Nanfuxian listened to Wu Changkong's story while looking at the mural. In the beast tide, the huge soul beasts exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and blocking their way was a huge city. There was a figure floating in the sky above the city. His eyes were particularly bright. There were several figures floating around him. There was a stunning woman in white, a woman in green, a flower like an ice flower on his shoulder, a giant bear, and a huge white insect. Under their protection, the young man was surrounded by strange and brilliant soul rings. Spirit Ice Douluo Huo Yuhao. No, he should be called Dai Yuhao now. Nanfuxian understood his story better than anyone else of this era. After all, he was really sickened when he watched Unrivaled Tang Sect. Although he was carrying a deep hatred, he was willing to be a dog of the Tang family because of so-called love. Although his mother was resurrected in the end. But how can I put it? Nan Fuxian personally couldn't accept this ending. I just don't know if Dai Yuhao has successfully gotten rid of his father-in-law's chastity belt. At this time, Nan Fuxian discovered that Tang Wulin had been staring at another figure next to Dai Yuhao. Dragon Butterfly Douluo Tang Wu Tong, Spirit Ice Douluo Huo Yuhao's wife. Look, Spirit Ice Douluo's wife is so beautiful. It is said that he is also extremely powerful, and he and Lingbing Douluo have a powerful martial soul fusion skill, which can melt into one and become a super powerful existence. In that era, he was the most powerful. Xie looked at the mural with admiration. Tang Wu Tong, her name is very similar to Wulin's. Guyu's voice was a little more strange. Also, have you noticed that Wulin looks a bit like Tang Wu Tong? Especially the eyes. Xie said, they don't look alike, do they? Longdi Douluo's eyes and hair are both pale blue, while Wulin's are all black. How are they alike? Listening to their conversation, Nan Fuxian had a strange feeling in his heart. If you knew that Tang Wulin was the younger brother of Dragon Butterfly Douluo and the son of sea god Tang San, would Guyu get furious on the spot? After all, the soul beast has become what it is today, and it can be said that the god King Tang has made an indelible contribution to this. Chapter 46 Enter. But if they were discovered by the people of the Holy Spirit Church, Nan Fuxian dared to guarantee that the Demon King of the Holy Spirit Church, the deep-sea demon whale king whose cultivation was about to break through to the god level, would definitely get furious and might even kill them at all costs. But then again, Tang Wulin's identity can indeed be a bargaining chip. Nan Fuxian thought to himself that if he had to deal with the Holy Spirit Church in the future, he could use this to gain benefits. Okay, let's go. Long Hengxiu's voice woke up the 6 students. He smiled and said, when I first came to the 18 Pillars, I had the same curiosity as you. Later, as I came more often, this feeling faded. However, the murals in each of the 18 Pillars are particularly worth appreciating. Wu Zhongkong said, concentrate your mind and enter the Spirit Ascension platform later. You can only rely on yourselves. Tang Wulin asked in surprise, Teacher, aren't you going in with us? Wu Zhongkong said, this is the primary soul-raising platform. Only soul masters below the 4th ring can enter it. Long Hengxiu nodded and said, but don't worry, we will keep an eye on your situation outside. If there is any danger, you must evacuate on your own initiative and come back. I will explain the precautions to you later. Led by Long Hengxiu and Wu Zhongkong, everyone walked into an elevator, which was not going up, but down. A slight feeling of weightlessness told them that they were getting deeper and deeper underground, but they had no way of judging how deep they were. The Spirit Pagoda is worthy of being the #1 organization on the continent, possessing the most powerful strength and financial resources. The cost of a project like this is absolutely astronomical. The elevator had no number, but it took a full 3 minutes before it finally stopped. After walking out of the elevator, there is a wide lobby with more than a dozen staff members. Behind it are metal-structured passages. Long Hengxiu took out a card with a strange pattern and handed it to one of the staff members. The staff member did not say anything, but just made a gesture of invitation and led them to one of the corridors. The corridor went forward for several dozen meters and entered another elevator. They continued to go down, but this time the elevator stopped after only a dozen seconds. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a circular room. The room was still made entirely of metal, but a circle of huge soul guide screens were hung on the walls, with various images flashing on the screens. It looked like a green world, like a jungle. The staff member turned around and said, there are a total of 6 places to enter the primary spirit-raising platform, and the time is unlimited. When you can no longer bear the danger, press your distress signal and you will return here. Now I will tell you what to pay attention to. The Soul Ascension platform was built by our Soul Transmission Tower over 1,000 years, relying on countless accumulations and backgrounds, and consuming almost all of its resources. It can be called another world in itself, in which a lot of space technology is used. So, the first thing you should pay attention to is that the Soul Ascension platform is not a completely virtual world, but half virtual and half real. Because a lot of virtual data needs to rely on real feedback. The primary spiritual platform is a purely virtual part of it, so your life will not be threatened. In the Soul Ascension platform, you can do anything, but the most important thing is to survive. Try your best to survive. The longer you survive, the more benefits you will get in the process. Secondly, don't think that it is absolutely safe in there and you don't need to worry about your life. Although it is only your brain waves that are connected, once there is a huge stimulation, it is still possible that your brain waves will be in danger because of the huge impact. Therefore, once you feel that you have exceeded your tolerance, immediately press the distress signal and leave the Spirit Ascension platform. Do you understand? Understood. Nanfusion and the other 6 said hurriedly. The staff nodded and said, for more, you can experience it yourself inside. Today is your first time inside, so it may not take too long. However, it should leave a deep impression on you, children. Be mentally prepared, and remember, do not panic in any situation. Soul beasts are not scary as long as you deal with them properly. After listening to the staff's story, the 6 boys and girls were all eager to try it out. Even Nanfusion was no exception. After all, he had only heard of the virtual world, even in his previous life, but had never experienced it himself. Brainwave access? What would that feel like? The staff pressed a button and 6 metal cabinets slowly emerged from the wall next to them. These cabinets were horizontal and had a groove inside that was shaped like a human. They looked a bit like coffins. The 6 people lay down in it as instructed. The coldness of the metal made them more focused. Instrument suction cups emerged from all around and quickly attached to certain parts of their bodies, fitting perfectly. It's about to begin. Get ready. Just relax your whole body. You will feel a little uncomfortable during the scan. Just bear with it and it will pass. These were the last words that Nanfusion and his 6 companions heard from the staff. 6 metal cabinets slowly slid back into their original positions on the wall, and everything in front of them became dark. Nanfusion only felt waves of tingling sensations coming from all over his body, as if something was constantly passing through his body, stimulating his soul power and blood. It generated waves on its own, and the numbing sensation began to become stronger and stronger, making him feel as if he was paralyzed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, he felt his body shake violently. When he subconsciously woke up from his semi-comatose state, he was shocked to find that his surroundings had become completely bright. The metal box was gone, and the original tingling sensation was gone. But on the back of his hand, there was a metal instrument-like object with a bright red button on it. A distress signal? Here it is. Although he had some preparations in his mind before entering, it was only after he actually entered that he deeply understood how shocking the Soul Ascension platform developed by the Soul Pagoda organization was. Around him were thick trees and in front of him were large bushes. There was no road at all. It felt like he had entered a primeval forest. What was even more bizarre was that he felt himself to be extremely real. He pinched his cheek lightly and felt pain, and everything around him also felt completely real to the touch. Is this what they call a virtual world? After a brief moment of surprise, Nanfusion gradually calmed down. After all, he was just curious about what this virtual world, which he had never experienced in his previous life, looked like. After experiencing it, his curiosity gradually subsided. He subconsciously looked at his body and found that his clothes and pants were still there. That's right, if you don't wear clothes, then this primary spirit-raising platform will not be very friendly to girls. Raising his hands, Nanfusion quietly felt his abilities. Very good, the stealing ability could be used normally and the source castle could still sense it. He did not act rashly. From what the staff member had said before, he knew that this spiritual platform was not a safe place and should be very dangerous. He could encounter enemies at any time. Thinking of this, Nanfuxian squatted down first, silently feeling everything around him. His mental power had already entered the spiritual realm, and his perception of the outside world was much stronger than before. This is a place full of life, this is the real primeval forest. Is there really such a primeval forest in the Federation? With the continuous logging by humans, the original forests have become less and less. It is said that the Xingda Great Forest, once the largest forest on the continent, now has less than 1% of its original area. For Nanfuxian, who lived in a small county town in his previous life, this kind of primeval forest was something he could only see on his phone. Even in this life, this was the first time he had seen such scenery. After coming back to his senses, Nanfuxian walked directly to a big tree, and with the help of the trunk of the tree and the cover of the bushes around it, he sat cross-legged and released his martial spirit. From the outside, Nanfuxian seemed to be practicing, but at this time, Nanfuxian used the perspective of his soul, the parasite. On the big tree that Nanfuxian was leaning against, a tiny insect was crawling slowly. When it reached the top of the tree, it stopped there and did not move. Chapter 47 Convergence. The sky is clear and the clouds are light, the green is endless, and the huge tree canopy gives people an indescribable sense of life, as if there is endless life in this world. This is so realistic. Nanfuxian couldn't help but sigh again. At this moment, Nanfuxian found a big blue bird soaring in the sky, and an idea came to his mind: parasitism. The big blue bird paused for a moment, then spread its wings and flew into the air. On the big bird flying in the sky, Nanfuxian's time bug emitted white light. With the help of the big bird's sight, he looked down from the sky. This made Nanfuxian want to recite a sentence: flying is the highest realm of enjoying freedom. Although what came out of his mouth was a sharp cry. At this moment, the same sharp sound came from not far away. This is a signal for help. This was the first judgment made by the big bird Nanfuxian. It seems that after parasitism, I can roughly understand their language. Nanfuxian silently recorded this discovery. At the same time, he let the big bird fly towards the source of the sound. As soon as he arrived, Nanfuxian found that Zhang Yangzi had pressed the distress transmitter. It instantly turned into a stream of data and disappeared on the spot. At least hundreds of large blue birds were flying around it, as if looking for something. Nanfuxian took one look and flew away. Although his original body also used mental power to warn him, it would be better for his clone not to be too far away. I just don't know how this unlucky kid Zhang Yangzi managed to attract so many soul beasts. He got typed GG as soon as he came in. Next, we should go find other people. Nanfuxian, who was leaning against the tree, opened his eyes. He was a surviving mage. How could he go forward to fight for his life and death? Of course, he would let his reliable teammates go first. Nanfuxian walked straight forward. According to the big bird's sight, the person in front should be Xie, and he seemed to have made quite a noise. Xie's mood was very complicated at the moment. Not long after he entered the Soul Ascension platform, he used his strength to kill a 100-year-old long-tailed rat, which improved his soul a little. But then, he encountered a 100-year-old unicorn. Seeing the ferocious soul beast like the bipedal unicorn, Xie's mouth couldn't help but feel dry. All the soul beasts he encountered today were seen in some records, including books and videos. He had a good memory, so he clearly remembered that the bipedal unicorn had the blood of a dragon soul beast and was a type of earth dragon. Its physical strength was very strong, and it was also one of the best among the earth dragons. It can run fast in the forest with complex terrain, and is good at jumping and ramming. Although it has no long-range attack ability, this guy has a special character of never giving up. Once it determines the target, it will chase it endlessly until it kills the opponent. 100-year-old unicorn, what kind of luck is this? It is said that in ancient times, the most feared soul beast by the Agile Attack System soul masters was this kind of soul beast. Not only is it fast, but it also has strong defense and attack, and it also has excellent endurance. I've only completed 2 rings, and even at my peak, I'm powerless against it, let alone now. And why is this guy coming straight at me? Boom! Just when Xie was feeling depressed, the 100-year-old unicorn had already rushed to the big tree where he was, and without even a moment's hesitation, it directly crashed into the tree trunk. With a loud bang, the tree that required 2 people to hug broke directly. Xie tapped the branch with his toes, quickly jumped up, and jumped onto another big tree. At the same time, a question arose in his mind: this guy only has 2 strong hind legs, and his front limbs look very weak. He shouldn't be able to climb trees, right? Hope is beautiful, but reality is cruel. After the unicorn crashed into a big tree, it immediately turned around and rushed towards where Xie landed. This time it did not crash again. Instead, it suddenly jumped up, and actually jumped directly to the same level as Xie, opened its mouth, and rushed straight to Xie to bite him. The golden blade slashed out, leaving a white mark about 1 centimeter deep on the thick scales of the unicorn's head, but it failed to cut it off. Xie had no choice but to jump up again and jump to another big tree. The unicorn's huge body was extremely flexible, and it propped up its huge hind legs on the tree trunk. It actually ran straight towards Xie, and its speed was no less than Xie's. He is worthy of being the nemesis of the Agile Attack type Soul Master. Xie didn't dare to confront it head-on. He knew that if his light dragon storm hit it, it would probably be a death sentence. The defense of this unicorn was too strong, even comparable to that of the iron-armored dragon. But its body was more flexible. He fled in a hurry, but the unicorn was persistent and kept approaching. Xie's soul power and physical strength were constantly being consumed. Could it be that he could only press the distress signal? Xie was filled with reluctance. This was his first time at the Spirit Ascension platform. Was this the end? Xie closed his eyes and raised his hand to pat the rescue device. He didn't want to experience the feeling of broken bones and tendons. At this moment, suddenly, his waist tightened, and then his body flew out horizontally, and the unicorn banged and broke another tree, but it did not hit him. Xie was so familiar with this feeling of being pulled that he was so overjoyed that his hand that was about to reach for the rescue signal suddenly stopped in the air. The unicorn dragon persevered and turned around to continue chasing him. Suddenly, the unicorn dragon's body froze, and then its running steps stopped directly, but its whole body smashed towards Xie under the powerful momentum. At this moment, a ball of silver light flew out from beside Xie, and at the same time a loud shout rang out. Roll! Then the ball of silver light hit it hard on the head. Bang! The unicorn, which was more than 3 meters long and extremely powerful, was smashed and flew away. At the same time, its body fell to the ground and did not stand up again. Tang Wulin took back the blue-silver grass and asked Xie, "Are you okay?" He was not far away and was awakened by the heavy footsteps of the unicorn. He also climbed up the tree and saw Xie being attacked. 21. It's okay. Xie panted. It was a matter of life and death just now. A lot of sweat had already appeared on his back. Be careful, the unicorn is always persistent. Once he has set his sights on a target, he will not let it go easily. Tang Wulin smiled and said, "You forgot, what I'm least afraid of is dragon soul beasts. I'll just compete with it in strength." As he spoke, golden scales appeared on his right arm and the dragon's might slowly emanated from his body. Just as the two of them were ready for battle, the two-legged unicorn that had fallen to the ground did not stand up again. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 5 seconds, the two-legged unicorn still did not stand up. Xie could not help but said to Tang Wulin, you can't knock down the two-legged unicorn with just one blow. No, the most I could do with that attack was to send it flying. Tang Woolen said with some confusion. He could clearly feel that his blue-silver grass could at most knock the 100-year-old two-legged unicorn away, but it could not break its defense. However, the current situation made him a little confused. I say, you two, if you don't kill that big guy, we're going to have a real hard fight later. A voice came into their ears, and Nan Fuxian walked out from the bushes and spoke to them. Fuxian! Tang Woolen and Xie exclaimed. Nan Fuxian didn't say anything, but just pointed at the 100-year-old unicorn. Tang Woolen immediately understood and walked over. He pierced the unicorn's head with his golden dragon claw. Puff! The thick scales on the unicorn's head and the hard skull seemed to be penetrated by the golden dragon claw in Tang Woolen's right hand like paper at this moment. A faint yellow halo emerged, and the little snake with golden light emerged from its head. It opened its mouth and absorbed the halo into its stomach with great enjoyment. Layers of light golden halo then rippled on its body, which was very beautiful. Chapter 48 Four People Fighting the Crystal Bear. Tang Woolen looked at the little snake that was absorbing the yellow light, and looked at Nan Fuxian apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that this kind of spiritual power could be directly absorbed by the killer. It's okay. Nan Fuxian didn't think much of the spiritual power of a 100-year-old soul beast. If he wanted to, he could find such a thing in this forest at any time. I thought your soul skill was very abnormal before, and now that I see it with my own eyes, it is even more abnormal. This soul skill is too unfriendly to us agile attack soul masters. Xie said to Nan Fuxian sourly. Although he was often defeated by Nan Fuxian with this trick before, this time was different. A 100-year-old two-legged unicorn dragon didn't resist at all and was directly put down. There was no reaction until he was killed, which made Xie feel numb. Is there any chance for our agile attack spirit masters to survive? Actually, my move is not as powerful as you think. You can use some other methods to achieve the goal of breaking my soul skill. Really? Really? Tell me quickly. Xie looked at Nan Fuxian expectantly, and even Tang Woolen watched him curiously. Nan Fuxian suppressed his laughter and said, for example, you can rush towards me directly before I release my spirit skill, and don't stop. This way, when I release my spirit skill and control you, you can use the momentum to knock me away, just like the two-legged unicorn just now. After hearing Nan Fuxian's words, Xie looked at him with a sullen expression. He felt like he had been fooled. However, Tang Woolen on the side seemed to be thinking about something. To be honest, Nan Fuxian really didn't fool Xie. This was indeed a method, but his method was more suitable for strong attacking spirit masters. This world is big, and Nan Fuxian's ability to steal other people's consciousness is not invincible. For example, if you replace the person just now with a flying sword, a flying hammer, a soul guide cannon, etc., you can force Nan Fuxian to move. Or you could use a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. Of course, the prerequisite is to use the skill before Nan Fuxian. At this moment, suddenly, a cry rang out, the big guys are here, come and help. With a flash of silver light, a figure appeared not far from the side of Tang Woolen and Nan Fuxian. With green light flashing under her feet, she ran towards the three of them quickly. Behind her, a low roar was heard, and a huge figure appeared. Oh my God, a crystal bear, so big! Xie stared at it. Tang Woolen was also surprised. The Millennium Crystal Bear is like a bulldozer. Wherever it passes, bushes fall to the ground instantly, and smaller trees are also affected. Moreover, when hit by it, the trees will be covered with crystals and then shattered into powder. It is definitely very imposing. There was another flash of silver light, and Guyu was already in front of the three of them. Her pretty face was a little pale, and it was obvious that her soul power was overconsumed. She just dodged and hid behind Tang Woolen. Tang Woolen swallowed his saliva. He instinctively felt that the big guy in front of him was much stronger than the 100-year-old unicorn. He suddenly squatted down, grabbed the body of the unicorn with both hands, and exerted strength with his arms, and actually lifted up the century-old unicorn. The golden scales on his right arm shone brightly. Tang Woolen shouted loudly and threw the huge corpse of the unicorn directly towards the Millennium Crystal Bear. "Oh my god, this power! It's crazy!" Long Hengxiu's eyes widened as he watched Tang Woolen throwing out the two-legged unicorn on the screen. Roar! Facing the flying unicorn corpse, the Millennium Crystal Bear stretched out a pair of huge bear paws and directly grabbed the unicorn's hind limbs. It can be clearly seen that the dark yellow crystals spread upwards from the unicorn's hind limbs. Soon it spread to half of the body. The Millennium Crystal Bear lowered its head fiercely and rammed the unicorn corpse in its hand. Bang! The back half of the century-old unicorn's body was instantly shattered, turning into countless crystal blocks that scattered on the ground. "Oh my god, so fierce! Guyu, what did you do? How did you provoke such a thing? It seems that the strongest soul beast on the primary soul-raising platform is at the 1000-year level." As Xie spoke, he flew to the side, holding the double dragon dagger in his hand, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Guyu panted and said, "Who provoked it?" "It provoked me, okay." The two of them were talking, but Tang Woolen had no time to speak. The two heavy silver hammers in his hands flew out at the same time while being entangled by the blue-silver grass and smashed into the crystal bear's head. This big guy is not easy to deal with. It may not be as flexible as the unicorn, nor as fast, but its attack and defense are undoubtedly far beyond the reach of the century-old unicorn. Bang! Bang! The crystal bear was not agile and had no intention of dodging. It raised one arm, trying to block the attack of the two heavy silver hammers. At this time, Nan Fuxian on the side was also not idle, stealing. The Millennium Crystal Bear lost consciousness immediately, its hands hanging down, and was hit on the head by the heavy silver hammer. It fell on its back, and its legs kept twitching. "Oh my god, you two are not so powerful that you can just kill this 1000-year-old crystal bear," Xie said excitedly. Guyu, who was hiding behind Tang Woolen, was also looking at the fallen crystal bear in surprise. "Be careful, this 1000-year-old crystal bear is not dead yet." Nan Fuxian looked ahead vigilantly. He could feel that the crystal bear in front of him was only injured. Roar! Sure enough, accompanied by a roar, the Millennium Crystal Bear slowly climbed up, blood constantly spraying out of its head. Its eyes had turned red. This crystal bear had gone crazy. A yellow light flashed on the Millennium Crystal Bear's body, and it roared as it rushed towards Tang Woolen. The pair of heavy silver hammers were thrown by Tang Woolen before. This bear really holds a grudge. The crystal bear has a body of steel and skin, but its weak point is at the back of its neck, which is where it is most vulnerable. Its central nervous system is also there. Guyu, Xie, you two will be responsible for distracting its attention. Wulin, you will approach it first and attack its weak points. I will control it from behind. Nan Fuxian spoke quickly while moving away from Tang Woolen. This 1000-year crystal bear was heading for Tang Woolen, so he would not be stupid enough to bump into it. Okay. Tang Woolen, Xie, and Guyu responded. Chapter 49, Hard Fight and Retreat. The Millennium Crystal Bear's body paused, but it still charged towards Tang Woolen with great momentum. However, this kind of direct collision was easily seen through, and Tang Woolen easily avoided it by leaping to the side. At the same time, vines of blue-silver grass swarmed out and entangled the feet of the Millennium Crystal Bear. The Millennium Crystal Bear, which was in a daze, was tripped all of a sudden. Puff! At this moment, an invisible blade of light slashed its neck. The crystal bear woke up from its unconsciousness with pain, turned its head and roared at Xie who was standing beside it. Xie shouted, "Stupid bear, come at me if you are brave enough." He swung the light dragon dagger in his hand again, and another blade of light shot out. The Millennium Crystal Bear subconsciously exerted force, trying to break the blue-silver grass on its feet. Under normal circumstances, the blue-silver grass should have been broken directly. But at this moment, a golden light appeared on Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass. Although it only lasted for a moment, the Millennium Crystal Bear was unable to break it in the first place. The pause lasted only 1 second, and the next moment, the blue-silver grass broke apart, but it still held it slightly. As soon as the Crystal Bear slowed down, Xie turned around and ran nimbly. His speed exploded, even faster than Guyu, who used the wind element to speed up. At the same time, a huge fireball exploded on the other side of the Crystal Bear's head. Guyu also attacked from the other side. 3 people, respectively in 3 different directions, immediately made Crystal Bear furious, and he didn't know who to chase. Xie, attack its abdomen. Guyu, hit its eyes. Wulin, get ready and take care of it in one go. Nanfuxian, who was standing far away, spoke loudly. He was not afraid that the Crystal Bear would hear his words. After all, the IQ of most of the 1,000-year-old soul beasts was still at the level of wild beasts. As Xie changed his body shape, he swung out the Light Dragon Dagger and the Shadow Dragon Dagger at the same time. 2 blade lights, one visible and one invisible, slashed towards the belly of the Millennium Crystal Bear at the same time. With 2 puffs, the Crystal Bear was furious. It didn't know who to deal with first. This time, it found its target. He immediately took big strides and chased after Xie. At this moment, a group of dazzling fireballs flew straight towards its eyes. The fireballs were smaller than the previous ones, but there were many of them. The Crystal Bear raised one of its paws to block in front of it, and lowered its head slightly. It had already lowered its head a little when its abdomen was attacked before, and now it lowered it even more. At the same time, Tang Wulin threw out a piece of blue-silver grass, hooked it on a branch, pulled his body, and as his body swung away, he had already circled behind the Crystal Bear. At this moment, Tang Wulin held the hammer in his left hand to protect his chest, and golden light surged in his right hand, transforming into a golden dragon claw, which went straight to the back of the Millennium Crystal Bear's neck and grabbed it. Nanfuxian also used the stealing technique directly from a distance. Suddenly, the Millennium Crystal Bear fell completely forward, with the back of its neck completely exposed. Got it! Tang Wulin was overjoyed. He lowered his right claw and grabbed the back of the Millennium Crystal Bear's neck without hesitation. The sound of cracking was heard almost instantly. Half of the golden dragon claws grabbed into the neck, and the crushing effect took effect at the same time. It directly broke the cervical vertebrae of the Millennium Crystal Bear. Ended? Xie watched the Millennium Crystal Bear's head suddenly fall forward, and with the sound of the cervical vertebra breaking, he immediately jumped up in excitement. With the strongest strength of the 4 of them being no more than 2 rings, being able to kill such a powerful soul beast is definitely something to be proud of. However, at this moment, a strong yellow halo suddenly burst out from the Millennium Crystal Bear. The area covered by this halo was not very large, only about 1 meter away from the body, but it just covered Tang Wulin. No! Guyu screamed. Tang Wulin's body, which was covered by yellow light, suddenly condensed into a layer of dark yellow crystals, and the whole person remained in the same state as before, falling directly to the ground. With a flash of silver light, Guyu appeared below where he fell, raising his arms to catch his body. After turning into a crystal, Tang Wulin's weight increased greatly, not to mention that he also had the weight of the 1,000-forged silver hammer in his left hand. Guyu was knocked to the ground and pinned down, fainting with a muffled groan. However, she relied on her own body to withstand the force of Tang Wulin's blow, so that his body did not break. After being crystallized, as long as the body is not broken in a short period of time, the crystallization will gradually fade away. Therefore, the most terrifying thing about the Crystal Bear is the direct destruction after crystallization. Wulin, Guyu, Xie and Nanfuxian from a distance rushed over and came to the 2 of them. They first worked together to move Tang Woolen away, and then pulled Guyu out from underneath. Guyu's eyes were tightly closed, her face was pale, and her breath was weak. The blow just now obviously caused her great harm. Nanfuxian looked around and after a slight hesitation, he slapped the rescue signal device on the back of Guyu's hand. Guyu's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into thin air. Tang Woolen's body was still in a crystallized state, and they were unable to help him teleport back. At this moment, a series of rustling sounds were heard in the surrounding woods, as if something was approaching this side, and there were a lot of them. What should I do? Woolen has been crystallized and can't be teleported back now. What should I do? Xie tightly grasped the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands, and subconsciously looked at Nanfuxian who was standing beside him. Xie, your soul power is almost exhausted, you go first, I will take care of Wu Linear. Ha, are you kidding? How can I let you be the only hero in this situation? We should die together. I am a real man who stands tall and proud. There was some confusion in Xie's eyes at first, but after hearing Nanfuxian's words, his eyes gradually became firm. Okay. Let's hold on together for this period of time. Once Wulin's crystallization is resolved, we will retreat immediately. Xie knelt on one knee in front of Tang Woolen without replying. He wanted to conserve his energy as much as possible. At the same time, Nanfuxian also used the sight of the large green bird hovering in the sky to see clearly that it was a group of wolves that were attacking. Soon, dark green figures slowly appeared from all directions. There were at least dozens of them. They were green wolves. The hair on its back was blue-black, and its yellow eyes were filled with coldness and cruelty. It slowly approached this side step by step. They did not attack Nanfuxian first. A dozen blue wolves dragged the corpse of half-a-hundred-year-old unicorn into the woods. A dozen of them also surrounded Xie. Blue wolf, a 10-year soul beast. Among the 10-year soul beasts, it has a strong attack power, a fierce personality, and lives in groups. The powerful blue wolves are able to cultivate to the level of a 100-year soul beast. They mainly feed on carrion, or to put it bluntly, they pick up the scavengers in the soul beast forest. Xie held the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands to protect himself. He looked at the approaching blue wolves and shouted, "You can take the body of this crystal bear away, but if you dare to attack us, don't blame me for being rude." He didn't care whether low-level soul beasts like the blue wolf could understand his words. Anyway, any delay was a long one. As long as they could wait until the crystallization on Tang Woolen's body faded, they could escape. However, the blue wolves were obviously more interested in the two of them than the Millennium Crystal Bear. Or maybe they just didn't understand what he was saying. The encirclement was getting closer and closer. Looking at those cold eyes, Xie clearly felt his heartbeat speed up. We can't wait any longer. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest. The light dragon dagger in his right hand slashed out like lightning, and a light dragon blade slashed towards a green wolf in front. At the same time, Xie jumped sideways and pounced on the green wolf closest to him. Puff! A big gash was made on the neck of the green wolf in front of him by the light dragon blade. He let out a mournful wail and fell to the ground with blood splattering everywhere. Xie's movements were extremely agile. The giant green wolf he pounced on saw him coming and immediately opened its mouth and spurted out a green wind blade. As Xie rushed forward, he tilted his body to avoid the wind blade, and bent his upper body backward to dodge the attack from the side by the blue wolf. The light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands swept past, and the flying blue wolf was gutted. At the same time, he circled to the side of the blue wolf in front, and with a flick of his wrist, the sharp shadow dragon dagger pierced through the side of its neck, severing the artery. Instantly, blood spurted from the blue wolf's neck, and it was obvious that it was dead. 22. From the moment they attacked to the moment they succeeded, 3 blue wolves fell. But at the same time, the attacks of more than a dozen blue wolves in the distance were also completed. I saw more than a dozen green wolves rushing towards Xie Zihao at the same time. At the same time, the wind blades in the mouths of more than a dozen green wolves in the distance had already taken shape and were about to be sprayed out. Large-scale consciousness stealing. A strange wave suddenly appeared at the critical moment, controlling the dozen or so green wolves that were spewing wind blades, causing them to lose consciousness while launching the wind blades. I saw wind blades flying everywhere, some of them even attacked the blue wolf who was about to besiege Xie, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Xie was not idle either. While the wolves were in chaos, he immediately flew out and killed the blue wolves that were approaching the three people one by one. As Xie continued to swing the light dragon dagger and the shadow dragon dagger in his hands, the number of wolves continued to decrease, which made Xie sigh at the benefits of having Nan Fuxian as a teammate. Whenever he wanted to kill a green wolf, the green wolf he killed would suddenly stop moving before it could take action. When Xie rushed in front of it, he could easily take the life of the green wolf by just swinging his dagger. When the blue wolves rushed forward, they would suddenly stop collectively. Even if it was only for a short moment, it gave Xie enough time to react, break out of the encirclement, and kill the wolves approaching the three people. As time went on, Xie's strength began to fail, and his entire body began to be stained with blood. Most of the blood was from the wolf pack, and only a small part was his own. Even Nan Fuxian began to feel a little tired, tired of acting. Although he was still full of energy, this was obviously not in line with the performance of a first-ring spirit master, so he acted out of breath. Given that he could only use this one ability, this was the limit of what he could do. Fortunately, he had noticed Tang Wulin, and the dark yellow crystals on his body began to fade away. When Tang Wulin's senses began to recover, the first thing he smelled was a strong smell of blood. Then he saw a figure whose whole body had turned blood red, struggling to hold on. Okay, retreat quickly. Xie, who was gasping for breath, pressed the distress signal without hesitation when he heard Nan Fuxian's words. The next moment, his eyes went dark and he knew nothing. Before Tang Wulin could react, Nan Fuxian pressed his distress signal. After that, Nan Fuxian also slapped the rescue signal device with his backhand, and his eyes went dark as well, and he disappeared into the forest. A series of green wind blades passed by where he was just now, but lost their target. Chapter 50 Harvest. The light around him was a bit dazzling, causing him to subconsciously squint his eyes and turn his head to look around. He saw Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, whose body was twitching slightly, and Gu Yu, who was sitting there with a pale face. There were also two other metal cabinets that were opened next to him. He saw Tang Wulin ejected from a metal cabinet and almost ran to another cabinet. Xie, Xie. Tang Wulin kept calling out urgently. I'm fine. It still hurts. Xie's hoarse voice sounded, and then he opened his eyes and slowly got up from the metal cabinet. With Nan Fuxian's assistance, he actually didn't suffer serious injuries, but he consumed a lot of physical strength in the Spirit Ascension platform. This information transmitted to his brain made him feel as if he had really fought in a great battle, and he felt a little weak all over. Tang Wulin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him open his eyes. The intense feeling of fatigue and the suffocation brought by the previous crystallization came back again. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Long Hengxiu and Wu Changkong stood aside. Wu Changkong's face was still stern and without any emotion, but Long Hengxiu's eyes were already full of shock. The staff member of the Spirit Pagoda said sincerely, "They are promising talents. They really are promising talents. Are you really sure that these children are only 9 years old?" The staff's eyes were somewhat burning, especially when they were looking at Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Gu Yu. He saw everything the four of them did just now. The most amazing ones were undoubtedly Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin. Nan Fuxian's strange soul skill undoubtedly played a huge role. It was able to control the century-old two-legged unicorn tightly, and it did not make any resistance until its death. He could even control the Millennium Crystal Bear for quite a while, creating opportunities for his teammates to kill him. Finally, he made calm judgments under the siege of the wolf pack. There were several times when the wolf pack was about to pounce on him. He was able to control the blue wolf in the distance without changing his expression and prevent it from sending out wind blades. How much trust does he have in his teammates? As for Tang Wulin, the golden dragon claw on his right hand clearly possessed a powerful attack power that exceeded his own strength. It would be fine if it killed the 100-year-old bipedal unicorn with one strike, but the defense of the 1000-year-old crystal bear is not comparable to that of the 100-year-old bipedal unicorn. Even though he knew the weakness, the defense of its weakness was still quite good. Even a strong attack-type soul master would not dare to say that he could kill the enemy with one blow, but Tang Wulin did it. Gu Yu's performance was equally admirable. She cooperated well with the other three and controlled the elements just right every time, especially when she used multiple elemental abilities at the same time. At the last moment, in order to protect Tang Wulin from getting hurt, he used his own body to withstand a weight of nearly 1,000 pounds. The staff of the Spirit Pagoda knew very well that under the circumstances at that time, the human brain had no time to think whether it was an illusion or reality. Gu Yu was able to appear under Tang Wulin at the first moment, which meant that even in reality, she would do the same without hesitation. These are just 9-year-old kids. How can their friendship not be so harmonious? No wonder Donghai College spared no expense to send them here. The time they entered the Spirit Ascension platform was not too long, but the effect this entry had on them was absolutely enormous. The last child was the same. In order to protect his friends, he never gave up even when he knew he was defeated. He faced the siege of the Blue Wolf several times. He can always calmly choose a point to break through, completely exposing his back. This is by no means reckless, but rather a belief that his teammates will create opportunities for him to break through. At least among the Soul Masters who entered the Soul Ascension platform for the first time, the staff of the Soul Transmission Tower had hardly seen such an excellent one. Not to mention, the cultivation of these children was only 1 or 2 rings. Wu Zhongkong walked slowly in front of the 6 people and said calmly, "From today on, the 6 of you will be a combat team. Captain, Tang Wulin, Vice Captain, Nan Fuxian. Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the elevator. The 6 people looked at each other, with a look of surprise on their faces. Team? Zhang Yang's face looked a little ugly, but he was more ashamed. If he still had the desire to compete before coming here, after witnessing the scenes in the Soul Ascension platform, his desire to win was gone. Not to mention his personal strength, his response on the Spirit Ascension platform alone was much worse than others. Whether it is Nan Fuxian, who can calmly control the overall situation and control the 1000-year soul beast, or Tang Wulin, who has powerful attack power and killed the 1000-year crystal bear with one blow. Whether it was Gu Yu who was willing to take the blame, or Xie Xie who fought to the death for his friends, each of their performances was remarkable. Compared with them, his and Wang Jingxi's performances were really too poor. If Jin Xi was excusable, after all, he had encountered an extremely powerful soul beast, then what about himself? He was completely courting death. On the way back, the 6 people were still immersed in today's trip to the Soul Ascension platform. Some were like Zhang Yangzi who felt regretful, while others were like Nan Fuxian who kept replaying the entire battle process in his mind and thinking about the situation in the Soul Ascension platform. But there is no doubt that today's first battle on the Spirit Ascension platform is quite exciting for them. Nan Fuxian was particularly impressed. This was what it felt like to fight a soul beast. This was what it felt like to fight a soul beast. Although he is already a Sequence 5, he has never experienced actual combat, and Ala City is still very peaceful. Practicing in this place is indeed much more effective than practicing at other times. After all, he has rarely practiced this kind of direct combat. so he can just use it as a way to accumulate experience in advance. The journey back to the academy was peaceful, but Tang Wulin was in a daze due to the evolution of his soul, so Wu Zhongkong personally sent Tang Wulin back to his own dormitory. Then he didn't explain anything, just let everyone disperse and go back to the dormitory to practice. Nan Fuxian returned to his dormitory and immediately began to practice. Frankly speaking, the one who gained the most today was Tang Wulin. Not only did he gain experience in fighting soul beasts, but he also upgraded his own soul. Nan Fuxian also gained experience in fighting soul beasts, but other than that, he had nothing. At most, he was given the title of deputy captain. Even Xie absorbed the spiritual power of at least 100-year-old soul beast. However, these are not important to Nan Fuxian. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities to enter the spiritual ascension platform in the future. The biggest gain for Nan Fuxian today is the parasitism of the time worm on the soul beast. Unlike parasitic humans, Nan Fuxian discovered that it was because those soul beasts were in a virtual state? Or were they souls? In short, Nan Fuxian discovered that if he wanted to carry out deep parasitism, if the target was those soul beasts, he only needed to consume one time worm.